Well, hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Hockey Playoff Finals, where the best 4 men's teams and the best 4 women's teams will do battle over the next 2 days. With both the national title and European qualification at stake, the competition will be fierce, and we're expecting to see the best that the club game can offer in this showpiece event for outdoor hockey. With the very best domestic hockey on offer, I'm pleased to say we're at a venue that befits the occasion. The resplendent Nottingham Hockey Centre, home of Beeston Hockey Club, is the setting for this season's finale. I'm really pleased to announce that sitting alongside me for this first game, Henry Croft, local Nottingham lad and England GB international, made his debut at the Pro League last year. Henry, good morning.
How are we doing?
And what's it like having this fantastic event at your home club?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm really happy it's back here again. It's something when I was younger, it's what you want to go to. You want to watch the best players play, and obviously because of where the best clubs are at the moment, they are down south. It gives the people of Nottingham and around the East Midlands a chance to watch some high-level hockey.
So today is semi-final day, and we've obviously got the 2 men's matches up first, followed by the women's semi-finals this afternoon. So as we let's have a look at the schedule. Loads of hockey today and tomorrow, high quality. Starting off at 11 o'clock shortly with the Old Georgians Oxted clash, followed by the South West London derby, Surbiton against Wimbledon. And then the women's semi-finals with Hampstead and Westminster taking on Reading, followed by Surbiton against East Grinstead. Semi-finals today, and then we go into playoff mode tomorrow with the 2 finals and the 3rd and 4th place playoffs. So as the players going through their final routines ahead of this one. In the men's competition, Old Georgians are joined by the regular Final 4 qualifiers, Surbiton and Wimbledon, with newcomers Oxted grabbing the final place, with English clubs being allotted 3 places in next season's Euro Hockey League. Both semi-final winners today will be joined by the winner of the 3rd and 4th place game tomorrow. So first up, we've got Old Georgians against Oxted. Old Georgians attempting to win their 4th consecutive title here in Nottingham. For Oxted, very much the surprise package of the competition. The fact that they are certain to finish in the top 4 is in itself a major achievement for the Surrey outfit. With 3 7th place finishes and a 6th in the last 4 seasons, they will truly have to upset the form book if they are to progress. However, they will be buoyed by the fact that after a shootout win against tipped Holcombe and a morale-boosting 3-2 win over Beeston last weekend, they find themselves only 1 win away from a coveted European place. If anything reinforces the David and Goliath nature of this challenge, it's the fact that the Old Georgians lineup can boast in the region of 2,500 caps in their squad. However, they are without Sam Ward, who underwent an operation on a hand injury yesterday, but with Alan Forsyth and Tom Carson bagging 34 league goals between them, they're not going to be short of manpower. So very much a David and Goliath clash we have first up. Henry, just thinking about ahead of the game, what are your thoughts on what have Oxted got to do? Is this Old Georgians to lose?
I mean, it's definitely Old Georgians to lose. I mean, they've won it consecutively on multiple occasions. They've got an amazing team, a lot of caps, but Oxted have shown they've got it in them to cause an upset. Against Holcombe, they managed to get it to shuffles, which was unbelievable, and then got over the line. And even against Surbiton, they did lose 5-2 in the end, but they did keep it tight all the way up until that final quarter. So if they can, keep themselves in the game, frustrate the Old Georgians team, they might just have a chance.
As you see, there are 2 umpires for this one. Just behind the hockey ball there, Nick Bennett and Sean Edwards, who will be in control of this one. Nick Bennett, who was appointed to the Euro Hockey League final over in the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago. So he's used to the tension. and Sean Edwards. They're extremely experienced. So the technical officials just checking watches, and the teams just grabbing a bit of final hydration before they line up and come out. You see George Pinner there, who was just in shot. I'm sure we'll talk about him this afternoon and tomorrow. This is his swan song in many ways. You can see him there sitting on the Old Georgians bench. An incredible career, and he will finish this weekend. So we're all set. The flags fluttering here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. High cloud today, I think 17, 18 degrees, fairly warm, as the two skippers is tossing up, going through the handshakes and the lead out ahead of this one. Really interesting, Oxted. I think their story is quite incredible. We'll talk about it as we go a little bit more sort of through the game, but for them to be here is a major achievement as the teams come out. Let's have a look at the lineups for this one, with Old Georgians incredibly experienced lineup there. Which name stands out for you, Henry?
I mean, there's a plethora, isn't there? There's Amesy, David Ames, Albury, Roper. They're just unbelievable players who are still playing at the highest level. You've obviously got Ashley Jackson in there, but again, you know, it's going to be about being able to shut these players down. They are big names, but the Oxted boys will just be saying to each other they are just human. You know, can we get them frustrated? Can we get their heads down? Can we try and press them?
And as the players now line up and go through the handshakes, let's have a look at the Oxted lineup there. Max Christopher in goal, who a hero of many of the Oxted games this week. We're going to be all day today, see some fantastic goalkeepers. But the story really for them is about the team rather than real standout individuals.
100%. I mean, they have definitely had, you know, some great performers over recent weeks. Michael Rawdon Turner, he's a young lad, but he's been performing really well. Same with Bennett, been playing really well, getting a couple of goals from short corners. It'll be a really interesting test for them, but one where they've got nothing to lose, and I'm sure they're going to chuck everything at it.
So the Old Georgians in their huddle there. Johnny Stevens, the manager, standing there with his clipboard with the starting lineup, and they'll be looking to repeat the intensity that they experienced 2 weeks ago in the EHL over at Den Bosch, as George Pinner off towards the goal, and the Oxted lineup. A few high fives. Do you think there'll be nerves in the Oxted group?
Definitely nerves, but also, you know, a lot of excitement for them. I think, you know, they have got nothing to lose. I think today is a free hit, and then tomorrow, you know, depending on how this game goes, is where the nerves could really creep in, depending on what's on the line. But I think this one, there'll be a lot of excitement, and I think once they get going, they'll have a great time.
Great, Isaac Dale on the ball there. He's going to get the ball rolling. And both teams with player coaches, Ashley Jackson, as we've already mentioned, and Nick Giles, the Oxted coach, who's head of hockey at Trinity School in Croydon.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's play!
So away we go. And immediately Oxted looking to throw that deep aerial into the Georgians' 23, and then followed by a lovely spin and the ball to Griffiths, who carries infield, but there's a turnover there. Lucas Ward, former Sheffield and former Beeston player actually, wins, but you can see a high press straight away from Georgians. Do you sense that they're going to be on the front foot and pressing high?
Yeah, I think these guys are going to try and get under them straight away, really apply that pressure and see if they can get some results early and try and force this. You know, aerials again, straight down the throat. Oh, they're in here.
His opportunity, carry into the circle. So three long aerials straight away. You can see Oxted, the way they're setting out here. They've thrown 2 of these aerials deep into the Georgians' territory. And Ward once again carries. No way through. Oh, it's a difficult bouncing ball there.
Yeah, Kyle did well there. Just let that roll out. Knows where the attacker is behind him, and let it go out for the 16.
Good. Roper plays it infield. That's a great little collection there from Chris Griffiths, collecting the ball behind him. But Oxted come away with it. Charlie Axford throwing that ball down the right-hand side now. So back 4. Oxted setting up. And being allowed to carry. Good little deflection there, and the ball just popping off a foot. So it's Oxted free into the circle. But the ball rolling harmlessly away here. And it's Griffiths once again. I think he wanted the free there.
It's really good counter pressing there from Oxted. You know, they've not dropped back, they've kept the pressure on, and they've won the ball back now in a really good position.
Yes, Georgians sort of strangely, I would say subdued, it's the wrong, but they're sort of sitting back. You would have thought they'd be very much playing front foot hockey, but
yeah, I think they might have just been shocked at, you know, the front foot nature of Oxted. I think I thought as well that they were going to sit back a little bit more than they have done, and you know, they're applying a lot of pressure and they've got some good early results.
So good pressure from Oxted. And as the crowd grows here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Good to see those terraces filling up behind the technical benches. What's it like playing in front of the crowd here? Because I always, certainly when I was a player and I came up and played against Beeston, it was a place that a fairly partisan sort of crowd and atmosphere.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, every time I score, you know, I like to go to my people, and you know, they give us as much as we try and give them. It's a great place to play, really fun, great club feel.
Outstanding ball there from Carson. Forsyth.
What a save.
What a save on the line. Wow.
That is unbelievable.
The 40-yard aerial that Carson has thrown on the move, controlled by Forsyth, who gets the ball outside his right foot and fires it.
I mean, Allen's done unbelievably well to create the shot in the first place. Tight angle. I thought the keeper had got close enough to close it down, but he gets the shot away. And what a pick on the line. Wow.
Oxted are going to need plenty of that sort of bravery if they're going to get anything out of this game. Certainly.
Well, it will definitely give their players a lift. Stuff like that, you know, it really galvanises the group.
So Oxted in a fairly tight marking system at the back there. They can't get the ball out of their own 23. And again,
yeah, it's great defending. Well done.
Good pressure, but yeah.
They've just managed to box their men out there. James Olbury, great little pass down the left foot there. Then they Allen trying to work one down the baseline, firing it across, but they boxed out their men well, picked it up, found the foot. That's really good defending from the Oxted boys.
So we're nearly 5 minutes into this one. And Oxted, do you reckon Nick Giles will be pretty happy with what he's seen so far?
Yeah, I think he will. It's been a really good start for them. You know, kept it tight. Brilliant moments on the line as well. I think it's what he would have liked, and also they're applying this pressure further up the pitch, which is what they need to try and force some mistakes out of these Old Orange boys.
Yeah, certainly one of the messages that's been coming out of Oxted all week is that, you know, they're not going to change the way that they play. So, you know, we're not going to see the bus parked really deep. we're going to see them stepping out, trying to win these sort of scoring opportunities.
Which is very admirable, you know, because that's what they've done all year. It's a good ball here. Great pick. You know, because it's very easy when you do play these big sides to decide to resort back and park the bus. But if it's not what you're used to, it might not go too well. So it's fair play to them.
Sloan there. The turnover in the middle of the pitch. And the layoff from Forsyth.
Wow.
What a start. What a finish. Brilliant piece of play from Georgians there. And we get the first goal of the day. And it's the, as we see the replay here. Talk us through this one, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, Proctor, it's a great little ball. Phil with the layers, and then this lateral pass there is unbelievable. And then Phil's just smashed it in the top right-hand corner. It's great hockey. Layers in the circle, lateral pass, bang.
Absolutely clinical finish from Phil Roper. His 8th goal of the league campaign. Not necessarily say they deserve that, Georgians, but it just goes to show, you know, that class that you get from your international players. Good defending there. Deep defence. Ball popping up in the air, but Sean Edwards saying no danger. And long corner results. So Oxted build again. With their sort of back four. There's a good lead. Spin out from Nick Page, the Irish Olympian. Oh, a bit of an unforced error there from Oxted. And the ball turned over to Georgians once again.
As you say, Andy, that is the difference at this level. You know, they've both played really well in that first opening 7 minutes, but that one chance falls to Phil Roper, and it's an unbelievably clinical finish. Smashes it in the roof, and that's why he's one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, that's Max Christopher having absolutely no chance in the Oxted goal there. So welcome to the Premier Division playoffs. And the first thing he does is plucks it out at the back of his net.
I think we've just got to see Oxted now show a little bit of character, do what they're doing. To be fair, you know, good skills there. Build their way back up the pitch and try to get back in this game.
I think, is that a card? I think first card. Green card for James Carson for that challenge. A breakdown just inside the 23. Long, hard whistle, but they're not mucking around, are these two umpires? It was a...
No, I like the decision. You know, sometimes early in the game, umpires tend to, you know, let a few things go, but he's wafted the backhand tackle. He's not got the ball. It's a green card.
I love that phrase, a wafty backhand tackle.
That's a really good ball.
That's a great aerial thrown into the circle. And there's the opportunity for Oxted, first penalty corner of the game. Brilliant pass right to left. So effective, isn't it, that, as we see it again?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great ball. Ollie Bennett, I think he's found his teammate in that little pocket just on the T spot. George Pinner has to give him 5. He's then controlled it really well and just popped it on the foot. It's great attacking play.
Yeah, really good. Finding Ian Sloan's foot there. That ball just lifted off the ground, going over the stick onto the foot. So, a chance for parity here for Oxted. 2 Castles. And Owen Williamson on the right Castle. That's where it goes.
Yeah, good number 1 running from Liam Sanford. Really fills that left-hand side of the goal as he runs out. Runs through, hit the shin pad. We've got a reward.
So we'll talk a little bit about number 1 running, because it's a skill that it's become a real skill in the game as the game goes on. But here we go, rear ward. This time it goes to the left Castle. A change of routine, and just breaks down there with Dan Shingles stepping in and making the interception. Maybe a little overcomplicated, that routine?
Yeah, it looked good on the first slip, but once that second sort of control trap was given, it gave them the blocker enough time to step through and then get the ball clear.
So another aerial thrown deep into the OG's defensive territory. And the spin. Shingles, no way through, so he comes out. Aims, and we rebuild again. Sloan, another one of the vastly experienced international Old Georgians players.
This is something that Old Georgians guys are really good at. They make massive shapes at the back, as we can see now. Liam's going to run in, pop it back out, and then they can spray it to the other side. It's really difficult to press, and they are so good at doing it. There we go. Kyle leads through again, opens up that big pass round at the back, and they're out again.
Kyle Marshall, the Irish international. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how they'll go from a 3 to a 4 and then back to a 3. And against a man-to-man setup, you're surely going to open up gaps to be able to play through those, if you like, the guts of the pitch, the middle of the pitch, those seams.
100%. It's a nightmare as a forward. Oh, bad tackle there from Chris Proctor.
I think that could be a green card. He's just was it green? I think he's just swung his stick round there. Sort of backhand. We talk about the wafty backhand tackle there. That was a little bit more of a. He sort of just connected with a shin pad.
Yeah, it was quite a lazy tackle from Chris. I don't think he quite needed to do it. He was set as they get into the D here. Well played from Liam. Yeah, I don't think he needed to do it. He just chucked his sort of stick in there again, and it's not a great tackle and the right decision from the umpire.
So 2 green cards for Old Georgians in this opening quarter. 15-minute quarters. Times stopped for penalty corners and goal celebrations, and so they should be. As the ball's thrown deep again into that Georgians defensive 23. Porter doing the work.
It's a really good ball there.
Crookshanks moves it on. Charlie Axford, in his second season at Oxted. Good. Nice to see Oxted trying to press that ball into the corner. They're not stepping back. They're not regrouping. They're keeping their press up, high up the pitch.
It would have been something they'd spoken about. You know, as soon as they go down to a green card, they've got to try and capitalise on these moments. So it's really good to see them trying to win the ball up high and putting that one extra man into effect, really.
Yeah, we saw in the Euro Hockey League a couple of weeks ago the importance of how you set up your press when you're playing against a team who are a player down, whether it's a green or a yellow card, and getting that right. It's good 100%. To see the aggression here.
Some teams like to do what Oxted do here. Great skills from Shingles. It's really good that. He hasn't moved the ball. He's just done him with the shoulders, fake pass, and then he's burst through that gap through the midfield.
Yeah, Dan Shingles showing all his experience there. 188 international caps for England and Great Britain. And somebody that often goes under the radar, I think, he's part of that sort of that engine room in the middle of the pitch. Certainly in his England GB days, he was a very reliable defender and somebody you could really count on.
Just so consistent, you know, his basics are so pure. You know, for the kids watching, if you can get your basics to that elite standard, you're going to be a really good player, and that's something Shingles does every single time. Never misses a tackle, never mistraps the ball, and it sets him up to be the player he has today.
So we're approaching the end of this first quarter, and it's Old Georgians with a 1-0 lead at the moment. An opportunist effort from Phil Roper.
There's Shingles again, another great tackle. He reads the game so well as well.
Yeah, good pass through. A great ball from Jackson there. Gets it back. And then looks for the 2v1 down the right. And the ball flying off the Oxted stick. And a long corner. Jackson on it. The Shingles again. And there's that backhand cross. A hint of...
Keeper did well there. That was a pretty tricky one to deal with. That could have gone anywhere. The little bobblers skipping through the turf. They're ones defenders definitely don't like, and the forwards will be chomping at the bit of that sort of ball.
Hint of back stick, do you reckon?
Maybe.
There's the long ball thrown. And again, it's Shingles who can't bring it under control. So Oxted with their back four set up. Obviously, they've set out and said, look, let's throw some long aerials from the back. Is that the only way to play through a high press?
It definitely is, when it's more zonal. As we just see the end of the quarter there. Yeah, when they do press high and it's in a zone, you do want to try and aerial it into the pockets, especially with the rule as it is at the moment. Because if you can get it under it, you can get 5 metres, they have to give it you, and then you can try and advance further forward. Because obviously the worry is, especially early on in the game, if you lose the ball deeper in the pitch trying to play out, they're obviously in a very good position going forward.
So, the end of the first quarter. It's Old Georgians 1, Oxted 0. A bit of brilliance from Phil Roper. Currently the difference between the two teams. So, Henry, you're sitting in Ashley Jackson's seat here and you're talking to your team. What would you be saying?
I'd be saying, guys, we need to be a little bit more disciplined. 2 cards in the first quarter is definitely not what he'll be okay with. They'll have said, if they can keep everybody on the pitch and play their hockey, they'll be able to win this game. But, getting them cards, it can let Oxted back into the game. So he'll just be saying, look, lads, calm down a little bit. Let's play our hockey and let's see this next quarter through into the half.
And if you're in Oxted's shoes, so Nick Giles, it's got to be quite frustrating because they've had plenty of the game. They've had a penalty corner and a re-award. Good possession, yet they find themselves a goal down. Yeah,
I think he'll be frustrated, but I think he'll also, be quite happy with the lads in that first quarter. There's a lot of promise. They've managed to get under their skin. They've managed to get some green cards out of OGs. Won a corner, got a re-award. I think he'll just be saying, look, guys, let's keep that going, keep the pressure high, and let's see if we can get a few more outcomes.
So here we go, second quarter, and it's going from a scoreline perspective. It's going as we expected, but plenty for Oxted to be encouraged by in that first quarter. I was chatting to Simon Dobson, who's the Oxted president, earlier in the week about the club, and the story is quite brilliant. They've got between the two 7 men's and women's teams, but a really thriving junior section. And there's a great turnover and steal and a chance for a counter here. Backhand shot, save from Christopher. Good double save there.
Save. He's done so well there. Made the first save and then been aware enough to get on the ball again to break down that angle.
Yeah, good work. Because he actually didn't see a lot of the ball, did he? He got that bobbly one that came in from the left. He's obviously picked the ball out of his net from that brilliance from Roper, but really only 1 touch in that first quarter, and that's just the first bit of real active service, if you like, that he's had to get involved with.
I mean, that's it. It's so hard to be a goalkeeper for that reason. You might not see the ball for 3-4 quarters on occasion, but you've got to be ready for that final chance in the last minute. What a ball.
That's a great pick-up as well. Alan Forsyth's pick-up on the backhand from that cross, left to right. But the free hit going against him. And here's a chance for Oxted. Oh, great work there.
It's a great effort. I mean, you know, they've played early. That's what they have to do. OGs weren't set. They've got up the pitch and they've got themselves a good little chance there, but he's just managed to put it wide of the right upright.
Pete Jarvis there with the attempt. Doesn't call George Pinner into action, but sees his shot go off the upright. And again,
Albury stick gone into orbit.
Yeah, a little bit of nice to see a bit of aggression out there from Oxted. They've got to get under the skin of this Georgians team, and interesting. I don't know the Euro Hockey League. Old Georgians brilliant going forward, but you know, their game quarter-final against Rotterdam, they were really opened up defensively.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you can get them into a position where they do have to try and score and they do commit them resources, as we saw, you know, they are open on the break. Because they played really well against Rotterdam, but they got in a position where they needed to get goals. And as we saw, you know, Rotterdam were amazing on the counter-attack, but because the space was there, so if Oxted can frustrate, maybe get a goal back, they know they will have chances.
Well, we've already seen one opportunity for Oxted in this quarter. The pass just coming through there from Williamson. So, apologies, Jamie Batten. So Oxted set again. Don't quite see the amount of running off the ball when Oxted have it ahead of them, as we seem to with the Old Georgians. You spoke about the runs that we see from the back line from OGs.
Yeah. You committing them half-backs forward. It's great skill there from Ollie Bennett, left to right.
Oh, and that bobbly ball coming in again.
Yeah, committing them half-backs forward, it really adds another layer to the attack. You know, we see Phil Roper did it just for that reverse cross earlier on to Alan Forsyth, but it really makes it difficult for the defence because you've got an extra man, an extra two on occasion to have to worry about, and they're higher up the pitch.
So Georgians looking to play down that right side, doing really well. And good work from Medise, the South African international. And there's the carry into the circle. Looking to Albury trying to find the foot there in the circle, but again, good deep defence from Oxted. But they've turned it over again. It's interesting seeing how Georgians are attacking, looking to circle entry down the right-hand side rather than the left. The strong carry outside the left foot, the weak side of the defender.
Yeah.
There's another turnover.
That's a great little bit of skill. Procky there just ran in on the left-hand side of the D, opened up his body so he might be able to fling it across the circle, opens that left foot of the defender, and then just places it on here. As we can see, Kyle, it's a great tackle, great double tackle in fact, then lays it down to Procky. And then Procky, he just opens his body up to potentially give that pass to Carson. The defender covers it on the right, he plays it on his left foot, and he's won the short corner.
Chris Proctor, of course, ex-Beeston. Spent many years playing on this pitch. So, first penalty corner for Old Georgians. And we've got Carson on the right, Castle. Roper on the left. Comes to Roper. The double slip.
That's a great routine.
Good good chat there between the two umpires. I think Nick Bennett thinking the ball came off the stick there of the Oxted defender, but
I think they got that one right, to be fair. In the end, I think they've gone around the first runner, and I think Phil's played it onto the foot of the defender.
Yeah, of course they don't have video referrals. We'll talk about that in a moment. Comes to Roper, this time
off the post.
Flicks off the post and the save. Ball back into the circle. Carson tries to lift it. over the Oxted stick, but good defensive work. See the maroon shirt swarming around that ball, and turned over. Interesting there, that press where it wasn't the three around the ball that they were looking to try and win it. They were trying to get the defender to.
It's all about covering them angles and keeping the defender's eyes down. Once the eyes are down, you can allow that player to. Yeah, once the eyes are down as the defender, as an attacker, if I'm pressing, I know I can then press through. That's all about the guys in behind cutting them passing lanes down for me.
And again, the maroon shirts around the ball. Jackson plays it simply. Chris Proctor and Kyle Marshall. 68 Ireland caps. He's also former Beeston player, so at home here. Medise, good carry. That's a lovely bit of skill. You sort of feel that you knew exactly, as he was carrying into the circle, what he was looking to try and do. Find the defender's foot.
100%. I mean, it's all about keeping your body in a position to be able to play in multiple directions. And that's as we see the pass coming in here. It's a great trap in the first instance. And then he drives. He could pass it across the circle, which is just gets the defender's stick above his feet, and then slings it backwards to get the short corner.
I think it's Williamson there, couldn't really do anything about that. But lovely the way that he just, that left elbow came up really high and he carried again around outside the left foot of the defender, that weak area. So, penalty corner number 2. This time Carson flicks. And again, Christopher makes a decent save there.
Yeah, it looked quite easy, that one, but actually I think it was deflected off the one runner. And it did slow it down, but you know, as we've seen in cricket, them slower ball bouncers can just sometimes creep through. He did well.
Yeah, Max Christopher. Another one of these. I don't know what it is about goalkeepers, your experience of goalkeepers, Henry, but he lists as his match preparation. He's an ex-Whitgift lad.
Fine.
Who, Whitgift School, is Chicken Chow Mein. As the carry goes into the circle, playing the advantage there, and penalty stroke given. I think for the challenge, Nick Bennett's seen something. Is that we have a look at the replay here. So again, it's
that lateral ball, gives it to Roper right down the gut. He chips right here, and I think he's just giving it for that reverse tackle again.
Was there a hand in the back there as well? There's obviously quite a discussion going on. Sean Edwards doesn't seem to have got involved in it. So, yeah, I think it was the tackle, wasn't it? And maybe the hand.
Yeah, if there is a hand in the back there, then that's definitely the right decision.
So, Alan Forsyth against Max Christopher. A chance for 2-0 for Old Georgians. Where's this going to go, Henry?
I reckon bottom right. Oh, he's done me as well.
Bottom right as you look, or bottom right as from the goalkeeper?
We'll go for the goalkeeper. I did mean as we look, but it's a great penalty stroke from Alan. When you've got a score, bottom left, nice and hard. Yeah, good penalty stroke. It's a man with a lot of experience.
Yeah, cool as you like. As we see the replay here, he just sort of opens his body and then just shows it. Yeah, it sends him the wrong way. I'd love to see, somebody as experienced as Alan Forsyth, the stat on penalty strokes that he's taken, because I reckon he'd be for the conversions. He's got to be, 95%.
Yeah,
I would say.
I mean, when I was growing up, I remember watching him, and every time that they'd get one, I'd think, oh gosh, that's in. And most of the time, well, I think all of the times it was. So yeah, I would love to know how many he has missed, if any, to be completely honest.
So Forsyth doubles the lead, and the game is going, well, as we expected. Plenty of territory for Oxted, but you feel that Old Georgians are just getting a bit of a grip on the game in this second quarter.
Yeah, they've had a lot of possession this quarter, and they are starting to, you know, move the ball quickly, find the right sort of areas to put it into the circle, as we've seen with a lot of corner wins and the goal.
Albury carries, smashes into the circle, but that's decent defence from Ollie Bennett. And Nick Page trying to play that ball out down the left. Page, former England under-21, and I'm not sure he thought when he was playing for England under-21s he'd be going to Olympic Games with Ireland in 2021. Sorry, Paris. He was in Paris.
Yeah, I've got that. Paris.
And this is game 1. You can make those mistakes in game 4, but
yeah,
certainly not game 1. Yeah.
It's a great ball from Ashley.
Yeah, Jackson plays down the right.
Just always seems to find time in that pocket, and he's got this pass where it's on the end of the stick and he flicks it away right at the last second, makes it so hard to press.
Do you know, it's his experience as an ice hockey player has done so much for his. If you look at his poise, his ability to throw a pass anywhere, out to the right, out to the left.
Yeah.
A lot of that is down to the balance that you get from playing ice hockey.
100%. And obviously in ice hockey as well, a lot of the passes are all with their wrist, and you can tell with his technique, sometimes he'll just have the ball on the end of his stick.
And Carson looks to, just drops his shoulder, looks to go right to left, but wins the free. Proctor carries into the circle.
It's a great pick-up again from Bennett.
Yeah, well done, Ollie Bennett.
Yeah, he'll keep it on the end of his stick and then just release all in one moment, all with his wrists, and it's just so hard to defend because he could also drag it right at in the same movement.
So, Georgians in control at the moment as we head towards half-time. 5 minutes left in this second quarter. And Oxford sitting back a little bit further as Sanford goes on one of those quite legendary carries through the middle.
Yeah, he just like getting up the pitch, Sandy. I think sometimes he gets a little bit bored and thinks, right, I'm going to go and play up front, because he just seems to always appear in the D.
Carson down the right once again with Griffiths. Tom Carson on the ball. Tries to create that 5 yards so he can put it into the circle, but again, decent defending. And Oxted, lovely little 2-3 yard passes down there, but again, those maroon shirts are all around the ball.
Yeah, I think for Oxted at half-time, they'll be saying to each other, look, we've got to play that lateral pass, and then we've got to get it out one more. Because whilst you keep it in that channel, it allows them OGs guys just to press it in, keep it in that really small space. You've got to get it out laterally, get it into the big space, and then they might have a little bit more success.
Joss Wood playing the ball up that right side, finding Michael Royden-Turner. And the ball off David Ames for the long corner. Ames organising his defence. Oh, great pick-up there. That was a Royden-Turner once again. That backhand pick-up on the move, very difficult.
Yeah,
skill.
if he'd just jinked over that final stick, he was in the head of the circle, wasn't he? It was a really good effort.
Ames just being pressed in the corner. Doesn't win the free. And Oxted turn it over. Finnegan. Tom Finnegan again. You sense, you feel that the transfer is not quick enough for Oxted. They seems to be the maroon shirts are around the ball, so they can never find space. So they transfer it from one side to the other, Old Georgians are able to get across. So they need to, particularly with a back four, if they went to a back three,
Yeah,
quicker transfer might work.
100%. I think they need to start, creating them spaces by leading one of their men through. I think as well, it's just loitering on the ball each time they control it. You've got to really fizz it round there and create the space, like they have here. They've got a one-on-one and a chance to put it into the circle.
Yeah, the pace on the ball is so important, as you say. The ball fizzing around the back. There's Josh Wood.
Yeah, did very well there. Yeah, you can't wait on the ball in these scenarios. You have to know your next pass to fizz it straight away and get it over to the big spaces. And potentially, as you say, leading one man through, creating a three, and maybe playing into the screen and playing out might make it a little bit easier to get round to the other side of the pitch.
As a forward, as the carry into the circle, and successfully defended there as Carson comes away with the ball. So the ball once again turned over, and it's an Oxted ball as we're into the last minute of this first half, and the game really sort of going, I guess, as we expected from a scoreline perspective, but Oxted with plenty of possession. Sanford flicks long, Griffiths receives. Roper.
Great goal.
Oh, what a pass across the circle, an opportunity. What a goal. Right on the stroke of half time. A fantastic finish. Well, that's top class. The ball from Roper, as we see again.
I mean, wow. Roper cuts in with his V-drag, and then Kyle Marshall, the defender, smashes it bottom left-hand corner. I think he'll be happy with that one.
I just wonder whether he's just showing a little bit of the way he put his head down there, whether that was possibly a bit of a miss hit. Am I doing him a disservice?
Well, I mean, I do know his girlfriend Hazel, and I'm sure she will not let him get away with that. She will be telling him, "You've not quite hit that right, Kyle."
So Kyle Marshall, the Irish international, extends Old Georgians' lead, and a real hammer blow for Oxted. You can see the body language as they walk off the pitch. They very much in the game at 2-0 and enjoying plenty of possession, but conceding that goal at that time, tough.
It is really tough, and to be fair to them, just before that they were having a lot more possession, some high transfer stuff, but again, it's that crucial moment sort of play where Roper cuts inside, finds an unbelievable ball. We talk about that lateral pass, he's found it, it's where the space is, and then Kyle hits it into the bottom left-hand corner, and we can debate whether, he meant to apply the little bobble on there as well.
So I think we're going to have a look at a few highlights of that first half.
So starting off here, a nice little pass inside. Procky leads through to Phil, lays in the circle. This little lateral pass, first touch, right position, bang, top right-hand corner. It's a great first goal. It is always that little pass in the circle that creates the space. This is Oxted, high transfer, fizzing the ball around. Ollie Bennett sees that aerial ball, finds the pocket. It's a great control, gets it under early, and then just pops it on the foot. It was really nice little bit of play there from Oxted. So there we go. Ashley on the ball. Again, it's that lateral pass, finds the space in the middle, plays down left feet. Little push in the back there, and that wins them the stroke. And as we well know, once Alan gets himself on a penalty stroke situation, it's probably going in. Steps up here, cool as you like. Little move with his feet, opens up his body, and bang, bottom left-hand corner, 2-0.
So 3-0, Old Georgians lead at half-time. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the second half.
It's 1988.
Well, welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre here for the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division playoffs. And at half-time, first game, Old Georgians in this first men's semi-final lead Oxted 3-0. As we look at some stats. So interesting, the stat that you see at the bottom, the sort of the Manhattan with the reverse Manhattan underneath, is all to do with the dominance of each team. So Georgians in red across the top, you can see that they have pretty much dominated the majority of the game there. As we're ready for the second half to begin. Once again, I'm joined by Henry Croft. Henry, your thoughts after that first half?
Well, I mean, it was a good half of hockey. We saw some really good play, but I think Oxted now, they're going to have to try and take a few more risks, and they'll either pay off or it might be quite an open second half for a lot more opportunities for OGs.
So Proctor carrying into the 23. Once again, great work from Ollie Bennett. He's a player who is sort of beyond his maturity, Ollie Bennett.
Yeah.
His father is the team manager of this Oxted team. England under-18 and under-21. Part of the team that secured a place in the upcoming World Cup. And I understand, actually, that he is missing a psychology detention at school this morning. I've heard some sort of reasons for... Well, here's a chance. Oh, just wide there.
Carson will be kicking himself there. They're the sort of chances you want as a forward. I know he was diving down, but if you can get that on target, it might just go in. Yeah, he will be kicking himself after that one.
It's a little bit off balance there. James Carson, 100 Welsh caps to his name, and a really good goal scoring ratio, actually 67 goals in 100 caps for Wales. You'd be pretty proud of that, wouldn't you?
I'd definitely take that. That's pretty good going, 100%.
So is this about damage limitation?
I don't think so. I mean, you know, in theory, they could lose 20-0. It doesn't matter going into tomorrow. So I think it's a case of trying to play their stuff, you know, maybe get back into the game, but really you want to go in with a bit of confidence that you can break these teams down, because you want to know tomorrow, you played some good stuff yesterday. Great tackle there. Yeah, you know you played some good stuff, and you're going in with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of a plan for the next game.
Oh, great carry. And again, but Jackson wise to it. And Georgians, a little bit of an untidy start to this second half with plenty of turnover. There's the long aerial again thrown into the circle. Oh, and the chance from Carson.
Again, it's what OGs do so well. It's that little pass in the circle. A lot of teams panic and they just shovel something at goal, but it's so intricate. Layers, passing, find Carson, roll, and the shot just misses the post.
And Christopher quickly off his line. Again, it's turned over. Marshall does well, finds Jackson. Roper trying to find Jackson, but can only find an Oxted stick.
These are the opportunities Oxted need to take and capitalise on. You know, they've won it reasonably high up. Get the counter attack. They've got to get going quickly.
Lloyd and Turner, they're trying to play that pass through the middle, but Jackson very wise to it. Just knows exactly where the ball is going to go and gets a reverse stick on it. So from an OG's perspective, I mean, let's be respectful. They're not the youngest team, are they? They're quite an experienced outfit, as we know.
Yeah.
Are they going to be thinking about legs ahead of tomorrow and
potentially
saving themselves a little bit? I mean, the game is effectively won at 3-0. That hammer blow, as we mentioned just before half-time, to make it 3.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, as we can see already now, you know, they're not necessarily going all hell for leather here, straight trying to press. They are, you know, staying back, staying in a half court. They might think about that. I think for them it'll be more about rotation. You know, you see sometimes when you have to win games, you know, your main 11 stay on the pitch for a little bit longer. I think they'll spread that around, make sure everybody has even minutes, and if they do have any niggles, then probably, you know, give them a little bit more rest as well.
The ball rolls harmlessly off. For those of you who maybe have not seen a lot of top-level hockey, international and club level, hockey is a rolling substitutions game where you'll see between 60 and 70 rolling substitutions with some teams. As Albury throws a long aerial, but it's straight to Nick Page. Page draws the foul.
Yeah, did well there. Picked the ball up, got it over to the sideline where, you know, it's a little bit safer for turnover. Won himself a foul. Now they're off play.
Rob Modric. Again, the long aerial. But it's turned over once again. Here's a chance for a counter. Tom Carson. But unfortunately, Roper couldn't control it, but he gets it back.
Bennett again, it's a great pick. It's this he does so well as well, carrying out from the back. Commentator's curse there, but you know, it is really impressive for someone at his age to have the confidence. Oh, he's just been carded.
I think a green card there. I'm not sure whether he said something or whether it's for just that challenge at the end. A little bit of frustration there from Ollie Bennett. So instead of his psychology detention, he's got a green card here. So 2 minutes suspension.
Yeah, but as I was saying, I know he's been carded, but for someone at his age to have the confidence to sort of carry the ball when, you know, they do cut away to the other defender, it's really impressive.
So Oxted down to 10. Will we see at the Georgians a high press as Finnegan plays the ball out, finds Crookshanks.
Really good hockey there from Oxted, playing away from the higher spare. Good tackle there from Sanford.
Sanford steps in, yeah, using all his experience there. A great drop off from Carson. Oh, Griffiths a chance. Oh, what a save.
Wow.
What a save.
That is 2 off the line now. I think Griffiths will be kicking himself. I think he has managed to just, you know, not quite hit that the way he should have done, but it's great awareness on the line to tip it over.
Yeah, he sort of created himself a bit of space to get the ball outside the right foot. And here's Griffiths again. The shot on target. Oh, and somehow I think scrambled. Christopher makes the save. The ball pops up in the air. And somehow that's not crossed the line. Roper. It's turned over here. Here's an opportunity. Dale carries right to left.
What a tackle. Low, one-handed. Kyle Marshall comes
Brilliant
over,
Marshall.
reads the game and sweeps the ball up, sending OGs on the attack.
Yeah, great play from the Irish international there. Here's a 2v1 chance. The ball finding a foot on the edge of the circle.
He had to get it right as well. That could have looked very ugly if you know, he did miss the ball, but he's got it so cleanly and also managed to keep it on his stick.
Joss Wood on the ball, England under 16, under 18 internationals, his first season with Oxted. There he is again. They've obviously been listening to you, Henry. They've now, it looks like they've gone to a 3 rather than a 4 at the back to distribute.
Maybe we've got a future in coaching, Andy, who knows?
I'm a bit old to be told I've got a future in something, I'm afraid. So, Georgians happy to sit around the halfway line. There's Charlie Axford. No way through Medice. But they retain possession.
I think you were right again, Andy, with saying about saving the legs. I think they are now dropping off a little bit and allowing Oxted to have a bit of the ball, just so they don't have to run and really run themselves into the floor, trying to press high all the time. It's a great pick from David Ames.
So just the way he used his body there, David Ames, just sort of turned and stuck his body not into the attacker, but just shielded the ball. Really good bit of skill from David Ames, former England and Great Britain captain. Just the 210 international caps. And if you're looking for role models in hockey, he is one. You know, I obviously worked with him for many years with England and Great Britain. You know, he is a good guy. He does all the right things, makes all the right choices. You know, had a long time out through injury. Very, very difficult process that he went through ahead of Olympic Games, World Cups, but yeah, somebody to follow, definitely. Plenty of them in our sport, thankfully. And again, patient build-up. Marshall, no way through, so he plays back out. They recycle. Again, as you said in the first half, this movement off the ball. Ames looks forward, but nothing on, so he plays back again. Albury just gets a missed touch on that.
It's the ability as well for the midfield to be able to drop into them sort of defensive roles in the outlet, you know, because it allows them to then lead through and change shape and really make it really difficult to press.
Yeah, Ames is currently just running this sort of phase of the game. He's just standing in that little pocket ahead of the fullbacks. Difficult for Oxted. Here they...
See, there we go, Chris Proctor, he's a high mid, he's now dropping into the screen. Amesy's now at half back, it's so fluid.
Yeah. Great to see. Obviously fitness levels have to be really high for this sort of system.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Fitness levels and just, you know, awareness of where each other are, because, you know, if you do end up in a position where you're standing next to each other, that's when the press can really work for the opposing team.
And there's a turnover. Roper. Oh, lovely goal. That's a brilliant finish. It's great what Chris Proctor does there to create that goal for Carson. As we see the replay here, just talk us through this one.
Yeah, so Roper again is really good. He's got his eyes up, flicks it into Proctor. Proctor puts it in the hook of his stick away from the defender. It's down that left foot and gets it away really hard at goal.
But again, he's not necessarily immediately looking to shoot. It's the ball that is the pass that's played outside the keeper for the deflection. Oh, and again, step up and turn the ball over. This time it's Forsyth. Finds Proctor, who flicks. Christopher makes himself big and makes the save.
Again, it's another great ball from Allen down the left feet. Managed to find Proctor, and he's just tried to put it over the top right-hand shoulder of the keeper, but he's got himself up and patted it down. Yeah, good hockey.
Good defence as well from Jamie Batten, the assistant coach for Oxted. It's amazing how quickly there are so many maroon shirts around the ball.
Sometimes it does appear like they've got more men on the pitch, you know, by how they are able to surround the ball in such a small area.
And again there, Sanford's run from the back, supporting this play, and although they've turned the ball over here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your two defenders in Albury and Sanford pressing in the top right-hand corner of the pitch. It's really incredible to see. With Sloan and Shingles staying back, covering the defence.
Yeah, the automatic sort of counter cover. You hear talk about counter cover a lot in club and international hockey about, you know, if you get players, defensive players up the pitch, somebody's got to provide some counter cover, and it's almost automatic there, isn't it?
100%.
Shingles steps back in.
Really well drilled.
Axford again. Carries towards the Georgian circle.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It's great skills from Axford. It's almost too good. I think the umpire thought he'd just been tangled up in Proctor's stick, but he's managed to wriggle through. But, you know, they're just going to have to take the free hit and go again.
Bit of frustration there. Good skill from Axford as he carries. You see that carry again.
Wow.
Yeah, really, really good.
I do feel his frustration when you do wriggle through and the umpire's giving you a foul and you're about to shoot. It is tough, but you've almost got to take it as a compliment sometimes and think, actually, you know, it was so good. He thought I'd lost it, and just keep going and go for the next opportunity.
I think that ball's fired in. I think danger was the issue there, but so Oxted still staying up the pitch, having a chat with Nick Bennett. They probably want. Although they've turned it over, Georgians have turned it over once again.
Oxted have got to really be careful there. You know, there was a lot of them complaining. If that area was correct from the old George defender, they would have been through with not a lot of cover, leaving a lot of people, you know, out of the game forward in the opposing circle. No matter the decision, you've just got to just drop off and get back in play.
And this is the thing with hockey, I think, compared to many other sports, is that because the game doesn't stop, and you can get from one end to the other so quickly, there is absolutely no point in questioning umpiring decisions and staying up the pitch.
100%, 100%. You've got to just accept the decision, drop off, and go again. Obviously, the international game, you potentially have the opportunity to go upstairs and have a review, but here, if the decision's been made, you have to get back in and help your team, otherwise it could be costly.
So Chris Proctor has extended the old Georgian lead after a lovely move in open play. So old Georgians lead Oxted 4-0 as we stand. Interesting, a few predictions ahead of this weekend. Good friend of mine, Jamie Kingston, very good coach, who I've worked with. He predicted yesterday a 5-1 win for Old Georgians. Do you see Oxted scoring? Is there a threat there?
I think the threat will come again if they're brave enough to play quickly on the counter-attack. I think there's been a couple of moments where they have won it, and they get to a position where they could go forward and then they just check back. You know, they've got to just really be brave, commit the numbers, and, you know, they might just get an opportunity. And in hockey, as we always see, if you can get yourself a short corner, you might just get yourself a goal. It's that simple.
So as George Pinner walks back towards his goal, he will have had busier games in his career, I think it's fair to say. Hasn't really been called into action in this one so far. But I guess for Oxted, this is very much now about thinking about the game tomorrow. So they will still be one game away from a European place, which is quite an incredible feat.
100%, 100%. And, you know, they would have been well aware that that's probably where their targets are going to be tomorrow. You know, they're obviously playing really well here, and they're giving it everything, but they will have it in the back of their mind now, right, let's create some platforms going into tomorrow, because that will probably be their aim now.
So Alan Forsyth gets us underway for this final quarter. And immediately, Georgians are on the attack. And here's a chance for Oxted. Oh, and Dise just jumping back. And Marshall, he's had a good game, Carl Marshall.
Yeah, he's a really good player, really tidy, you know, reads the game so well, and he always seems to pop up in positions to win the ball back and set his team going forward.
And Carl Marshall, part of the Irish setup. And of course, ahead of a busy summer of hockey with Pro League and the European Championships in Mönchengladbach in August. And certainly the London leg of the Pro League. Both England men's and women's teams are going to be in action. Hopefully, Henry, you'll be in action as well.
Fingers crossed if I get my ankle, where it needs to be. I'll hopefully be playing, but, we'll have to see. But, yeah, it'd be great to get people down. Last year when I was there, it was incredible making my debut in front of a sellout crowd. So it'd be great to see if we can get that going again.
Yeah, something you dream of, isn't it? A sellout crowd, scoring on your debut.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have written it any better.
You pinch yourself.
Oh gosh, it was an incredible week. You score that goal, and it's like everything you've ever dreamed of has come true. And my dad was there as well, my mum, my sister. Yeah, it was a great day, and to be fair, it was made that much better because there was so many people there to enjoy it with me.
Yeah, and we have those treats ahead of us in the summer. Still plenty of tickets available. 14th of June through to the 22nd of June. And I think the tickets are selling pretty quick. So it's worth getting on the England Hockey website, I would say fairly soon, because it's going to be a really popular England men, Germany men, Argentina women, Australia. There is a real, it's a brilliant chance to see top-class international hockey in London. So all the details are on the England Hockey website, the tickets. But I would move pretty quick on that because I think they're selling rather quickly. And then, of course, European Championships in Mönchengladbach. And again, the little intricate passing from OGs around the top of the circle there, but plenty of white Oxted shirts around the ball. Obviously, the target for England men, Henry, is to win that Pro League and get a World Cup qualification place, not then have to worry about the other route, if you like.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is something that we're trying to target, and also especially at London, try and carry some momentum going into the Euros. It'd be great to go out in front of a home crowd and play some good hockey, get some good results, as you say, hopefully add to the Pro League standings, and carry that through going towards Mönchengladbach.
And obviously, Paul Revington not involved anymore, but with Zach Jones heading things up, have there been many changes from the way that Paul Revington sort of led the programme? Is Zach very different in the way that he runs things?
I mean, to be fair, it's hard for me to comment on that one because I was only really in there for a couple of weeks sort of thing. I was lucky enough to make my debut, obviously, but it wasn't for a prolonged period of time. But for me personally, I'm over the moon with Zach being at the helm. He's an amazing coach, and I'm really looking forward to the next sort of 3-4 years of the cycle.
There's the little again, that intricate passing that you've spoken about around the top of the Oxted circle. Again, it's Bennett who carries. Ball out to Charlie Axford. Carries infield. Lovely little pass. Threaded through that central seam. But unfortunately, Josh Nurse finding the foot, his own foot.
Yeah, I think Oxted, they've just got to really be key on the details now. It's stuff like that as a defender especially, it can be really demoralising. You've just been defending for a long period of time against one of the best teams in the country. Once you get it up there, you've got to really concentrate and get that ball under, maybe win a foot and get your team up the pitch.
Any areas of this game you feel that OGs sort of need to work on ahead of tomorrow? What will they be
it's hard to say.
focusing on?
We can see obviously at the moment that they are dominating the ball again, but it's one of them things that they're a team that, as the pressure comes on, they seem to gradually step their level up pretty naturally. So it'll be interesting to see how their energy levels and almost their ruthlessness goes up tomorrow, going into the final. Assuming we don't have a big comeback, but it's not looking too likely right now.
So Ian Sloan carries through the middle, finds Roper. Roper is dispossessed. Lovely little give and go there, but couldn't find a white shirt. The ball ending up going behind Finnegan. Oh, I think it was Williamson. Owen Williamson.
I think this
Shanks
would be really
plays through.
key.
Into the circle. Ah, the backhand.
It's a good block
And,
from Liam Sanford.
Yeah, Sanford, great. Brave defending there from Sanford. And the ball deflecting over the bar. Long corner.
Something Sanford's so good at. He gets his body in a position where you can't quite go on your open stick, gets you on his reverse, and then gets his stick in just to block the shot.
It's a great ball into the circle. And Pinner called into action for the first time this second half. And I think there might have been a little foot in there. There was certainly looked like the ball popped over the stick onto the foot.
Yeah, it's a great aerial into the circle, and it looks like it's Ollie Bennett that's picked that up, the centre back playing forward. Then he's got really low here. It's just popped up, hit him on the knee, and won his team a short corner. It was really, really, really good play.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, no video referrals here. Obviously, we see that in international hockey, not in club hockey so far. So, penalty corner for Oxted. Two Castles. Good running once again. Now Sanford.
He's so good at that. So good at that. He managed to get so close to the ball. And he's a wide set guy. Gets himself in front of the line of the ball, and he's managed to get it to hit his stick and deflect over.
Are you one that number one penalty corner running? You put your hand up.
Yeah, I did. When I was 17,
You did?
trying to get. Well, I do, I suppose. Yeah, but in terms of when I put my hand up originally, I was 17, trying to get myself into the Beeston first team, and because it's such a key skill, I managed to develop it to a point where the manager wanted me in the team for that reason, and then from there, obviously, stuff develops. But it's such an important skill now in the modern game, with how good the flicking is and the stuff off the top. So yeah, I did do that, and now I do it today.
Yeah, and as you say, selection, the fact that you are a number one corner runner, it can influence selection. There's no doubt about it. And I remember the days where we used to talk about kamikaze corner running, and you'd get people literally would be charging out to try and charge down the ball. But as you say, it's become such a skill now.
Yeah.
And Sanford, and of course Brendan Creed used to play with Great Britain, two of brilliant exponents at number one running.
100%. I think it's partly due to the equipment that has improved, and the technology that's come with that's allowed it to always become a skill now. Penalty corner defence.
So Georgians on the counter once again. Forsyth looking to find the foot. I think he does. Advantage played there from Sean Edwards. I think they were given the shot there, Georgians.
Yeah, I think he's played the advantage for the original foot. Obviously, Rope has taken that shot, but I think just as they were dribbling out there, I think Williamson's just hit it on the back of his stick as he's tried to clear this one. It just comes out here, and then just backsticks it there.
Yeah, just in the circle. Yeah, advantage played. Sean Edwards. Often there's always that debate around what is clear advantage in the circle, and quite often if you blow your whistle too early, and then the ball rattles into the backboards. But
100%.
Sean Edwards playing a good advantage there. So Forsyth on the injection, and we have two Castles. That's the flick from
Great
Carson.
clearance off the line. Great pick.
Good skill. Good skill. Again, we talk about the art of penalty corners. and penalty corner defence, and that's another one.
Yeah, I mean, what tends to happen now is you'll have all your gear on and you'll just get somebody with a tennis racket and you'll get tennis balls fired at you for, you know, a good half an hour, and it's all about just practicing that pick as a good ball goes in there.
So that's Jamie Batten there with the save, the assistant coach. He's head of hockey at Eltham College. And here's a story for you. Jamie Batten on the line at penalty corners. He plays cricket in the Euro League. He's a fast bowler.
Wow.
And he plays for Sofia Stars, would you believe?
There we go.
So there you've got a cricketer on the line. I mean, he's a fast bowler, but you have a cricketer on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Obviously, the skills are very transferable, and as we can see, that was showing his skills off to perfection.
So 3 minutes plus remaining as Roper fires into the circle. That's a great touch again from Ollie Bennett. So Henry, I didn't tell you this beforehand, but
Yes.
I'm going to ask you for a player of the match.
Ooh, there we go.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds, so have a little
Okay.
think. As it's fired over there. That was the opportunity.
It's a great effort. He's just literally, ball's crept into the circle, it was flat, and he's just chucked everything at it. Really good early shot. He's just managed to creep over the bar.
So, who's your player of the match?
I think I'm going to have to go with Phil Roper. He's opened the scoring. Some of his, skills, the cut inside and then play the ball across the circle has been unbelievable. So I think that's what I'm going to go with.
Not that you're a member of the Forwards Union at all.
Well, this is it. I don't think the defenders had much chance, if I'm completely honest. I do love a goal, but yeah, I think Phil's been unbelievable today.
Good. Oh, and there's a ball popping up. Samford looking to get things underway very quickly. Flings a 60-yard aerial, which... Oh, here's a chance for the fifth. And how has Alan Forsyth missed that?
Wow. I mean...
What a save. We see the
Might
replay
have hit
here.
the post there. I mean, what a ball from Liam Samford. Roper at the edge of the circle.
Oh, good poaching play from Forsyth there, but he can't win it back. So Oxted with opportunity. So that is the sort of thing that Alan Forsyth will be. It'll be in his head for the rest of the day. He's like goal scorer.
Yeah.
Surely you'd be the same as a striker.
It will be bugging him, but I think because he's got his goal, he'll be all right. But if he didn't have a goal and he missed that one at the end, that would really frustrate him. And I think that's one of those. He'll just laugh about that one because it was. Well, I don't know how he missed it.
Carson on the ball.
What a save.
That's a great save. Looks to try and find Marshall. So these games have got the pressure. The last sort of 7-8 minutes that OGs have put on, relentless. Forsyth in possession, looks to try and win the penalty corner. Finnegan. And Shingles asking for the penalty stroke there.
Yeah, Sandy's done well here, Samford. Just chucks it into the next layer. Great trap again from Alan Forsyth. Chucks it across. I think it's just potentially just popped up off his stick when Carson's tried to play it across. But again, as a forward, it's that trap in the circle that's so important, because once you've trapped it in the circle, you're almost untouchable. If they tap your stick, could be a short. You've got to protect your feet. Alan's done it so well. Trapped it, chucked it across the circle, and they've managed to win themselves a short corner.
So, penalty corner. very close to the end of the game. I think this will probably be the last opportunity.
Interesting with James Albury setting up on the far castle.
So, comes out Carson Flicks, and a fairly routine save there for Christopher. Oh, lovely little 1-2. That little, the little give and go around the circle, so effective.
So good. I think we're just watching the, I think the corner replay here. It's a good save. There we go. So just plays it into Alan Forsyth, plays a little rebound pass with James Albury, and then just puts it on the foot. Because once you played that ball, James Albury plays it back down the left foot, which again is so hard to defend. And then Alan Forsyth just pops it on the foot of the defender.
So Carson again flicks low.
Great speed on the flick, wrapped it round the #1 runner, but just manages to miss the post.
There's a chance. Ball fired for Jack Jameson. Plays it into the circle, but Albury tidies up. Oh, lovely little pass. Medice tries to sling it low. It finds a stick of Crookshanks. Nick Page goes to return, but a tired looking Nick Page there. Sanford with the restart. High press from Oxted. Do you think 4-0, Henry, has been as a chance here for Forsyth? But
oh, he's just been done by the hooter.
Goes. So, you've picked Phil Roper as player of the match.
Yes.
Tell us why.
It's just he's so good at staying in a position constantly where he can play the ball and shoot and also do a little bit of skill. And as we saw, you know, he started off the first goal, playing that pass through, led through again, touch, smashes it in the top right-hand corner. And then I think it was either the second or the third goal. He's cut in, played that lateral ball, which then set up that goal as well. Or it might have set up the incident for the stroke. But yeah, he had a really good game, constantly playing the ball forwards. And always keeping stuff under control.
So, semi-final 1, and it's gone as expected. Old Georgians 4, Oxted 0. A fairly dominant display from them. And there's the goal scorers. Phil Roper with the first one, Alan Forsyth with the penalty stroke, and then field goals. Kyle Marshall on the stroke at half-time, and then a wonderful goal after a team move from Chris Proctor in the 42nd minute. So, Henry, worth their win? Was that a fair reflection of the play, 4-0?
Yeah, I think it was, really. I think it was. I think once they went ahead, it was always going to be difficult for Oxted. And I think, you know, once they got themselves a foot forward in the game, they kept the ball really well. You know, big shapes around the back, and then once they got into the circle, they were very clinical.
Excellent. So, Old Georgians will go off and go through their recovery strategies, as will Oxted. Both face playoff games tomorrow. Obviously, Old Georgians into the final once again, seeking their 4th championship in the row. For Oxted, what will they take away from that?
I think, you know, they did have good moments, especially in the first quarter. They managed to win a couple of cards. They got some corners. I think it's just for them, it's all about looking at how they can get the ball out from the back going forward. They had some good moments where they would pop it into the little pockets, and then it's all about just building on that for tomorrow. Making sure we get the ball under control, get our guys up the pitch to create them high platform opportunities to then get them going into the circle and get a bit more reward going forward.
So, a comfortable win for the holders as the spectators make their way off to the many stalls that there are offering food and drinks here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Clouded over a little bit from when we started. Dry day today, 17, 18 degrees, so we're not expecting any rain, fingers crossed, with the temperature dropping a little bit tomorrow. We're going to have a look at a few highlights from the game, and Henry is going to talk you through them.
Passes it to Chris Proctor, and there he is, Phil Roper, little one in the layers, great little move from Forsyth, lateral pass, and then smashes it in the roof. It was a great way to open the scoring. This is a nice little bit of play from Oxted to win a short corner. So Ollie Bennett's seen the pass in the pocket on the T-spot. The defenders have to give him 5, brings it down, and then just places it onto a foot. It was really nice play from them. But then, of course, OGs go down the other end.
Really, really good.
Nice little lateral ball to Phil Roper, driving at the head of the circle. Little pass in, manages to get to a shooting opportunity. Little push in the back while shooting, and gave the penalty stroke, where Alan Forsyth is about to step up. And he's always clinical from this position, and he was again today. Low and hard, when you've got a score. Bottom left, bang, 2-0.
So, Henry, just while Andy's gone, to get ready to interview Phil Roper, player of the match. Your final thoughts just before we head over to that interview?
Yeah, I think it was a very good game. It was another great showing for where the English League is at the moment. Some great goals, great little bits of skill. And I think there's a little bit of promise on both sides. Obviously, OGs are going through to the final, played some really nice hockey, but I think Oxted also has some things they can take away from the game and give it a really good go tomorrow at getting that EHL spot.
Well, that's excellent. Well, Henry, thank you ever so much. Andy, on behalf of yourself, thank you as well. We're going to take a break just for 2 minutes while we get set up for this interview. But for all of you who are watching BTV, don't go away. Thank you.
Can go, so I'm not going to play. I have Phil, player of the match. Phil, fairly routine in the end?
It looked routine, but it doesn't feel routine. Like, we have to be well prepared. We know they got into the top 4 for a reason, but we also know that our quality is pretty high when we put the effort and follow the game plan. So with how that went, especially the clean sheet, which we've struggled for all year, so we've got to take a lot of confidence into tomorrow with that.
They enjoyed quite a bit of early possession in your defensive 23, and then suddenly a little bit of Phil Roper magic gave you a 1-0 lead in the first quarter. Is that left to right passing with that smash into the top corner something you work on at training?
No. I mean, the left-right passing, yes. The smash into the top corner, no. There was, you could probably see by my teammates' reactions that is the look of shock and general surprise when it goes pretty hard into the top corner. But we always know that's kind of their US command. Handy play, dangerous and cause you a bit of harm. That's like I already said, we can with our own quality, and you know, playing them that nice tiki-taka, you know, Allen's. Yeah, I was running into the right place.
And tomorrow, away from that game, that you need to work on. Game.
That was weird for the 4-0, but probably scoring a few more goals. We had local pressure throughout the game, but only scoring something that I think we need to look into. Corners can be a little bit slicker. Yeah, but generally finishing our dinner would be lovely.
Lovely. Thanks and for tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Andy.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre, where I'm pleased to say we're still seeing plenty of sunshine here in amongst the cloud. Not likely to see any rain today, thankfully. Well, if you joined us for the first men's semi-final, you would have seen Old Georgians win a fairly comfortable game 4-0 against Oxted, as expected. We now await the second semi-final, likely to be a much more even affair, as Surbiton take on Wimbledon. These two southwest London rivals know each other well. Surbiton have won 3 previous league titles and were runners-up last year, losing 3-1 to Old Georgians in the final. You've actually got to go all the way back to 2012 when they last finished out of the top 4. So this season, with Shroom Walker firing in 20 league goals, James Mazzarello in supreme form between the sticks, they are a team that have defensive solidity and a potent goal threat. With the playing coach machine that is 41-year-old Barry Middleton at the helm, you wouldn't bet against them securing another European spot. Wimbledon have only finished outside the top 4 once in the last 10 years. They secured European hockey for this season last year, beating Hampstead and Westminster in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Unlike Surbiton, they don't have an out-and-out goal scorer, and goals really have been shared. They're very well organised under coach Carl Stagno, and in Oren Ogunlana they also have an excellent shot stopper who tops the league in clean sheets, along with his opposite number. Between them, they've kept 10 clean sheets across the 22-game season. This game really could be one that's too tight to call. Well, I'm really pleased to say that sitting alongside me for this one, England and Great Britain international, Nick Banderak. Nick, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Andy. Thanks for having me in.
So, from a playing perspective, we'll chat about your international career as the game wears on. But from a club perspective, as a player, what does it mean to be able to play in these sorts of occasions and these Final Four playoffs?
Well, this is always a pinnacle of the season. It's what everyone's trying to reach and achieve throughout the course of the year, and ultimately it just brings a different kind of pressure. They're one-off games, and it's about how you turn up when the pressure is at its highest. And throughout the course of the season, so much is made about consistency and turning in results week in, week out, but the finals weekend is a completely separate entity, and I'm excited to see which way it goes today.
And do you think so quite a few teams play double headers throughout the season. Does that prepare you for this event where, of course, you're playing effectively 2 games in 26 hours?
I think so. It's always tough and very physically demanding. The coaching staff would have done an awful lot of prep on not just today's opponents, but both opponents potentially for tomorrow as well. But for the players, it's all about just leaving everything out there today and getting the result that you need. And then you deal with the consequences afterwards. Whatever turnaround that may be, however quickly you need to be able to recover, that's a matter for straight after the game. But right now, it's all eyes on the next 60 minutes and doing everything you can to get that result.
So for the winners of this competition, they will go through to face Old Georgians in tomorrow's final. The losers will still have a chance of European hockey next year, and they will play against Oxted. So there's plenty at stake today. So as the teams are now just going through the final warm-ups, Oren Ogunlana there, and Surbiton still out on the pitch, and we'll have a look at the starting lineups for both teams. So Surbiton. So if you were looking at that team list, Nick, who stands out there? Who would you be, as an opposition coach, who would you be worrying about?
I think Fred Newbold's had a fantastic season with Wimbledon so far. He's been banging in some goals. He's been a fantastic option for them up front. Ed Haller has been a consistent performer for them in the final third for a number of years now, and you can never switch off with him. But when it comes to being able to create something out of nothing, it's difficult to look beyond Liam Ansell. I think he brings a real dynamism to their attacking play, and he's a threat from anywhere on the pitch. So he's definitely going to be one that Surbiton are going to have to keep their eyes on.
And let's have a look at the Surbiton lineup. as certainly from a Surbiton perspective, when you look at obviously Struan Walker, who seems to be able to get on the end of any aerial. I mean, I've seen him score some incredible goals. How do you, as a defender, how do you cope with that sort of threat? Something you talk about beforehand?
I think it would have to be. I think the thing that Struan has in his locker is an ability to score the unexpected, and I think for that reason alone, you can never switch off at all in any moment. And as you say, he's proven himself for Surbiton throughout this season, both domestically and in Europe, and then his performances for Scotland as well, just scoring outrageous goals. And I think that's something that is going to be playing on the minds of the Wimbledon back four, and just where he is lurking, when he's going to pop up and get on the end of those deliveries from the Surbiton midfield.
Yeah, thanks. Great to see that the Surbiton lineup here. Johnny Gall, the Gall brothers. Johnny Gall, 250 Surbiton games last weekend, and congratulations to him. He's just become a dad. Elliot Loughlin, and I think Mum Steph is probably going to be sitting at home watching this. And Uncle James Gall, who very experienced international player. Barry Middleton we've mentioned, and the Wimbledon lineup there. Oddly, and I'm just going to say this personal experience, I did the London Marathon last week and I struggled at 22 miles, and who did I bump into on the marathon route at about 22 miles? A welcome face, Duncan Scott, the Wimbledon number 7. What is the chance of that on London's streets? But yeah, the less about that, the better. So our two teams are now lined up, 2 umpires for today. As you look at the screen, Paul Walker is on the left and Dan Barstow on the right hand side.
Please welcome the teams. Surbiton and
Teams lining up. Ed Haller, captain of Wimbledon, and David Goodfield leading out Surbiton. We really are blessed with goalkeepers, top goalkeepers, aren't we, in this country at the moment, Nick?
Yeah, we're so spoiled. Sometimes you can take them for granted and you don't really appreciate it. At times, just the presence that we have now at the back of the pitch throughout so many teams in England, and obviously in the international setup, but domestically through the league now, you're seeing real strength and depth that you can argue hasn't necessarily been to that extent in recent times. So it's really promising for the position moving forwards.
2 teams lining up. Surbiton in white shirts with the green flash, and Wimbledon in their maroon. Interesting, as they walked out there's a lot of quite a few handshakes, high fives when the whistle goes. There's not really a lot of love lost between these two, is there?
I think that's a fair reflection on it. As you say, these guys play each other an awful lot throughout the season and the years gone by, and as you say, they're just a matter of minutes down the A3 from each other. So the two clubs know each other very, very well. But yeah, as soon as that first whistle goes, I'm expecting nothing more than a very, very hard-fought 60 minutes.
Yeah, 2 clubs with a brilliant pedigree. Connor Williamson there, son of Mike Williamson, former Welsh international. As the Surbiton, what do you think they'll be saying? I mean, you've been in plenty of these huddles. Is it just a case of getting everybody up for the game? Is there anything tactical said?
I think a lot of it is just final reminders, the real key points from the presentations throughout the week and all the preparations that have come into place. And realistically right now, if you need something to get you up for the game, you're probably in the wrong place. So I think this period now is just final triggers, little reminders for lines or opportunities that you may have highlighted, and just to get everyone in that final frame of mind for that first whistle.
There's Barry Middleton. 41. I mean,
I couldn't believe
his
that.
energy, the energy that he brings onto the pitch. I'm watching him in the Euro Hockey League a couple of weeks ago. I mean, my word, yeah, it's so highly respected, and obviously has an MBE, but you never know it. He's not very interesting. He has no social media presence. It's just Barry, and he's just a good guy from Doncaster, and just the 432 international caps. Quite incredible.
It's quite remarkable. Isn't it? I don't think he will ever retire, that man. I can see him playing forever.
I'm not sure he's one for Masters hockey.
3, 2, 1.
So Struan Walker gets us underway in this second men's semi-final here at the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Finals. And there's an early touch for Luke at the back on the left back. Corner threat. Luke Taylor.
Deadly.
Still a big corner threat.
Absolutely deadly. Here's an early opportunity into the circle for Surbiton. Struan Walker.
Oh, Walker fires there across the circle, and Ogunlana with the save.
Good early
And
warning
gets the
shot
free.
there from Surbiton.
Yeah, good counter down the left-hand side.
No, as you say, Luke Taylor is still one of the deadliest threats that we have in the league. He flicks a seriously hard ball, and he gets it off very, very quickly as well off a short run-up. So he'll be a really dangerous option for any penalty corner wins for Surbiton today.
Fox feeds Haller up the line. Haller tries to fire it into the circle, but it's Williamson who clears. Or again. And Nurse throws it away, but only as far as Mackenzie. Callum Mackenzie tries to feed it through Johnny Gall. And here's... Oh, again, and that carry from Jacob Payton there. And he's still got the ball. And a rather strong whistle there from Paul Walker, I think because it was just outside the 23. Oh no, it was inside the 23, but
It's a great aggressive carry from Payton there. He's such a quick ball carrier. He can be a nightmare for defenders, but anyway, he got his lines pretty much perfect for that little 1v1 battle.
Jacob Payton, one of the new kids on the block from a England GB perspective. So your thoughts, Nick? Early exchanges, as you expected?
Pretty much, it's a good tempo to the game. A bit of a tactical battle early on. It's a great win in the circle.
Good little vision with it, the little sort of tiki-taka pass there.
Oh, he's tried to. Ness has tried to do Ori at the near post there. Good keeping, stayed big.
So Surbiton in possession. Luke Taylor. There's a right to left aerial and penalty corner. Defender encroaching there with the forward set, would you say?
Yeah, it looked to be that way. I do wonder if he'd have picked that cleanly on that first aerial over the top, whether the interception would have been allowed. But I think as soon as he missed it and it went through to Middleton, yeah, it was always within 5 yards.
He's gone for the interception, but because
so.
he's mistrapped it, penalty corner given. And no argument from any of the players. It's an area of the game that I think, I'm not sure quite we've got it right yet, but it seems there are slight nuances between international hockey, aerials and league hockey, but good thing is we're trying to get a solution. So first penalty corner, and we've mentioned Luke Taylor, he's on the right, Castle. Goes to the left.
Struan Walker.
Gareth Furlong. This flick is saved by Ogunlana, and then the wild swing from Struan Walker, and it goes, flies over towards the rugby pitches, I think.
Thankfully, the car park looks pretty free through there. Otherwise, someone would have had a little bit of damage done.
Interesting that happened this end, because Andy Day does BTV, does a lot of the commentary on a Saturday afternoon here. He was talking about the problem with trams the other end and the possibility of the ball going absolutely up and over the fence and hitting a tram. I'm not sure it's happened yet, but you never know.
Could have been a moment down the other end.
So
it's good high aggressive pressing from Surbiton there to get a turnover.
Walker does well there. Stuart Rushmere trying to feed that into the circle. Ball with Johnny Gall. patient build-up from Surbiton. And nice little sort of showing of the ball there, that high left elbow, and trying to attack the defender's left foot, but equal to it. Oh, very difficult as a defender. Jack Turner does well there. And he's lucky to get away with a long there. Did he sort of, I mean, it's that intent thing, isn't it? What's he trying to do with that?
Core skill breakdown, I think we'll be claiming that to the umpire. It's an interesting tactic. We've seen a few aerials in and around the circle so far. It's definitely something I'm expecting to see more of throughout the game from both teams. Such experience in that Surbiton back line as well. You can see them looking to go to air a lot to create the opportunities for their forwards, and likewise from Wimbledon.
Yeah, that last one was particularly difficult for Jack Turner. Came down with a bit of ice on it. It was so high.
It's a great circle link. Excellent tackle from Mackenzie coming through the back of Struan Walker there.
Liam Ansell. Immediately there, they were asking there, saying that Liam Ansell had maybe been a little bit of a stick block there, but immediately 4 white shirts around the ball. James Gall having been involved in that circle play, and he's jumped back and got the right side of Ansell. Oh, there's a chance, but
to be honest, I think that's going to have to be Surbiton's response. Any time, particularly Liam Ansell will get the ball in a bit of a broken play and a bit of open space through the midfield as well. You've got to react that quickly, otherwise if you give him the chance to run, he's going to hurt you.
And lethal inside the circle.
Oh, deadly.
Oh, that's ball fed in there to Rob Farrington. Takes a whack on his shin. And there's that Middleton, I think, pushing the back and wins the free. There's that ball slung. Both teams seem to be looking to almost leave that space on the right-hand side, play the ball into it for an attacker to run out, to lead out and receive on the backhand.
I think both teams are blessed with some real speed in the top half of the field, and I think if we're able to leave those opportunities, the space is open for that late lead, it just gives that extra opportunity. As you see another look from Wimbledon there, just gives that opportunity to be able to get it into a dangerous area, sometimes with feet facing forwards, to be able to attack the circle. And it definitely looks to be a tactic employed in these early exchanges, so it'll be interesting to see if we carry that through the rest of this first quarter and beyond.
Again, a good lead from James Gall. Looks up, plays to Gareth Furlong. Furlong, another penalty corner threat for this Surbiton team. Duncan Scott takes the aerial down. Ewan Gilmore there into the circle. There's a chance.
Oh, great touch.
Good save.
Fantastic recovery there. Looked like a combination of Goodfield and Mazzarello coming out to smother.
Yeah.
But dangerous moment in the circle there for Surbiton.
James Mazzarello, one of the best goalkeepers in the world at the moment, would you say?
Without doubt. Without doubt. I'm a massive fan of the way he plays and just him as a person as well, and the way he goes about his business. He's very, very studious in his goalkeeping, his approach to the role, and attentive to every possible minor detail. And you can see the difference in his game just in the last couple of years at the international level, and that's translated into his performances domestically for Surbiton as well.
Yeah, as we said earlier, 5 clean sheets in the normal league season. So a little bit of ebb and flow to this game. Surbiton with more penalty corner, the deflection there. The ball coming up off, was it Connor Williamson's stick? And with the Wimbledon, as we see this again, with the Wimbledon attacker coming in to James Mazzarello with the ball in the air. And Dan Barstow gives the penalty corner for danger. So, international hockey, 40 seconds, and a clock will actually run, but club level, the time is stopped, and you are encouraged to get the penalty corner kit on as quick as you can. So there's a sort of, if you like, a 40 seconds, but it's with 15-minute halves today. The time is stopped. First penalty corner for Wimbledon. Goes out to the right, Castle. Good double save, and it's the rebound has gone in, and first blood to Wimbledon. And James Mazzarello, the hit penalty corner, so no drag flick, makes the save, looks to try and make the clear, but the follow-up, and the ball ends up, I think he made a double save there. The ball.
Such a fan of the straight here. It's not necessarily something I'd have called coming from Eddie Way. He's normally a deadly flicker off the top. Clearly going for the element of surprise, and as you say, a double save from Surbiton on the line, and looked like Reece Bradshaw to go and scramble at home. So huge opportunity for Wimbledon to take that first penalty corner opportunity of the game, and for them, and it'll be interesting if they can use that to capitalise on the rest of this first quarter.
So again, Carl Stagno, coach, is interesting his approach. He always tries, I know him quite well from indoor and outdoor, and he always tries to keep something up his sleeve. And obviously it was that. They probably expected him to flick, and instead he hits. First blood to Wimbledon. So a little over 10 minutes gone in this first quarter. Furlong in possession. 165 caps. Wales, Great Britain. 163 goals.
It's not a bad return, is it?
You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you, in a couple of years' time?
I'd definitely take it. I'd definitely take it. No, he's a formidable threat from the top of the circle. He's Gary, and he had a fantastic summer last year with coming into the GB program at the start of the year, and really seizing his opportunity in the Pro League games through the summer, and ultimately ended with a ticket to Paris. So it was a fantastic summer for him, and worthy of the years and the grind that he's put in with Wales for him to make that step up to Great Britain and make the most of that opportunity that he was given.
And quite a late select. And you felt when he came into the Pro League, into the squad and played in those Pro League games, that it was almost a bit of a gamble from Paul Revington to bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, Gary's got a very specific skill set from corners that is world-renowned and has been for a number of years, and so much of it was about finding the right fit with the way that Great Britain men were playing at the time, and the style that Paul Revington wanted to play, and just being able to see that in real terms on the pitch, and how that would materialise, and as we all saw, Furlong took the most of that opportunity and managed to convert those opportunities in the Pro League games in the summer and through to Paris as well.
So interesting Surbiton response. Wimbledon sitting quite deep, and Surbiton good possession, but nothing comes from it. Do you think interesting? We've seen some incredible tactical masterclasses over sort of previous weeks. One being the way that Gantoise beat Bloemendaal in the Euro Hockey League final with a real sort of park the bus, hit them on the counter-attack, which worked. But do you sense that with these two teams, they are very much both front foot teams that would find it very difficult to just sit back and soak up pressure?
Yeah, I think so. The obvious risk is with sitting deep, you're always going to have pressure applied to you, and it only takes one mistrap or one moment taken by the opposition to throw the plan out the window. It's been interesting to see Wimbledon adopting a high man-to-man in the early stages. They're not normally renowned for that. They do tend to zone more often than not. Surbiton have switched to more of a man-to-man this year under Middleton, and it's been interesting to see these early exchanges in a pretty high-tempo game. But as you say, Carl Stagno for Wimbledon is renowned for trying new things, and in one-off games like this and finals, it's a great opportunity to play what's in front of you rather than a pre-planned game plan. And so Another corner for Surbiton there. Great work from James Gall at the top of the circle. It would just be a great opportunity to try different things, see the response from the opposition, and again, just see what questions they answer, what they don't, how they do that, and how you can subsequently manipulate the opportunities that are available to you.
And here's the carry again down the right, and the ball smashed in. And I think James Gould he's just got that deflection into Callum McKenzie. The ball on the foot. Callum McKenzie not happy with it. So penalty corner, Surbiton, and Furlong and Williamson.
You can see Furlong being given another look here off the near castle. Was that a possible head injury to Furlong at the top of the circle there? Looks as if contact was made with the runner, which Goodfield clearly isn't happy about.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether, was it ball, was it stick?
I think there's a question from Goodfield. The runners can't make contact with the flicker whilst they're in the action, which I think is the question being asked by Furlong on the floor and by Goodfield as well.
Yeah. We were chatting earlier in the OG's Oxted game about how the #1 running has really become a skill in the game, and you know, remember the days of, we used to call it kamikaze running, where you're just trying to charge down the ball, but
still is
now. Yeah. Some teams. Yeah. So I think, yeah, David Goodfield having a conversation there with Paul Walker and Dan Barstow.
You can almost see the expression on Paul Walker's face as he spoke to Dan there. They seem pretty happy, and that it was just a coming together, nothing intentional behind it. Otherwise, you could have seen a personal penalty. But no, a reward for Surbiton, and yeah, the game within the game continues. That's not a bad response, Gaz Furlong.
Wow, what a finish! We said that his caps to goals ratio was pretty good at international level, and it's not bad at club level either. Gareth Furlong with the penalty corner. Here's the replay. Whoa, power on that.
Fantastic whip. You can see Ori is going down with his gloves. Potential sign there that he's seen it late with that late whip that Furlong gets on it. And yeah, that's such an awkward height for a goalkeeper to respond to. Great flick, great goal.
So the latter stages of this first quarter, and we expected a tight game, as Ed Hall up there asking for a penalty corner for the Surbiton defence, not being 5 yards. Middleton allowed to carry. Lovely little simple pass down the right hand side. Oh, good defending.
Fox has done really well to get his feet out of the way there. You could see they were looking for a corner. Obviously a big asset to Surbiton's play, and fantastic work from Fox to defend that well without committing a foul and giving away another opportunity for Furlong.
Ben Fox, the Exeter University player. In fact, there's a few of them in the Wimbledon team. Oh, here's a chance again.
A fantastic step from Nick Mercer. And again.
Walker looking, Sean Walker just trying to find the foot there. Oh, and that's given away. We spoke in the earlier game a lot about transfer and about how, in order to sort of penetrate teams, how important it is to whip the ball around the back and create some space. But Surbiton seemed quite happy to just keep hammering down the right-hand side, creating space down the defender's left foot, would you say?
Yeah, I mentioned it with the corners a moment ago. It's almost a game within a game, and high transfer to deep defence is the same, a game within a game. And if you can win that battle, you give yourself a really good chance to win the match as a whole. And it's definitely something that Surbiton are looking to exploit. I think they've got some fantastic ball carriers down that side of the pitch, Nick Nurse in particular, his brother Tim as well. And being able to get those opportunities to attack the left foot with a carry or a link play is definitely something that the Middleton's look to instill within this group, and you can see some early rewards for Surbiton.
So there we go. It's the end of the first quarter here, and Ben Fox following up after a double save at a penalty corner from Mazzarello, and And Fox sending it high into the net. The reply from Gareth Furlong 2 minutes before the end of that first quarter with one of his trademark penalty corners. So we expected a tight game. We've got a tight game, Nick. What would you think that... Let's start with Carl Stagno. What's he going to be telling his team, do you think?
I think he'll be pretty happy. As you say, it's a tight, even affair through this first period. There's a couple of half chances at either end for both teams, but you wouldn't say that either team has really kind of grasped control of the game yet. I think Surbiton will be slightly happier with their territory and possession in their opposing team's half. But for Wimbledon, it's just about minimising opportunities and giving away cheap corners. I think that's been the majority of Surbiton's threat so far. So managing their attacking play down the right-hand side and aerials into and around the final third will be key for Wimbledon moving forwards.
So, end of the first quarter, and honours even here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. The ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division finals. It's a shame that the sun seems to have disappeared from view, but we've got decent temperatures here. I know it's going to be much colder tomorrow, and the man next to me is going to be coaching, or assistant coach, with the East Grinstead women's team later on.
They are indeed.
As they attempt to win the women's competition. The two men's semi-finals being played first here, and later on in the day we've got the two women's semi-finals to come. So yeah, looking forward to that. A great day of hockey, and if you are in the area, do come down to the Nottingham Hockey Centre. This fantastic venue, 5.5 hockey pitches, I think, and you get a very special welcome here, and certainly, you know, I came up here as a player. I played against Beeston on many occasions, and it's a club that, well, people will know the Griffiths family very well, and they still have a lot to do with everything that goes on here. So we're into the second quarter, and again it's still the fairly high press coming from Surbiton, man to man. If we talk tactically, Nick, man-to-man pressing, quite often you would press with a forward less and have a spare player. Where do you leave your spare player in a game like this? Do you leave him deep, or does he step up high into the midfield, or do you just go player for player?
A lot of it would depend on, I guess, the style of hockey you want to play, how aggressive you want to be, and how many risks you want to take. But you see more and more teams play with their spare defender a little bit higher to effectively push out and almost share that extra role, so that you can go to a full 10v10 outfield play. Obvious risk of that is if anybody gets beaten in their 1v1 battles, you run the risk of an overload coming your way. But if you're able to almost piston that responsibility and get back in and help share between the extra forward and that spare defender, it can be a great asset to be able to cause some trouble and turn the ball over high up the field.
Yeah, so Mackenzie just trying to feed that ball through. Ansell stepping up high, telling Williamson he can only play one way, splitting the game, making Surbiton play down the Wimbledon right. Their left, Williamson wins the free. See the two high Surbiton forwards. Are you looking? I mean, are you always leaving two forwards high, or are they drifting in and out of the midfield?
I think a lot of this depends on the kind of forwards that you have. So someone like Struan Walker, he's a goal-scoring forward. He's somebody that you want to leave in that dangerous area as much as possible. If he's coming to pick the ball up outside the 25 as a opposing defending team, you're probably pretty happy with that. I think if you've got somebody who is a real carrying threat in the front line, someone like Peyton for Surbiton, or someone like Ansell who has the ability to do both for Wimbledon, then that's the kind of person you would want coming a little bit deeper potentially to try and link the play between the lines and give yourself some opportunity to get that ball into the circle in the first place.
So Surbiton in possession.
It's interesting, you can see Nurse immediately look for that quick aerial into the circle again.
There's the ball. Stuart Rushmere trying to throw that ball into the into the Wimbledon circle. But there's, again, using the aerial ball, but unfortunately off the boot. A slightly untidy start to a little bit of turnover to this first 3 minutes of the second quarter. Rushmere.
Lovely turn from James Gall.
Oh, just a little bit of frustration there.
You see a little joke between the umpire and James Gall as he threw up the imaginary referral request for video.
Yeah. Oh, good work. Duncan Scott.
Lovely hands up there on the top of the circle to win the free hit.
And there's that advantage being played there as Ansell plays the ball into the
Great
circle.
tackle.
And that is a brave tackle.
Rushmere down,
Stuart
putting his body
Rushmere,
on the
yeah.
line there. Fred Newbold's one person you do not want on the ball in the circle from a Surbiton perspective, and Rushmere stepping in at the crucial moment there to make the block.
So Middleton plays out.
Great turn for Peyton.
It's the way Peyton immediately cuts inside down that, tries to get infield down that left foot, and does it with such pace. First touch,
quick.
so important.
Oh, it's so important, and when you've got that kind of pace that Peyton has, it's almost impossible to defend. He just gets such a quick turn, and that first 5-10 yards just makes it nigh on impossible to be able to get a challenge in, and then as soon as you're playing catch up from a defensive perspective, it's so difficult.
So Max Anderson getting a green card there for that challenge. England under-21 player. So he'll be on the sideline for 2 minutes. And here's an opportunity for Wimbledon. Oh, the shot coming in.
Ooh,
I think it's hit
painful.
foot. Couldn't see whether Ogunlana actually made the save there or whether it went straight onto Furlong's foot. But yeah, straight away they make the extra player count.
Interesting Surbiton Stadium man-to-man here. You can see James Gall spring out, trying to get on the line of that pass to the top of the circle. Doesn't quite do it. Gives that opportunity for the free man. Looks like Reece Bradshaw to get the backhand shot away. And yeah, Furlong caught in no man's land in front of Mazzarello, and penalty corner Wimbledon.
Yeah, left his player there, James Gall, didn't he? And that ball threaded straight through. So, Wimbledon penalty corner. And Ansell on the left castle. Goes to Ansell, who flicks low.
Great save, Mazzarello.
Mazzarello fairly. I mean, for him, that's routine, isn't it? left boot. But for many, you know, that's a fantastic penalty corner save.
It's a great corner because it looks as if we went round the runners to get down their left foot, or actually inside. So he faked the wrap and went inside the runner, and as you say, it makes it look routine, Mazzarello, but when you've got the length that he has and the speed that he has, he can make a save like that look relatively routine, but for any mere mortals, that's a top-class save.
And you spoke about preparation. I mean, he obviously, he will know exactly where Liam Ansell tends to flick, which, if I remember right, it's generally low. So he'll be expecting that.
Exactly that. He'll have every corner watched from throughout the season from Wimbledon. He'll know any possible routines and variations, and he'll be as well prepared as you could possibly wish to be. And you could see as soon as that shape started to shift from the trappers at the top, he seemed very set on that left foot save, and it's exactly where it came.
Is he the sort that will have all sorts of things written on his water bottle? A bit Maddie Hinch-esque.
Yes, he will. Like I will know for a fact that he will have every possible shootout variation mapped out that Wimbledon could go to, in the possibility that is what is required, and he will have every possible bailout that player might have, and all the rest of it. So yeah, there's no stone left unturned when it comes to preparation for Maz.
So again, the aerial ploy thwarted. Great jump
Hauler.
in from Hauler. Into the circle, looking for the foot there. Or the recycle.
That's an excellent smother from Mazzarello. There's a double turnover in the circle. Looks like James Gall is down from that initial turnover just outside the 25. I think he drew some contact after Haller managed to shave from behind, and a bit messy from Surbiton in the circle after that initial danger was mopped up to go and turn it over again, but Mazzarello there to save the day.
Good to see the crowd in. And if you are around anywhere near Nottingham Hockey Centre, do come down. Top quality, the best club hockey you will see. Men's and women's, 2 semi-finals today, playoffs tomorrow. European spots. There's David Haller there, who's the indoor manager of seeing him in the sideline amongst the hockey family, and it's very much a family sport. So all is okay. James Gall, and away we go. Good to see Dan Barstow's reaction there immediately, Nick. He was looking at the safety of the player, that sort of element.
Yeah, I think it's
really
been
important.
a really positive first half for the umpires. They've managed the game really well. They haven't got brought into any additional extracurricular activity, we'll call it. Everything's been nice and calm, and it's just allowed the hockey to flow, and it's made for a really enjoyable first period.
I like that. I love that phrase. I mean,
Is that politically correct enough?
No, I think it's fantastic. Extracurricular activity. I'd call it dark arts. But yeah. A carry from Rory Patterson, Irish
Great
international.
tackle, Jake Smith.
Oh, lovely skill,
Lovely
David
hands,
Goodfield. That's
Goodfield.
that little deft turn of the
He
stick.
makes it look so casual, doesn't he? It's just so chilled. Nothing's rushed. He's got all the time in the world, under considerable pressure in his own 23. I'll just walk the ball up, win the free hit on the halfway line, and we're out. It's great to see him back, Goodfield. He's had such a difficult year with his back and the timing of the injury and taking the operation just after the first round of EHL that Surbiton hosted, and for him to be able to get back in time for the KO8 in Den Bosch was a huge achievement. So just to see him back on the pitch is a huge attribute for everything that he's been through over the past few months to get back to fitness.
Yeah, we talk a lot, don't we, about you're being a part of the funded programme as an international athlete. You know, the highs and lows that go with that. And I know you had a particularly, tough summer last summer. But thinking from the injury sort of perspective, is it, other times where you're sort of thinking, am I ever going to get back? It must really challenge you when you are out with a long-term injury. You see everybody training at Bisham Abbey every day. You're doing rehab. How mentally, how do you get through those periods?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, the thoughts will cross your mind, and certainly for someone like Goodfield, who's coming off something as major as surgery on his back, it's 100% something that comes into the forefront of those thoughts. And when you're getting on a little bit as well, and you've got more years behind you than you have in front, it's definitely something that comes up, I'd say weekly, to be honest. When sessions get hard and you're in the depths and you're on your own in the gym and all the lads are outside playing, as you say, it can make it a really, really tough space to be. But it's about taking the small wins and getting excited by those and knowing what that will lead to, and that's what's going to give you the stepping stones, and you just build brick by brick, day by day, and before you know it, you're on that home stretch, and you can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, brilliant bit of advice there from Nick Banderak. Any young players listening, watching, he's talking about small wins day by day. And it's the same as any hockey player. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. And so for you, Nick, where are you in your sort of rehab
I'm
stage?
getting there. I'm in the midst of a lengthy spell, as you say, with surgery on my hip coming off the back of a broken foot that put me out June to November last year. So it's basically back-to-back rehabs, which is a long process, but I'll be running in 2 weeks' time, and then thankfully it should be a relatively quick progression through, so I can't wait.
Gilmore, good lead out there, carry into
Lovely
the circle,
ball.
fires
What
it
a
across.
save, Mazzarello.
Great save, Mazzarello. Just managed to get his left glove to that. And the threat coming from Gilmore.
Ben Francis just throwing himself into that danger area there. Nearly wore the ball on the face, but was willing to get himself into that area where he could get hurt, but also could give a vital goal for his team. It's such a huge part of forward play these days, and very nearly was able to capitalise for Wimbledon.
Again, Patson with a carry, tries to throw into the circle, but really, really well read there from Tim Nurse. Steps in, carries, throws down that right flank. Jacob Smith on the ball.
Lovely skills from Connor Williamson. Lovely ball, great movement from James Gall.
Love the way Gall just creates a little bit of space for himself, just steps out, gets the ball, gets his head up, tries to pick out a white shirt. Surbiton still in possession. So busy summer ahead, obviously, with Pro League and European Championships. Are you hopeful for Pro League, or no? We're looking.
No, I think it'll be a little bit longer than that. My initial timeline was looking like mid-August. Feel pretty confident saying it'll be a good bit before that, but unfortunately, I don't think it'll be early enough that I'll be able to make the Pro League games, and that'll therefore make it pretty tough to be able to make a case worthy of any consideration for the Euros in the summer. But I'm certainly not ruling it out. I'll be doing everything possible to make sure I'm fit and ready. Should I be required? But yeah, it's still a long way to go, and as I say, just day by day, brick by brick, and we'll deal with next week's rehab first and foremost, and then worry about things a bit further on from there.
Middleton finds Walker, head up. Again, good lead this time. Farrington.
Good smother from Wimbledon. You can see 2 or 3 around the ball there, just desperate not to let it into the circle.
And there's a turnover. Johnny Gall.
It's messy. Ed Haller from behind.
In the back. Yeah.
You could see the panic almost when they realised it was Peyton with an opportunity to run in an open field, and it was a desperation there to stop that from happening that causes the bad breakdown from Haller and penalty corner for
turnover here.
Surbiton.
And the carry, yeah, Haller, he's not going to get that. And so, penalty corner, a little bit of Surbiton pressure. And
it's like Furlong's on again, and Walker from Longcastle.
So Furlong to Flick. Left Castle, would you say?
Difficult to look beyond him, right? He's just binned one a few moments ago. Great running lines. Tough life of a runner. Do a fantastic job, get a bruise for your troubles, and you've got to turn around and do it again.
Jonathan Langford there, the #1 runner for Wimbledon. And
interesting message coming back from Haller.
Sprint back from Haller. I don't know whether Carl Stagno's just given a... We'll see what's going to happen here.
Again,
I think they're
fantastic running lines.
Langford, they're sort of saying that may have been high, but it looks like he was sort of within 5 certainly, and obviously the ruling being around the knee, anything above the knee being dangerous. But Paul Walker with the re-award here. Left Castle again.
This trap
quite come out right.
Becomes very messy. Lucky to get away with that, Surbiton. Just come up high off the runner by the looks of it.
Yeah, the ball just popping up. That injection not quite on the spot there from Farrington.
You can see a bit of a huddle going on, a bit of a conversation. That's 3 corners in a row now with the same routine. It'd be interesting if we see any change up now going into the 4th.
So Walker on the right, Castle. And it goes to Walker, who flicks
straight through Ogunlana. That's the variation we were talking about. You could see the conversation going on at the top to try and change it up, see if they could throw the running lines off from Wimbledon. And Struan Walker makes no mistake.
So a little bit of variation here, and Surbiton get the lead. Struan Walker with the penalty corner. Ball comes out to the right, Castle. And yeah, Ogunlana probably doesn't want to see that one again. He's sort of dropped. Would he possibly have been unsighted from the runner with the change of angle?
Yeah, potentially, because I think it'd probably be a safe assumption that Wimbledon would have been working on that going back to Furlong, but that's such a difficult area for a goalkeeper. It doesn't necessarily look the best on camera, but that area just either side of the pads, the uncertainty of glove or kicker, can make it really, really tough at times. With the pace that these guys generate off the top, you haven't got long enough to think about it in goal. So yeah, a tough opportunity for Ogunlana in there, but Struan Walker putting it in those dangerous areas and asking the question.
So we're into the last 20 seconds of this second quarter. I know on the clock it will say 30, but we are into the last few seconds. The hooter will go fairly soon, as it does there, and we reach half-time. So Surbiton, we expected a tight game, and we've had a tight game, but pressure from Surbiton in the last 5 or 6 minutes, repeated penalty corners, and a change of routine. As you can see, Ben Fox giving Wimbledon the lead from the follow-up after Mazzarello makes a couple of really good saves, but Ben Fox following up and scoring, and then double penalty corner. Gareth Furlong with the first penalty corner, and then a change in routine, and Struan Walker gets the second one. So it's a narrow 2-1 lead for Surbiton, and hopefully Nick is going to guide you through a few highlights. Turnover in the middle of the pitch, and the layoff from Forsyth.
Wow.
It's the opening.
Early exchanges in a pretty high tempo game, but as you say, Carl Stagno for Wimbledon is renowned for trying new things, and in one-off games like this and finals, it's a great opportunity to play what's in front of you rather than a pre-planned game plan. And so another corner for Surbiton there. Great work from and win the penalty corner with some good work from James Gall. Gareth Furlong, always a threat from penalty corner situations, and he makes no mistake down to Ogunlana's right. You can see the joy in that Surbiton celebration as well. They realise how big that is to respond so quickly to that Wimbledon early pressure and goal. Surbiton down to 10 here, defending a little bit deeper, trying to consolidate. James Gall steps out, lovely pass through from Eddie Way, and the backhand finds Gareth Furlong's foot for a penalty corner opportunity. Some good defensive work from Wimbledon to hold Surbiton at arm's length for large periods of that first half, but it's these turnovers in the middle of the field that's going to cause some trouble. Surbiton have got willing runners. There's a bad foul from Haller on Payton to win another corner for Surbiton. It's a bit of a barrage. We had 3 reawards, some great running lines from Wimbledon, and ultimately it took a variation and Struan Walker from the long castle to be able to give Surbiton 2-on advantage just before the half-time whistle.
The difference so far, Surbiton 2, Wimbledon 1 half-time, and Nick and I will be back with you after we just take a short break.
If you fancy yourself
So welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre, where, well, we expected a tight game in this second men's semi-final in the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division finals, the 2024-2025 season. Surbiton and Wimbledon, who know each other extremely well, traded penalty corners with Walker and Furlong scoring for Surbiton, and a follow-up goal for Wimbledon early in the game. So Surbiton come from behind. What messages half-time? What do you think, Nick? What would you have both coaches been saying?
I think a big thing for Wimbledon is just to tighten up on stuff around their defensive circle. It's clear that pretty much every threat that Surbiton have posed so far, other than the early shot from Walker, has been from penalty corners. They really need to minimise those opportunities. I'd like to see them get into high transfer scenarios a little bit more than they have done, spend a bit of time in Surbiton's half, make them defend, make them run without the ball, and give themselves a bit of chance to get a foothold into their attacking play, because they haven't really done that yet. For Surbiton, more of the same. Keep threatening the circle. We have the threat from corners to be able to really push them into some defensive areas, because they're now overthinking the issues that arise with conceding corners, and just keep the foot on the throat with this high man-to-man aggressive press.
So Jack Turner carries and then lays that ball off for Langford. Jonathan Langford. Surbiton, their man-to-man defence sitting quite deep.
You can see a big shape from Wimbledon here. Makes it really difficult to be able to apply pressure. You can see James Gall running out late.
Oh, a good lead there. The aerial ball, I mean, we mentioned it a couple of times in the first half, but finding that forward, leading out to those outer areas of the circle, very, very dangerous threat that now presents in the modern game.
It's such a huge part. I mean, it's really grown in the past few years. You've got guys that can chuck the ball 65, 70 yards, really, on a sixpence, and it makes it so difficult to defend when you add that to guys that can ultimately get separation in a phone box, and you've got to give them license to bring the ball down in a dangerous area, or it goes against everything, every possible instinct that you have defensively. But as you say, if you can get that right from an attacking perspective, it's such an easy way to gain 40, 50 yards into dangerous territory.
But Ali plays that ball back. Way.
There's another monster aerial from Way.
And there was a question, I think, Duncan Scott asking the question there around possibly Barry Middleton's intervention in that aerial.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You can see Barry, as you say, going for that interception opportunity, and that's where it becomes really subjective as to the danger imposed by him doing so if he isn't to make it clean, and Paul Walker deciding that was all fair game, and it was a decent chance for Scott to trap the ball, and so we play on.
So Wimbledon with possession in their customary maroon shirts and navy shorts. Surbiton in their white strip today. Defending just at about 60. And that ball turned over. Oh, here's a chance for a counter-attack.
Break. 4 on 3.
Lovely little 2v1. Here's the shot.
It's a great tackle. Eddie Way again, getting himself on the right line.
He just got his feet in the right position there, Eddie Way, to get into the... Because if he got that wrong,
trouble.
Penalty corner.
Yeah, real trouble. You've got to be absolutely bang on there, and one thing Eddie does exceptionally well is read the game, and that's what he did there, put himself in the right position and made the tackle.
Scott finds Haller in the circle. Haller just trying to get his head up,
Great
find
work,
a foot.
Furlong.
Gareth Furlong there with that. Important that he got his stick in there. The intensity of that Surbiton defending there, it says a little bit about their approach to this. All are trying to find the foot, but Furlong staying strong. And now we have a bit of an impasse with the ball on the corner. And Surbiton will be quite happy with that. Baller steps in to about 3 yards, 3 metres. Lovely. Almost a great little aerial from Williamson, but no way that that can be picked up from Tim Nurse. Again, good carry to space. And one of the Connor Williamson there getting a little bit of a muddle, and Haller seizes on the opportunity, carries into the 23. Oh, into the circle. I think there was an initial foot there, looked like from Ansell. So Surbiton get the free, but Wimbledon keep the press high. Oh, Nick, when you're coaching young players, I mean, one of the areas that I really find as a hockey coach frustrating is the number of times that players, one, will run into contact, but two, will run into contact across the open side. And you'll see here, one of the skills on show here is very rarely do players run across the forehand. It's always down the left foot. And is that something that you're aware of as a Premier League player, international player? You don't ever, unless it's a 3D skill that's going over a forehand, everything is always attack the left foot of the defender.
Yeah, it's not necessarily as black and white with that. It's certainly not something you want to put black and white constraints on with regards to it's 100% of the time. Has to be, but 100% of the time, if you have the choice, you would take the attack down the left foot and the defender's reverse stick, just because it's a far harder tackling position for them and it will make their life difficult. It's also a stronger ball carrying position for you, and you can make a next action like a pass or another carry or elimination far easier than you can if you were to eliminate down there strong in your reverse stick. So it's for every reason possible, it's a better option to take. But I agree, I was 100% guilty of it growing up, in that right to left drag across is just a bit of a more natural movement, and so that can be a bit of a pitfall for many youngsters learning the game. And it's definitely a key part that if they get that right, the jump to the next level can be made so much easier.
Things getting a little heated there.
Just getting a little scrappy at the moment in the start of the second half. We've had a few turnovers, double turnovers, and that's the part where a little bit of fatigue might be starting to kick in after a bit of time off your feet at half time, and that's where, as you say, emotions can run a little bit high, frustrations can begin to build. It'd be important just to settle down, get a few phases together, and just begin to build play for both teams.
A little give and go there. Fred Newbold couldn't get on the return pass. Oh, it's an easy pass threaded through to Stuart Rushmere.
Great carry from Rushmere through the middle.
And that could be a card, yeah.
Card,
I think he sort of tried to almost get himself out of the way, Reece Bradshaw, didn't he? He sort of stepped back, but because the carry was so effective.
So just got his body in between the ball and Reece Bradshaw in his carry, Stu Rushmere. And it makes it one of those moments where Bradshaw doesn't want to just wave him by and just let him go, but if he tries to put anything on it, there's going to be contact, probably going to be a card, and it's just some very smart midfield play. You
can always draw it, can't you, from the defender, draw that contact. Yeah, definitely. So 2 minutes for Surbiton here. And Gall threads the ball into the circle. Can't find Rushmere, and the ball pops up.
Interesting to see Wimbledon go back into a deep zone. Surbiton opted to stay in man-to-man whilst a player down, and Wimbledon have immediately dropped into this zone that you see an awful lot at the international level. Not too much domestically, so it'll be interesting how they make that transition here.
Yeah, a very obvious change in international hockey is this. That ball thread through.
Oh,
what a goal. That's a great finish.
Struan
Walker again gets in front of the keeper, fires it into the roof, and patient play from Surbiton there with Wimbledon a player down.
It's a lovely bit of movement from Struan Walker in front of the goalkeeper. This link down the left foot to space is fantastic. Ball into the dangerous area, and we spoke about him at the start of the game. Struan Walker just appearing in these moments in the circle, just knows where to be, can sniff out a chance from anywhere, and that is something that he can do so well, and you can see his talents come to the fore there. Great goal.
So we talk a lot about player up, player down. And there is a brilliant example. And we saw it in the EHL a couple of weeks ago about how effective and how important those periods of play are, whether it's just 2 minutes. You're just trying to create one scoring opportunity, which, of course, Surbiton have done there.
It's getting like ice hockey now almost, just on a bigger scale. The impact of a player up or a player down can have teams are immediately having to sag a bit deeper because they just can't cover the ground over a bigger pitch, and it just invites a bit of pressure. And as you say, you're looking for 1 or 2 moments. It's a really mature bit of play from Surbiton, which has been a real feature of their game in the last couple of years, and finding a new level of maturity in how they approach moments like that. And yeah, they get the rewards there through Stu and Walker.
So Surbiton, fresh on the back of a 3-0 victory over Holcombe last Saturday, which and they'd already qualified for these playoffs.
Lovely skill, great touch from Nick Nurse on the edge of the circle to draw the foot. This could be a big corner in the context of the game.
Important few minutes here for both teams, with Surbiton certainly on the front foot. And again, the patience in the build-up with the Wimbledon zone sitting deep. And it's just that little touch. It's Nick Nurse just pops it almost around the back of the defender and onto the foot.
He's had a fantastic first year, Nick Nurse, out of Exeter University. He's really settled into the flow of things at Surbiton, and you can see his skill set's really coming to the fore in recent weeks.
14 caps for England under-21s. Nick Nurse. So Walker and Furlong. It's out to Furlong, who flicks.
Oh, what
high.
A finish.
Wow.
What a finish.
A brilliant penalty corner finish from Gareth Furlong. This time he flicks high, other flicks have gone low. And 2 goals in 2 minutes have really ripped the heart out of, we see it again, the whip and the power on that. And you can see the joy on Barry Middleton's face as he runs back to the halfway line. So Surbiton 4, Wimbledon 1, and a damaging few minutes, Nick.
We spoke about the importance of that corner just before. That's the kind of moment that can spin a game. We get a cheap card in midfield from Wimbledon's perspective. All of a sudden they go straight down the other end and score, capitalise against 10 men, win the ball back, straight down again, win a corner, 4-1. And just like that, the game goes from being a really tight affair to Wimbledon now having a bit of a mountain to climb through the next 20 minutes.
So do they have it in them, Wimbledon, to come back? And it's interesting how, you know, the game, this game that turns at the very top level. So that little bit of ill discipline with the tackle from Ed Haller in the first half that gave away that corner, then a re-award, and eventually they score. And now a player down for a physical challenge, and we get 2 goals in 2 minutes. And that's another little bit of ill discipline, but this time at the other end. And
looks like Payton stepping through to try and win that on the forehand, going back towards his own baseline. Just got his lines a bit wrong, took stick, a little bit of body contact. Definitely wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing tackle, and you can see the umpire turned straight for a penalty corner. This could be an immediate chance for a response from Wimbledon.
Probably a tackle out of the extracurricular handbook, would you say? After what you mentioned earlier.
looks like one of mine, to be honest with you. This is another big moment for Wimbledon now. They need to respond quickly to get this game back under control, and there'll be a lot of pressure on this. Looks like Patterson and Ansell at the top.
We'll talk after this, but do you think Wimbledon may have struggled through the season without a prolific penalty corner scorer? So, ball goes to the right.
Great lines,
Ansell flicks.
It's a huge role. Without Nick Park, one of, if not the best runner in the world, it's going to be a huge responsibility on the Surbiton boys to step up and fulfil that obligation. And Goodfield runs a fantastic line there.
Great corner defence. And we've seen it in game 1. We're now seeing it in game 2. The importance of penalty corner defence, both the post, being on the post, but also that number 1 running.
Oh, it's such a huge asset, and going back to it again, it's a game within a game now, and it's such a huge attention to detail for teams at every level now throughout the game, and if you can really master that on both sides, you're going to be in with a very good chance of getting some positive outcomes throughout the year. But going back to your question just before that corner, it definitely must be something that's playing on their mind a little bit. Yes, we can run variations and moves and things like that, but Sam Hooper has been such a fantastic part of this group throughout the course of this year. And for those who haven't seen him flick domestically with Wimbledon, if you saw him out in Argentina with his England debut, you'd have seen just how hard that man flicks the ball. Flicks it hard enough to cause some damage to his left foot by the looks of it, so he's got a bit of time out with bone bruising at the worst possible point in the season from Wimbledon's perspective. So a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to flick corners for them throughout the course of the year, and yeah, being able to find alternative ways of doing that across this weekend will be huge for Wimbledon, and most of that comes down to the rest of this game now.
Yeah, and generally you look at the Wimbledon scorers through the league season. Ewan Gilmore with 9, Sam Hooper 9, Fred Newbold 9, Liam Ansell 8, Haller 8,
that is remarkable.
Francis 7, and Duncan Scott next on 4. So you've got, unlike the other teams, you've got 4 or 5 players who've all literally sort of shared the goals.
It's normally a good indicator throughout certainly recent history. If you've got an out-and-out goal scorer that will be able to score realistically, you're looking at probably 16 plus in the league, will give you a really good asset to be able to make a really strong push for that final 4. Usually if you get a second player in double figures, that'll be massive for you. But it's really interesting. I haven't seen a spread quite like that with Wimbledon, for them all to be below double figures, whereas Surbiton obviously have Struan and they have Gaz Furlong to score a considerable amount of goals throughout the year. OGs have obviously Sam Ward, Tom Carson, Alan Forsyth, all at the very top of their game, scoring goals consistently week in, week out. But for Wimbledon, it's not quite been at the same level throughout the course of the year.
So Wimbledon enjoying a decent share of possession, but brilliant step in there. Good field again, and the ball turned over. Smith turns it over on the 23.
Must have been a call from behind there to drop the ball, because he had a potential opportunity for a 1v1 there at the top of the circle.
Yeah, it's a strange decision.
Must have been a strong call from Farrington behind him for the drop ball.
Langford tries to create a little bit of space, but skill breakdown over there. I feel like Surbiton are just in control at the moment. They've sort of gone into 5th gear in that 2 or 3 minute spell with Wimbledon down, and now they're just happy to just control the game, keep possession. Haller is currently a solitary figure up there in the Wimbledon press. Way gets the deflection, but Farrington just can't get on the end of it. Rob Farrington there with his indoor skills. Very good indoor hockey player, Rob Farrington. Part of Surbiton's success over the years.
That's loose from Wimbledon out of the back. Lovely touch, Rob Farrington. Great link. That's an excellent smother from Oru. Early whistle, possibility of being able to hold that for Farrington to score, but corner's been given for the foot.
We see that
all comes from a messy turnover.
Yeah, the ball just given away there. And James Gall straight away playing the ball into the circle. Farrington with his head up. Walker trying to create the scoring opportunity. And then, yeah, the whistle going from Dan Barstow. It's one of those very difficult situations. We spoke about it in the earlier game about how long do you let the advantage go in a penalty corner. Maybe we'll chat about that after we've seen this corner. So, a chance for Surbiton to extend their lead. Smith with the injection. Gore with the stop. The flick from Furlong. Go wide.
Yeah, a bit of a variation. It went to the far castle, but it was Gareth Furlong that actually wrapped around, and coming from that angle would give him the opportunity to get around the left foot of the runner, and it looked as if he was trying to go straight at the postman, but just couldn't quite bring it back in enough. Comfortably watched wide from the Wimbledon penalty corner unit.
So far the game turning, and just just little moments where a bit of discipline, ill discipline, winning a penalty corner, going a player down as the hooter goes with
a well-timed hooter from a Wimbledon perspective, because it looked like another opportunity was beckoning.
Yeah, on his way into the circle there. So we reach the end of the third quarter here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. And in the second men's semi-final, it looks like it's going to be Surbiton who are going to be facing Old Georgians in tomorrow's final, with so far a comfortable 4-1 lead. And as Carl Stagno talks to his rallies his troops, what's the sort of thing? I mean, obviously you've got to start pressing high, you've got to start winning the ball higher up the pitch. Is that what this is about, Nick?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's trying to find the balance, because we want, from a Wimbledon perspective, you want to be able to apply pressure to the Surbiton back line that has been able to outlet relatively comfortably through that third period, but at the same time you don't want to do that and leave yourself exposed at the other end. So it's trying to get the balance right. With someone like Carl Stagno at the helm, I can see something potentially left field coming out in this fourth quarter, possibility of pulling the keeper and going to 11 outfielders, potentially a little bit earlier with 3 goals to make up. They've got to give themselves time to do that. So I'm expecting something a little bit different, and potentially looking to ask Middleton and the Surbiton boys a few different questions through this final quarter.
And from Barry Middleton, as Surbiton coach's perspective, he's not going to be saying too much, is he? More of the same?
More of the same. As I say, that was a very controlled and calm period from their perspective. There were no panic moments. There were no big red flags that were getting thrown around. Everything was calm and played at a good pace. They took their opportunities in the final third, and it would just be more of the same. Just a mature approach to see out this game, but just about being a professional side for this last quarter and get them through to that final.
So with the success of our English clubs in the EHL over the last few years, we have 3 teams who will qualify for the Euro Hockey League next year, with 2 teams going into the 16 knockout phase, and 1 team will go into the quarterfinals. So all is not lost for Wimbledon, even if they can't drag this lead back and get back into the game. They will still be playing off for a European place tomorrow. There's a ball thrown into the circle, but great defensive work from Tim Nurse. And Ansel fires the ball into the circle, but I think that was pretty hit and hope, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I wonder if there's a little bit of frustration almost kicking in there to turn and hit in the way that he did through Tim Nurse after that turnover, but getting a ball into the danger area, the guys in there can't see it until late, and then in the end it looks as if it just comes off Middleton's feet in the centre.
Yeah, good. I mean, it was a great jump back from Liam Ansell.
Fantastic.
To win that ball back, and that's just what Wimbledon need. And a Barry Middleton foot in the circle, that's a rare thing in his own circle.
It took about 18 months of playing with him until I saw him mistrap a ball. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, I've got some Barry Middleton stories I can tell from over the years. My boy,
Haven't we
what a
all?
man. What a man. So, penalty corner. Ansell flicks. Is that a save on the line?
Is that Middleton on the line?
Yeah,
I think it might be.
Great
That
save
is
if
an
it was.
unbelievable pick.
I have seen him basically hook
It is.
an Argentina flick off the line in the World Cup, as if, well, you do it every day. Great save from Middleton. Real Ward. Ansell flicks again. This time he flicks higher.
Very strong save from Mazzarello.
He read that, didn't he? You could see he was sort of reading. He was on that sort of wrap around, and he just
that
stepped
same
left.
move, and he got himself in the right position. It was the same corner, going into the same area, and makes a save comfortably.
Yeah.
That's those key moments in the game. We talk about little moments of ill discipline, the cards, or moments in the circle, corners at either end, and Barry picking one on the line there at a pretty pivotal moment. If Wimbledon score early, things get a little bit nervy and momentum starts to swing, and all of a sudden we could be looking at a very different final quarter. But Middleton's save keeps things nice and calm, and Surbiton have a platform to build through the rest of this fourth quarter.
Blackfoot winning the ball there, doing very well. to wrestle possession from Surbiton. Ansel keeps running.
Does so well. That's such a good ball carrying position. He's carrying into the circle, threatening to pass through. That's what binds all the Surbiton players because they're worried about the pass. It allows him just to drift into the top and win the corner. It's great attacking play.
That's classic, isn't it, Liam Ansel? Classic Liam. You see, he gets it here, carries it to space, goes hard, protects the ball, tucks it back and onto the foot. Do you know, and if I am to be critical of Liam Ansel, we don't see enough of that. That's the, he is in and out of games. You see him, but he has such a destructive impact on games when he carries like that. So he's now on the left castle, Patterson on the right. Flicks low.
Looked like a back to injector routine. They look to change it up there. A little shift and Ansel coming around. It's an excellent delivery. Really good body position from the injector to get in there. I can't quite see who that is. Is that Ewan Gilmore? To be able to get the deflection under Mazzarello. It's an excellent corner routine.
Yeah. Great routine. Yeah, Gilmore. Great finish. Penalty corner. So there is a ray of hope for Wimbledon, and 2 minutes there of the Liam Ansel show. Great to see. Ewan Gilmore, his 10th goal. He goes into double figures this season. Yeah, again, and Liam is one who, over the years, Liam Ansel, who's had his fair share of injury issues, which has taken him out of contention for major tournaments. Then he reappears for a number of months. Then he's had issues. He had a short spell. In fact, he was with Den Bosch for some years, a few years ago, then back out to Amsterdam. It's been, for Liam, somebody with so much potential. It's been a difficult career. We spoke in the first half about players who've had challenges with injuries as Walker carries into the circle again. And he hits his hat-trick.
Such a fantastic finish. It looked like Wimbledon was slow to set up there. One person wasn't. Shrew and Walker get the ball down. I have a 1v1 on the edge of the circle. I've already scored 2 today. I'm going to go and ice the game. And he carries aggressively. That's the opportunity over the forehand to set him up for the backhand opportunity. And that is a deadly finish from the top of the circle.
So don't run past the forehand of the defender.
unless you're Shrew and Walker.
Yeah. Wow. What power, what strength. Yeah, brilliant finish.
Just about to say, the next couple of minutes have the potential to decide the game. How Surbiton respond to that penalty corner routine from Wimbledon, and Shrew and Walker decides he's had enough. He's gonna put this game on ice with that backhand, and it was such a brilliant finish.
Rory Patterson's defending. What do you think? Was he expecting that? Or was he in his body position correct, or should he have been a little bit further on the that sort of hot line?
I don't really feel too qualified to be able to talk about defensive prowess, but from an attacking perspective, I think if there's a defender that allows an opportunity for you to attack into the head of the circle, it's something you'd be very, very happy with. And Struan obviously managed to exploit that with a little double movement there with his ball carry. But yeah, from Rory's perspective, certainly with someone as tall as he is, with the reach that he has, having the opportunity to send Struan down towards the baseline rather than in towards the top of the circle would have just given a better chance to be able to cover. And that is another goal for Surbiton. James Gall at the back post.
Great work from Farrington, who carries down that right byline along the back line, fires it in, but it's an unfortunate deflection off a Wimbledon defender. So we see this again. The ball gets behind. Farrington steps in.
Oh, it's Patterson again. I was just talking about his reach. If he didn't have that reach, he wouldn't have made it. But a really unfortunate touch in front of Ogunlana, and that should be the game now for Surbiton, 6-2.
So James Gall with a trademark from 1 yard out. James Gall goal. He's had a good game, hasn't he, James Gall, in the midfield?
Yeah, he's one of those understated players in the way that he plays, and he does a lot of the dirty work that goes unnoticed. But for guys on the pitch around him, there's fewer players that you appreciate having in your team than James Gall, with his maturity in there and the level of communication that he brings throughout the lines as well.
Yeah, I remember certainly my days working with England GB. That's going to be a card, I think, as Barry Middleton just tries to tuck infield and carry down the left foot.
It's brilliant play from Middleton to draw the contact and just exploit that to space. He's so good in those tight spaces, 1v1.
Yellow card for Wimbledon's number 6, Fred Newbold.
Okay, yellow card.
Oh,
initially I think we thought it was a green.
Looks if it was a green. I saw the green go up and it just got escalated. That might just be some frustration coming in from Newbold from the bench. May have said something a little bit unsanitary, and that's led to the upgrade to a yellow.
Well, certainly, I just love the way you're describing some of these indiscretions, let's say, Nick. Unsanitary. Yeah, a little bit of dissent. And, of course, Paul Walker was only a metre away, so whatever he said under his breath has now turned it from green to yellow. Duncan Scott there just loses control. No, it's back to James Gall, who certainly in my international days with the group, many times he was so versatile that he could do when you're holding on to a lead for 10 minutes, you stick him in the front line and he's exactly in the right position. There he is now on the ball, bats it in. But the other thing, he popped into half-back, or he can do a job in the screen. Really, really versatile player.
I think that's almost worked to his detriment at times, because he can fulfill so many roles so well. It's difficult to, at times, nail on, right, what is his best position? Where do we get the most out of him? And when you have a lot of players throughout the group that do have really specialised roles and don't really kind of vary from that position on the pitch, to have someone that can do that is such a huge asset. But
sort of Jack of Trades, master of none type approach.
But he does all of them so well. It looks like a late hit of the ball away. It's another green card, this time for Connor Williamson. Yeah,
no doubt there. Wimbledon trying to get on with that counter-attack opportunity, and Connor Williamson with that sweep with the left arm. His stick taking the ball away.
Or a bit of a miscommunication in the Surbiton circle, gets a bit messy, and that is a cheap penalty corner to give away.
So Wimbledon with a chance here for a consolation. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes remaining. And that's, as you say, a cheap foot there from Nick Nurse in the circle. So, is this going to be? Will it be too little, too late? Haller on the left, Patterson on the right. Haller to flick. And they're looking for a different routine. The deflection from the right runner doesn't come off. Patterson carries into the circle, but no way in. Long corner. Duncan Scott tries to get things going really quickly. And he's a wall of white shirts in front of him. A frustrating afternoon for Wimbledon so far.
See a bit more frustration creeping in from Wimbledon. They want to get on with it. They want to take these quick free hits, but being forced back and allowing Surbiton to reset is not going to help them get this goal back if they're going to create any sort of chaos in the Surbiton ranks in the final few minutes.
Farrington again.
Lovely play from Nick Nurse down the right-hand side. That's a dangerous tackle. Patterson hitting the deck. You can't do that and make contact with the attacking player. It's going to be a yellow card that will see him sit for the rest of the game.
Probably, well, could possibly be a 10-minute yellow as well. I didn't see the signal from Dan Barstow, but certainly, yeah, as we see this again, Nick Nurse carries. He's got long reach, hasn't he? Ball gets ahead of him. And, yeah, just inside the 23, Rory Patterson knows straight away he's on his way.
That all comes from the hard work of Nurse. We spoke about him earlier and settling into this group at Surbiton in his first year. After he's moved from extra, he's just grown better and better week in, week out, and you can see that in the confidence that he has to carry the ball in the way that he does through the heart of that Wimbledon defence.
So Wimbledon now down to 9, and certainly they'll be down to, sure when the first yellow, whether they will have anybody back, whether they'll be back to 10 for any period of this game. But certainly from a Surbiton perspective now, can they finish the job?
What a save that is from Ogalana. And an excellent strike from James Gore. Brilliant defence, Wimbledon.
And Barry Middleton, you see him
still going,
jumping back, gets in front of the ball.
Lovely movement. This is a big chance. Excellent save, Mazzarello.
Oh, Mazzarello again is showing his class there. The first save
Brilliant.
forces him wide, and then he gets down and the ball going wide. But there was so much happened in that little period of play there. The Barry Middleton jump back, and a fantastic save.
It was such a brilliant ball. Excellent movement as well to peel off the back shoulder and get to the dangerous area to be able to receive that ball in a position to shoot. Mazzarello, we spoke about him earlier being one of the best in the world, and that's why he's so quick off the line, so agile, makes the first save, gets across, and it looks as if it came off. Could well be Mazzarello again to get the long corner.
So I guess, thinking ahead now, Nick, particularly for Wimbledon, the mind, as time has stopped, I think there's an injury there. Is it Barry Middleton who's down?
Could well be.
Not sure if it was a calf or a knee.
Looks in some pain. Barry never stays down unless it's something serious. Not quite sure what he's holding there. Could it be his ankle?
Yeah. See, and again, he's
he's
calling
definitely
the
not
physio,
moving
so he must be injured, trying to get back up. Yeah. And that's, you can send a message out to other sports about the reaction there. He is a player everybody respects. When he is injured, he is definitely hobbling off there, calling the physio. And obviously we've got a couple of minutes left to play here, Nick, but I'm going to ask you, we've got a stoppage in the game here, and probably a bully, for you to pick your player of the match.
Yeah, it's been a difficult one. I think there's been a number of standout players for Surbiton. Ultimately, though, these one-off games, these big semi-finals and finals weekend, you need to take your chances in the final third. And forwards union, Struan Walker, 3 goals, a hat-trick. He's had 4 chances all game to score 3 of them and put this game out of sight for Surbiton. Yeah, it's got to be Struan Walker.
So, member of the Forward Union, another member of the Forward Union, Nick, thanks for that. Crofty in the first game, another member of the Forward Union, picked Phil Roper. And now we have Struan Walker, the player of the match. And as a defender, I'd say it's not all about scoring goals. So, Wimbledon not giving up. They'll be sort of dusting themselves down later. They'll try and, from a mental perspective, as Langford goes into the circle, shoots ball off the stick for a long corner. Is it about you forget this, you park it, you dust yourself down, you go for the European spot tomorrow? Is that what it is? Is it as easy as that?
The short answer is no. Everyone wants to be in a final and have a chance to win it all. There's there's no easy way that you can dust over a semi-final loss, and certainly not the nature that this game is materialised to be. But I think the big thing is the prize at the end of it all for this fourth game tomorrow. It's brilliant skill from Ansel again. He's so dangerous carrying forward, another corner. I think for Wimbledon, the prize at the end is another trip to Europe, and they've shown themselves to have some fantastic performances in Europe over the years. It's a competition they love to be in, that every English side loves to be in, and so the whole season comes down to one game tomorrow, and if they're in that game feeling sorry for themselves about today, then that's not going to help them in any way, shape or form.
So they force another penalty corner. It will be merely a consolation if this goes in. Yeah, a lot at stake tomorrow with the finals being played, both men's and women's, another 4 games. Still got the women's semi-finals to come today here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre as Wimbledon prepare again. Ansel. This time it's a ball just didn't quite, I don't think it came out right there.
Yeah, it's another messy corner from Wimbledon. They'll be disappointed with that. It looked as if Mackenzie went for the bunt to try and get inside of the runner, probably because Goodfield ran such good lines before, and it was almost as if Newbold wasn't expecting the bunt or wasn't expecting it to come with the force that it did. It made his pickup really messy and just generally broke the whole corner down. They'll be frustrated looking back at that. Stu Rushamir's off down the right if Walker can find him.
Great lead through. Oh, and the tuck under the arm. I mean, that...
it would have been glorious.
If that had gone in. Farrington beaten there. Here's a chance. The game certainly opening up. Langford fires it wide.
You can see the desire from Surbiton. Everyone back defending behind the ball, even with the score as it is in these final moments of the game.
Jack Turner, work from him, wins the free. Immediately looks up, tries to find Horler. But Tim Nurse with the interception. Good to see a healthy crowd in today here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre, the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Finals. And Wimbledon certainly still on the front foot, as are Surbiton here.
It's been a really mature final period from Surbiton. They've held the ball well, they've moved it well, they've minimised any opportunities for Wimbledon. It's been a very calm display for what was potentially a bit of a nervy situation coming into this final period. They've done exceptionally well just to nullify any threat that Wimbledon had.
They were obviously beaten by Kampong in the EHL a couple of weeks ago. How much would they have learned from that experience?
Oh, an awful lot. I think speaking to a lot of the boys in the past week or so, there was an underlying sense of frustration. I mean, we saw Middleton pick one on the line before that first goal that just came off his stick. On another day, that could have been saved. There was the second goal that came off the runner and took that unfortunate deflection. And then even late, Middleton hitting the Kampong keeper on the grill could have still spun that game with everything else that had happened before. So a bit of a realisation that we're not that far away at our top sides in the country compared to those in Europe, but at the same time Kampong did keep the ball exceptionally well. They're such a fantastic outfit, and it was a tough old day for Surbiton, but fine margins in one-off games, as has been proven here today as well.
And they did really well to bounce back and win the shootout against Club de Campo Madrid in the classification game. Surbiton, who ironically beat Wimbledon in the last 16. They hosted their own ground.
I was lucky enough to be at that game. It was such a fantastic weekend. Surbiton put on a really brilliant show, and that game in particular was a real highlight for everyone involved.
So we're in the last minute. As the time ticks down. Surbiton in control, as they have been, aside from that first period where Wimbledon took the lead. It's been very much about the white shirts. And as the final hooter goes here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre, it's a resounding win for Surbiton over Wimbledon. 6-2, and a fairly clinical, well, looking at the period where Struan Walker and Gareth Furlong scored those 2 goals, that really took the game away from this Wimbledon team. So it's Surbiton who will be playing Old Georgians in tomorrow's ATHLETEQ.APP Premier League hockey finals, and 3rd and 4th place game will be between Wimbledon and Oxted, with European qualification at stake. Well, hopefully Nick will be able to talk you through a few highlights in a moment as the players shake hands. Carl Stagno there, first penalty corner up his sleeve, but the lead was short-lived, and in the end it was a comfortable win for Surbiton. So Surbiton 6, Wimbledon 2, and hopefully we'll be able to have a look at a few highlights.
Surbiton responding to an early goal from Wimbledon. There was a bit of a barrage of penalty corners. Gareth Furlong responded with a ripper of a flick down to Ogunlana's right-hand side, something he's coined into a bit of a trademark in recent years. As the half progressed, just before the hooter, there was a bit of a change up at the top. Struan Walker from Longcastle putting it in that horrible area down to Ogunlana's right. A bit of uncertainty as to glove over kicker. How can he get down to form a block? But Struan Walker was just too quick, and it allowed the ball through. Bit of ill discipline in the second half cost Wimbledon, and as they dropped a man down who was there to poach in front of Ogunlana, but Struan Walker again, a lovely pattern of build-up down the left foot. Good little circle links in front of goal, and an excellent finish. Shortly after, another penalty corner for Surbiton. A real strength of theirs throughout the course of this season. Gareth Furlong again going high to Ogunlana's right this time. Such a deadly component of his corner threat. There was a spark of life in the second half as Liam Ansell began to really take a stranglehold on the game, forcing the issue. Some great carries around the final third, winning another penalty corner for Wimbledon. Again, it was another variation that ultimately gave them the chance to get a foothold back in the game and create some pressure on the Surbiton backline. An excellent headside deflection with Gilmore coming in to get the decisive touch. And then Struan Walker again taking a quick free hit, the first to react, attacking the Wimbledon backline, and it was a deadly finish on the backhand from the top of the circle to respond instantly to Wimbledon and put the game beyond doubt. Shortly after, Farrington gets on the long connection from Nurse down the right-hand side. A really unfortunate touch from Patterson in front of Ogunlana, and James Gore with one of the easiest finishes he could ever wish to have at the back post to make it 6-2. It was a confident and professional performance from Surbiton. They dominated for large periods of the game. They were able to move it around with good intensity, good quality. They took their opportunities in the final third, and as a result, it is them that will face Old Georgians in a repeat of the final from last year, and they will be hoping to go one better and stop Old Georgians from their 4th title in a row.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Nick. As you can probably tell, I'm not Andy Halliday. He's currently setting up for an interview with Struan Walker. We're going to take a break just for a few moments while we get set up for this interview, but don't go away. You're watching BTV, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments outside the chapel.
to make sure I've not got any bogeys.
No.
Relax.
Okay. Well, Struan Walker. So the forwards union, Nick Banderak, gave you the Player of the Match award for a fantastic hat trick. But actually, there was much more than that to the game. Did the game plan work out for you?
Absolutely. I think we had our specifics. We knew what we wanted to do, and then today we came out and it fell into place really well. I think at the start of the game we were probably still the best team, but we didn't really, just didn't have that thing which just fell into place. And then second half we kind of ran over and it was off there.
Winding the clock back 2 weeks to your experience, EHL experience for Surbiton, how much did you learn out there?
I think massively. I think we've realised that we can actually play against some of the top teams, and we're not some miles off it. I think when we came here, when we went to the EHL, we realised that actually we're a really good team that can compete against some of the best in the world, and it gives us a lot of confidence, to be honest.
Recovery now, Old Georgians tomorrow. What's recovery look like for you?
Just a lot of food and a lot of sleep, I think. Yeah, and then that's it. Just food, sleep, get back after it tomorrow.
Well, congratulations on the win and all the best tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers. You good? Thanks very much, appreciate it. We've got another one as well.
Thanks, Nick.
Oh,
Really good. Yeah, it's great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre, where I'm pleased to say we're seeing quite a little bit of sunshine. There's some broken cloud, but plenty of sunshine out there, and about 17, 18 degrees. Great conditions to play hockey. Well, we now know the makeup of the men's playoff games tomorrow, with Old Georgians facing Surbiton in the final in the fourth place game between Oxted and Wimbledon. We now turn our attention to the women's competition and this first semi-final, which is likely to be a pretty tight affair, I feel. Great venue we're at today, the Nottingham Hockey Centre, and at this ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division final playoff weekend. Well, I'm really pleased, before we start talking about the teams, to announce that sitting next to me for this next one, Alex Malzer. Good afternoon, Alex.
Good afternoon. What a day for it.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it? Thank you very much for coming in and giving us your expertise this afternoon. First of all, I mean, obviously you are part of the Great Britain funded group, rehabbing, and we'll talk about that this afternoon. But as a player, playing in this sort of event, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, well, it means a lot, really. For us to play club, it's where we get our enjoyment of the game from. It's where we kind of can relax and play a bit of hockey, and it's where we can try out new skills and have a lot of fun with our friends around us, which is what we enjoy the most, really. And it's the ultimate finals you want to be in, because it allows you to get that EHL spot, which is obviously a very, very fun tournament, and the 4 teams here are all have the ability to compete for it. So it's going to be a really, really good weekend, and it's going to be really interesting, I think, especially on the women's side. I think both games could go either way, so excited.
Yeah, really interesting looking at those 4 semi-finals in the men's and women's side, and the obvious expectancy that Old Georgians would be comfortably better than Oxted, but Surbiton and Wimbledon would be close. Hampstead, Reading, again, a tight affair. And your club, of course, East Grinstead, playing Surbiton later on. Do you see both semi-finals, both women's semi-finals, as being tight?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Reading have a very good record against Hampstead this season, so I think they have actually beaten Hampstead in their previous matches, which will be interesting to see how Hampstead cope with that. And again, East Grinstead versus Surbiton. Surbiton beat us in the first half of the season, we beat them in the second half of the season, so these teams really are very even, and it will make it a very feisty fun game.
Feisty and fun. Well,
definitely.
If we get that'll be fantastic. Talking about the European stage, as the players sort of go through their final little hydration, bits of hydration and chat, and get ready to get in their lineups. Europe, talking about Europe, so Hampstead and Westminster obviously victorious in the Euro Club Cup competition 2 weeks ago, beating Watsonians in the final.
Yeah.
Surbiton maybe not as effective in their Euro Hockey League games, and we'll talk about that as we go this afternoon. But how important is Europe? Obviously there's a national title at stake, but how important is Europe to these players?
I think Europe's the main driver for these players. I think obviously being national champions is great, but the main thing that we are playing for is that spot in EHL, because it's amazing for an English team to go against the top Dutch teams, the top German teams, the top Belgian teams, and it really is really good to show how far English hockey's come. And I think in the recent EHL, Surbiton were quite unlucky in their first game. It was actually really close, and they missed a few chances, and unfortunately it didn't go their way, but then they won their second game on shootout, and it was really good for them to get
tough baptism against Dusseldorfer. So the teams are now lined up. Reading are in their customary light blue strip, with Hampstead and Westminster in those almost pyjama-like colours. I love the white shirt with the navy blue and light blue stripe on the left-hand side as the teams come out. Two umpires today, Hannah Harrison, who brings a lot of international experience, and Claire White, who was one of the umpires at this final competition exactly a year ago. So loads of experience with the whistle as the two teams go through their high fives. I must mention goalkeepers here,
Yes.
Al, because obviously we've got Miriam Pritchard, who Olympic Games, experience of an Olympic Games, which I think a year ago she probably, to be fair, probably didn't necessarily think she would be going to that, but what a fantastic experience. And Nikki Cochrane at the other end, bags of experience for Scotland.
Yeah, I think this game will be won in the middle of the pitch, really, and through the back lines, because they've got really good keepers either end, so it'll be who can be the most clinical. And often Hampstead have proven to be a very clinical team, so it'll be interesting to see.
So, two teams just going through their final huddles. What's generally said in those huddles? Is there anything tactical? Is it just
I think
motivational?
it's largely motivational. Three things potentially for the team to keep focusing on, like work hard, keep the ball, and don't give up. Some short and sharp.
Yeah.
Often maybe some swearing, but won't demonstrate that. Yeah, anything to really get the players going. I think everyone will be a bit nervous and excited. So.
Yeah, nerves obviously going to play a part here. A bit of a resurgence for this Reading club. Back into the Premier League after a few years away. So, the sun's out. Two teams are set. Reading, light blue, playing left to right on your screen against Hampstead and Westminster.
Let's play.
And away we go. So immediately, Hampstead and Westminster just stepping up quite high. Really aggressive sort of press to begin with.
Yeah, I think usually the first 5 minutes of these games is usually quite shaky, and everyone's trying to find their feet, find their rhythm. But as soon as you get a bit of possession on your belt, you often feel quite confident and want to get going.
And there's a steal. Attack down into the 23, Reading 23.
Is that with Catherine Ledesma? Who's
Ledesma
got very good
carries
hands.
and wins the corner, and first opportunity in the first minute. Ledesma carries, as we see the replay here. Good skill here from Ledesma.
Very, very good skill. So she gets past the ball into space, receives it across her body, and does a very sharp right to left, which is very, very good into 3D skills in the D. And what a way to start the game, especially if you're Hampstead. And often they look for Liv Hamilton to hit off the top. So it'll be interesting to see whether they've changed their routines up.
Yeah, Liv Hamilton, England, Great Britain, who in fact scored twice from penalty corners last weekend against East Grinstead. Hitting, I don't want to remind you of that, but
she's one of the best strikers of the game, I think.
Two Castles. She carries and hits, but it's the blocker in front of the keeper who makes the save, and here's a chance for Reading to counter-attack, but the ball is turned over.
Yeah, I think...
Sorry, go on.
One thing to say is that Hampstead, coming off their EHL Division 2 win, they play as a team, and they do play really well together, and they seem to understand where each other are a lot of the time and what they want of each other. So they are a very good team in good form at the moment.
Yeah, interesting chatting to Dave Cooper, their coach, around the spirit that they have in this group, which really started last year when Cooper took over, and obviously they took it into the final, managed to get to the final of this competition last year before losing out to Surbiton. But I've sensed that when you see the group. I mean, how important is that? And you know, if you can stay on a bit of a roll, win a few games, create some spirit, how important is the culture to a group in a sport like this, in hockey?
Yeah, I think culture is fundamental to a good team performance. I think cohesion is very
chance here
important.
for Reading into the circle, and
Iona Campbell carries it out.
Good defending
One
there
back.
from Campbell, but it's and into the sideboard there. Miriam Pritchard not bothered, but the ball coming off a defender's stick. Sorry, you were saying about culture.
Yeah, I think cohesion within a team is super important. You can just tell that Hampstead have that at the moment, and it's really, really good to see and hear from with the players. And it just makes it more fun, and when you're having fun, you often play your best. So it's a win-win situation, really.
Is that what it's about, really? It is, isn't it? We all want to have fun playing hockey.
100%. I mean, as a lot of club players, you're doing it for the fun. You don't get paid. You are just, you're turning up twice a week, 3 times a week to see your friends and to play hockey at the highest level that you can.
Yeah, an international level, because there's often we talk about the funded programme as Hannah Harrison there gives the free to Reading. We talk about the importance of enjoying being part of the funded programme. Is it enjoyable? Is it a grind? Is it, do you have times where, because everybody thinks the life of an international athlete is fairly cushy, and obviously we know it's not. So how important is fun to that?
Definitely. I think everyone started the sport because it was fun. Obviously, being an international athlete, you can't always rely on fun. There is a balance there, but the key is to get the balance right. And it's very hard to do that at times in the international game because you're up against selection, or you're injured, or it's quite a hard balance to find. But ultimately, you've got to remember that you play the sport for fun, and that's where club comes in a lot of the time.
Hamilton there just trying to force the ball through the middle of the pitch, but picked up by Reading in that central passing seam, and Reading enjoying some good possession here. And that ball attempted to be driven into the circle, but a long corner.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a gap in the Hampstead's defence, which doesn't seem to be opening up at the moment. And especially with someone like Liv Hamilton at the back, who's one of the rising stars of the game in England.
A lovely aerial there thrown by her in front of the halfback. Just moving on. I mean, it's interesting because talking about this, whether you press, whether you step up high, but with somebody like Hamilton, she's got the ability to flick a 40-50 yard aerial, which will stop the press. So sometimes you can get caught sort of between a rock and a hard place around actually how you're going to press.
Definitely, and with players like Liv Hamilton or Giselle Ansley at the back, it makes you question your press, because if you step too high, they aerial it over, and if you step back, you give them time to thread a pass through everyone, so it becomes a big challenge, and it gives the coaches something to think about, definitely.
Well, stick block there. Well, a free hit going against Hampstead and Westminster. Claire White with a fairly strong whistle. And there's the deflection out into that left half spot. And here's the carry. And the peel round to space. No advantage accruing there. Is this how you expected the game to begin? You mentioned about how the teams will be sort of feeling each other out in this first 5 or 10 minutes.
Definitely, I think the game will be won in the later quarters potentially, and the first quarter will be a lot of sussing out, maybe changing your press at half time, or figuring out what best to do, because I don't think these two teams have played each other for a while, so they would have done video analysis and
great ball, just threaded through there.
Jo Pinner on the chase back, very good from her.
Yeah, Jo Pinner, another of the funded athlete group. Took a break, had a baby, came back, played some games in India, which she did very well in. I think it's very impressive to be coming back from having a baby, and she was also injured at the time, so it was kind of a bit of a double whammy. And she's one of the first people to do it in hockey, well, in the England pathway. So it's kind of
led away for us, really.
Yeah, great to see. And thankfully, England hockey do really well to facilitate all that. And because times in the past, we go back 20, 30 years, and you sort of think somebody probably wouldn't have come back into the game. But it's great that we're now in this position that it can be done, and Joe has shown that it can be done. And of course, husband George, who's playing in goal for Old Georgians this weekend. I did speak to them earlier, actually. They've got, there's an interesting babysitting situation there.
Yes, very well. When George is playing, Joe's looking after Josh, and when Joe's playing, George is looking after Josh. Yeah, but it's always hard being the first one to do something. So I think Joe kind of has experienced a bit of trial and error with everything, but obviously it went well in the end, which is good.
Good. So honours even. We are just over 8 minutes into this first quarter, and there's a good opportunity for Carrie Reading into the 23.
So Reading's one of their strong suits are counter-attack, so Hampstead need to be really diligent when Reading are all sprinting forward. They all need to make sure they're getting back.
Well, ball into the circle, but straight onto a defensive stick. Emma Findlay, the Reading number 8, and Kiwi, a few Kiwi internationals out here, New Zealand players.
Yeah, I think
for
there were
Hampstead
two
and
in
Westminster. Yeah,
Reading
and
a few in Hampstead, and one in East Grinstead. And then there's some in Surbiton as well, dotted around.
what do you think the attraction is of coming over and playing in the English season?
I think it might potentially be a higher standard than they could get over there. It's good experience. If they're not a full-time programme, then why wouldn't you go and play, test yourself in England, Holland, Germany, Belgium? I think everything will be a good learning experience and develops their hockey well.
Absolutely. Campbell finds ball turned over there, and a chance here for Reading. But, final pass. It just feels at the moment the game's got just a little bit untidy, a lot of turnover. Reading, Hampstead and Westminster setting up with their sort of back four. But final pass at the moment, just not there, Alex.
Yeah, I think it's just down to a bit of nerves. No one really wants to make the wrong decision, so then they don't make the right decision. But it will come, I reckon.
So again, attacking down the right flank, Hampstead and Westminster. See, sadly, no Holly Hunt, and that's obviously a big loss for Hampstead and Westminster.
Definitely, she's one of the most clinical players I know. Oh, yeah, Reading come. Great tackle by Liv Hamilton there.
Great defending by Hamilton. What I like about the way what she's done there is immediately she's looking to get the ball forward. So there's no allowing to the Reading defence to get set. She wants the ball going forward straight away. Yeah,
which is very, very good. So a player that always knows their next move is one to be wary of.
There's Caroline Spence firing that ball down the right line. Ireland Indoor International. Oh, good pick up and carry, nice skill.
That's good. I believe this is Sophia Martin.
Martin lays it off, gets
lovely
it back, lovely give and go. Spooner.
It's interesting, you have a few players who used to play at Beeston who are now playing back on their home turf, but for different clubs. So that must be nice for them to be back at Nottingham.
Yeah, there's a few in the men's game as well. It's always been such a great setup here.
Yeah, but we're very fortunate at the University of Nottingham to have access to this facility all the time, which is lovely.
Yeah, Annie Wilson there on that Reading right flank.
Yeah, there's a few ex-Nottingham players in this group as well, so there is a mix.
Does it make a difference when you're on a pitch that you're familiar with, or in a venue you're familiar with?
I actually think so. Yeah, I think you just have a bit more confidence if you're. That was a lovely ball. Just have a bit more confidence if you know the turf, you know the bounce, you know how the ball's going to travel. Just gives you that 1% edge.
Backhand pass there that Karis Isherwood just couldn't quite get on the end of. So the game certainly opened up last couple of minutes. It's just that final pass. Oh, great skill. Good play. That's managing to get the ball out from that deep left corner into space, but it's turned over. Here's an opportunity for Reading. Yeah, all clubs seems to go through a sort of highs and lows, and certainly difficult to put your finger on why. Reading, obviously with days of Kate Richardson Walsh, and they just slipped off from the sort of the top of hockey and lost their Premier League status, but have come back with a real vengeance. You know, they've got themselves back into this top four.
Yeah, it's really impressive what they've done this season. Usually you look at clubs with the most GB players or internationals in, and you think that they're going to be the ones that go to the finals, but Reading have done super well to get here, and that is because of how they play the game. They make it hard, they make it fast, and you can't often keep up with them, which is one of their strengths.
Yeah, under their young coach Rob Foxall-Smith.
Yeah, and they've got Amy Tennant as their assistant coach as well, so a bit of experience there for the internationals.
Yeah, that's having somebody like her on the bench is certainly an addition to any squad.
Definitely. She's a very, very good character to have around.
So back in 2018, I was coaching the England women's indoor team, and Amy was captain. What a live wire! What a positive influence she had on the group.
Yeah, she's very, very fun to be around and helps you enjoy it a lot.
Is she still playing at all, or is it just a coaching role now?
I think she's just coaching at the moment.
Oh, there's a penalty corner there. The ball into the circle.
Off Lizzie Neal's foot, I believe.
Yeah, it's interesting. The forward in front of Lizzie Neal, I think, don't know whether she got a deflection or whether it just ended up going on to her feet here, as we see the
Yeah, I
replay.
think she'll be annoyed at herself for that one.
Oh yeah, I think she got touched, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard to react to that as a defender when an attacker jumps in front of you and gets a touch. But you don't want to jump out the ways. Leaves you in a bit of a tricky position.
So Nikki Cochrane, there's the bench, the Reading bench. Rob Foxall-Smith, coach there. Pacing around rather nervously, actually. Mind you, penalty corner against. So here we go. A chance for Hampstead and Westminster. Oh, and it just...
Yeah, doesn't look like it went where she wanted it to go.
No, the breakdown there at the top of the circle, injection just not coming out at the right place. And that's the last action of a first quarter, where I think it's fair to say the two teams have been sussing each other out. Reading with good possession, Hampstead with a couple of... Hampstead and Westminster with a couple of early penalty corners. How do you read it, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's very, very equal at the moment. I mean, Hampstead have been, well, unlucky to not do better with the short corners, but again, it's a let-off for Reading, and it's just who's going to open the scoring, which will be very interesting. I don't know who I want it to be.
Yeah, of course, I would ask you not to wear your East Grinstead hat in here, because we're all impartial, but obviously you're not. I get that. I understand. So you're in the coach's shoes now, with your experience. What are you saying? First of all, what would you be saying to Reading?
To Reading, I think I'd just be saying keep the ball get a few passes under your belt, and then try attack, like link up with each other, try lead off each other, know where each other are going to be. Just like you say, that final 25 link up has proven quite difficult. Yeah, I think that's the message I give.
And if you David Cooper now, what are you saying to Hampstead and Westminster?
I'd say keep going. We've had 2 good chances, keep building it, and just keep sharp at the back like they have been. They've been very, very good at intercepting. They've been on the front foot in the D. They haven't given away any corners. So yeah, I think they're doing well.
Well, as you predicted, you said it was going to be a fairly even game, which is what we're seeing. Good to see the flags flying here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Quite a strong breeze coming from left to right. Okay, 2 minutes are over, and we're into the second quarter.
Has Abby Dixon come back on? Have they still got one less player, Reading? Or are they back to... Are they back to 11?
I think they're back to 11.
I think something to look out for will be cards. As
Yeah.
losing a player in these tournaments often is very vital.
Yeah, no, there is somebody sitting on the... I must admit, it's only game 3 for me, and I've missed that. Shows we're all human. So here's a Hamilton stepping in there, making the tackle, but the free hit given away. So Reading with the extra player.
No, Hampstead with the extra player.
Sorry, Hampstead with the extra player. So what's your mindset in these sorts of situations, Alex? Because you've player up, player down. Player up, we saw in the men's competition earlier how important it is to sort of put your foot on the gas when you've got an extra player.
Yeah,
is it the same for you?
Yeah, I think when you've got an extra player, it gives you that confidence to step out, and you can almost do one for one in the press, and you can put pressure on in the centre back because you know everyone's going to have a player. Obviously, if you're a player down, on the other hand, it means do you go forward if you've got a good counter opportunity, or do you just keep the ball and bide your time and wait for to get back to full strength? I think obviously this early on in the game, it shouldn't change too much, but obviously the later on you get in the last quarter, if you're a player down, you can err on the side of caution a bit more.
Yeah, certainly in my experience, a yellow card a little bit different, where you've got to readjust and reposition, whereas if you're in good flow and you get a green card and you're down to 10, it's sometimes you just keep going the same way, and there's the ball sort of contested in that area there, and Hamilton wins the free hit.
That was good umpiring with the area rule. You never quite know which way it's going to go sometimes.
It's often a lot of discussion in commentary boxes around the world, umpire manager meetings, and umpires, always the discussion around the lifted ball. And here's a chance. Carry. Oh, lovely little bit of skill here. And the spin and the attempted shot, but Dixon...
She was completely outnumbered. It was 1 Reading player to 4 Hampstead players, so they're still very sharp on their defence.
Great bit of technical skill though there from Abby Dixon.
Very, very good receive, yeah. Off the naughty seat, straight to the top of the
into
D.
the action, yeah. No, we talk a lot about the way that hockey, the innovation around the hockey rules, trying to get it right. As you see that, there's a classic example there with the game has changed so much over the last probably 8 years with the aerial ball, particularly the ball into the circle, which is so effective, and really just trying to get the rules right, because we don't want to penalise skill. We want a game that flows, and we want the more skillful team to get the better options, and really to get the better of the rules, because we want to reward skill. So it's good to see in hockey that that happens quite a lot, and we are forever trying to make the game better.
Yeah, definitely. If you remember the aerial that Jemima Copeman, I believe number 9, just she threw it into space, which makes the area rule a lot easier to blow, because into space, it's allowed. Whereas if you throw it into a contested battle, then usually the umpire will go with the defence. So that was a great vision from her, and if her teammate did get on the end, that would have been a very good opportunity.
A good, strong tackle in the midfield there. Oh, and that's turned over. Dixon. Here's the lovely little pass and the chance. Carry into the circle. Oh, and just the control. Just let her down there. Mia Moore just couldn't keep control, but they've turned it over again. Moore, backhand, but it's a bit of an air shot. And Hampstead and Westminster will get the free hit, which...
Reading are just piling on the pressure a little bit, waiting for Hampstead to make a mistake.
And of course, when they step up higher, Hamilton just throws the aerial up and over.
Yeah, she's a very tricky player to play against. She's got every skill in the book. She can do hits, slaps, aerials, sliders, very hard push passes as well. So. And
as you said earlier on commentary, it's very difficult to get the press right when you've got somebody like that with that sort of distribution skill, outletting skill.
Yeah, definitely.
And there she is again, stepping in.
She can carry, so when she gets her eyes up, she's very, very lethal.
She's been dragged out of position a little bit here. Oh, and the turnover. Carrying Mia Moore, they're carrying across the forehand of that Hampstead and Westminster stick, and the ball is once again turned over.
I think that would be key for Reading, is dragging Liv out wide potentially, and then they have the opportunity to go through the middle, because as soon as she was out wide, it led to an opportunity for them.
Do you think there's a case of actually stepping up on Hamilton and denying the pass to her, because it would upset the rhythm of the...
Yeah, definitely, and it would upset her, which then might get in her head, and then you don't know how she plays if she's getting annoyed. So yeah, definitely, I think there's a good case for it.
Such a crucial part.
Yeah. It's always interesting how key players react if they don't touch the ball as much as they want to.
Everybody wants to touch the ball. Spooner turns the ball over there. Now it's Reading who are on the back foot. There's Campbell. Yeah, that's what you were talking about. That's a good interception. Moore.
Yeah, very good. She did well to pick that on her reverse and
she was Spooner,
bat
I think,
it to someone else.
Yeah, and she had to make that, because if she'd missed it. And again, that part of the rules around stepping in and trying to make the interception, you've got to make that interception.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those where if you're in the 25, you should probably err on the side of caution, because often it will be given as a short corner, because it's seen as you purposely stopping an attacking opportunity.
Yeah.
So you've got to be pretty on it as a defender.
I remember when it first came in, 2010 Commonwealth Games, and you can imagine there's all sorts of confusion. Penalty corners, cards given. Oh, and there's...
yeah, I can imagine.
Hannah Harrison initially pointing to the penalty corner, but...
looked like it was a high ball.
Changing her mind, yeah.
Lovely play by Hampstead on the right, though, just finding the 1-2s working off each other. And that's when they're most dangerous, is when they give and go and you just can't keep up, really.
Good advantage played there as well. There's that ball into the middle.
Joe Pinner on the ball now.
Gives and goes and leads through. But Hamilton once again equal to it.
That was very brave. One of the Reading players just blocked to Liv Hamilton's aerial, which is very, very hard to do.
Is that not the sort of thing that Reading need to do? They've got to be brave. They've got to disrupt this Hampstead and Westminster, this back line. We've spoken about how effective they are, particularly as a back three, back four. Is that the key? Upset the rhythm.
Yeah, very good. A Reading player just came across then to cut Liv off for the back pass, which means that the left back has to carry, and then it's caused a mistake. So they are looking to do stuff like that.
So a little over 5 minutes left of this first half, and currently scoreless between Hampstead and Westminster and Reading in the first of these two women's semi-finals in the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division finals here at this wonderful setting, the Nottingham Hockey Centre, a city that very proud of their sporting heritage. I guess Test cricket venue, Premiership football team. Might get into the Champions League, tennis centre, ice hockey, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Nottingham. It's an exciting time to be a Forest fan.
Are you putting your colours on the mast there, Alex?
Maybe. I don't know much about football, to be honest. I'll stick to hockey.
Yeah.
I've dabbled with fantasy a few times. It's never gone that well. So
fantasy football.
Yeah. If you've given it a go.
I am actually, for my sins, and I should admit this on air, but I used to be a season ticket holder at Watford. I haven't done the Fantasy Football League. Oh, that's a good carry. Now here's an opportunity. Great attack down the right.
To Catherine Ledesma again.
Carries into the circle.
Signature right to left. And it's almost the exact way she won the first shot corner.
I thought she'd actually lost the ball ended up so far outside her left foot there that she'd lost control. But here you go. Talk us through this great bit of skill here.
Lovely pick and roll by, I believe it's Sophia Martin, who threads it then to Catherine Ledesma. And as she did before, bit of 3D, right to left to the one hand and onto a Reading player's foot. So is this the third short corner for Hampstead?
Yeah. They
and
here's the chance. I mean, set pieces here.
I mean, you would definitely want to score 1 in 3 short corners. So hopefully they're looking for a goal, and you've got Liv and Esme on top.
Hamilton tapped and hit the first one. What's she going to do with the second? It's a slap. Oh, what a save. What a save on the line. That was special. An incredible save. The reaction, because the keeper was in front. And so long corner, that was a special moment. And what a save on the line.
Yeah, and that could be a game-winning moment from Reading. That was insane. I think if you're Reading, you're taking that as confidence, and you're thinking the momentum might be shifting towards you now.
Yeah, those sorts of moments in the game do make a difference, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. The small wins.
And again, Reading really happy to attack down the right-hand side with the forward leading out into that space. But Hampstead Westminster, a fairly tight man-to-man marking system with Liv Hamilton, the sort of the spare at the back, spare player. Well,
that's a great ball.
Ball into the middle.
Again, Hampstead are pretty on it in their circle, so it's going to take something special from Reading to get a short corner or a shot at goal, because I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Miriam's touched it once.
No, I think you're right. She's had certainly very little action in this this half as we move to the last 2.5 minutes of play in the first half here in this first women's semi-final. Well, there's a good carry and the roll into the circle, but it's off a foot just outside. Everybody now has to retire 5 metres. So a good 2 or 3 minute spell this for the North London team as that ball's thread through, but nobody can get on a lovely pass, but don't think.
Yeah, she just opened up her wrists, disguised it through everyone, didn't she?
They just weren't attuned to it. I don't think anybody was necessarily expecting it.
I think. Do you think it's a challenge for keepers when they don't touch it, just to stay mentally engaged?
Yes. I mean, one, if you're dominant in a game, you'd probably say, well, I'd rather we would just. That's a lovely aerial, lovely take, carry, and no advantage there. So we'll bring that one back. Lovely. We spoke about the aerial ball earlier. That was fantastic. The ball thrown through into the 23.
Yeah, and it makes it hard because you don't know whether to step out or.
Abby Dixon there, a judge not to have gone 5. And there's that Hamilton 60-yard aerial.
Set Catherine Ledesma up versus Lorna McKenzie. That's a good matchup.
Well, the goal has been given there. And in fact, looking at the reaction from Reading, I think...
Did that come off a Reading player into the goal?
No, there is... I mean, I think... I saw Hannah Harrison walking away. We'll see the replay here. So it's a... I won't say a hit and hope, but the ball fired in, that bobbly, and it's the touch, isn't it?
That's a lovely touch from Catherine Ledesma. Yeah.
And Reading... Yeah, the two umpires consulting. Obviously, we don't have video referral in club hockey.
I think they might have just been wondering whether it was back stick into the...
the initial...
D, because it was lifted, which often indicates back stick.
So it's been disallowed.
Oh.
So, yeah. So I think I
was
just having a...
What for? Back stick?
Having a look. So it's a long corner. So that would suggest that the ball's come off a defender's stick into the goal rather than an attacker's stick. So if it was back stick, it would be a free out for Reading, and it isn't. So I'm assuming that the two umpires have consulted, and they've decided that the ball came off a defensive stick rather than an attacking stick.
That's a big decision.
It is a big decision. That's why in international hockey, the game is so quick these days that the video referral is so important.
Yeah.
And there's the penalty corners. You hear the cheers from the Hampstead and Westminster supporters and players.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be annoyed that one was just disallowed. So they're going to be very fired up for this short corner now.
So.
Yeah, her foot was in the D, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just acted like it wasn't.
Yeah. As you do as a defender.
Oh yeah, you've got to.
So last play of this first half here, and still goalless. And here's a chance for Hampstead and Westminster. Oh, and again, good save. Cochrane gets down. She's obviously read that's going to be a tap in and a hit from Hamilton.
Yeah, very good.
She knows where it's going and drops down to her right, deflects it off. And the spectator looking a little colder than they were. There's a few coats have come on now. It was all shirt sleeves earlier. I know we are due for a cooler spell from tomorrow. So there you have it. Half time here in this first women's semi-final in the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division men's and women's hockey finals. So Alex, just a quick summary really. How would Hampstead and Westminster be the happier?
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, they'll be happy with what they've produced, but I don't think they'll be happy with the outcomes of their opportunities. Obviously having a goal disallowed at the end there, but four short corners now, no goals. I think they'll be frustrated because usually they are very clinical with their short corners.
Good, thanks for that, Alex. And hopefully we'll just have a look at a few of the highlights of that first half. And I tend to agree. I think Hampstead very much front foot, but You know, you've got to make use of your penalty corners. The Reading chances that they've had few and far between, and you can see what Reading are trying to do, trying to create space, play that ball, get the attackers leading out on that right flank. But Hampstead and Westminster have really sort of bossed this. So.
Was this at the very start of the game?
Yeah, it's back in the first quarter. That backhand and the ball just sort of deflected off onto Lizzie Neal's foot. And you said at the time, didn't you? She wouldn't necessarily be very happy with that one. And it must have been earlier because the sun's still out now, as you can see here.
And Catherine Desma seems to be like a player to watch out for if you're Reading defence, who's scored the goal that got disallowed and then has won 2 corners, so she should be feeling pretty good about herself.
Yeah, 2 great carries.
Yeah.
And generally the penalty corners have gone to Hamilton, who's either, and that absolutely fantastic save on the line with the deflection. Well, that's it. So Hampstead Westminster 0, Reading 0 at half-time. Alex and I are going to take a short break, and we'll see you for the second half shortly.
And Reading.
Well, welcome back, and the team's now suitably briefed. They've hydrated. We are ready to go for this second half here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre at the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Finals. A goalless first half, and Hampstead Westminster get play underway in this second half. Still sitting next to me, Alex Malzer. Alex, thinking about, through half time, what do you think the messages from the coaches would have been?
I think for Hampstead and Westminster, just to keep going and do what they've been doing, because they have been penetrating and they have got their opportunities again. But I think it would just be to score.
It sounds simple, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But when you've got a keeper who's as good as Nicky, then it is going to be hard to score in, and when defenders pick the ball off the line at lightning speed.
Yes, indeed. Nicky Cochrane, 93 caps for Scotland and Great Britain. Interesting, actually 10 for GB and 83 for Scotland, so 93 international caps. Plenty of experience there. Yeah. So do you think, is it about maybe a different penalty corner routine? Is it...
Yeah, definitely. I think throwing in some deflections wouldn't hurt, because I don't think they're expecting it, because quite often when Liv Hamilton's at the top, if it goes to her, the keeper can know to log, because when you hit it, it can't go higher than the backboard, so the keepers then tend to log. So changing it would definitely help, and then you could potentially deflect it over the keeper.
So yeah, different routine.
Good pick by Esme Burge there. Dangerous territory on the edge of her D.
Esme Burge, the captain of this Hampstead and Westminster team. 18 England, Great Britain caps to a name. A couple of years in the funded programme.
Yeah, and she's been very important for them in this central midfield role, and is key to a lot of their successes. Just keeping the ball, passing it out, changing the angles.
Oh, that's good carry. Oh, the ball turned over again. Sense that this game is just starting to open up just a little bit.
Is that Lauren Hunt on the ball? Holly Hunt's sister.
Nice drop off from her.
I don't know whether I'd like to play with my sister in the team.
Well, there's a few around the hockey circuit, aren't there? Certainly.
Well, there's the Carsons for the men.
Yeah. I do remember a long time ago a strength and conditioning expert, who I won't name, who thought Kate Richardson Walsh and Helen Richardson Walsh were sisters. And it was just purely based on their names.
Yeah.
But there are quite a few around. It's quite interesting. I wonder whether you enjoy a sort of a special playing relationship. There's a carry into the circle, but runs off the back line there.
Well, I guess Liv Hamilton could have joined Sophie Hamilton at Surbiton, but she chose to go to Hampstead and Westminster, so potentially they don't want to play with each other at club.
No, that's you don't find that many that don't want to play necessarily can't play with each other. It feels like, certainly with the Carsons, they seem to be attracted to want to play in the same team together. But so Reading play out from the back again. It's the turnover and the touch, carry into that central seam.
That's a great
There's
pass.
A chance. Oh. And how did that go wide? I thought that was destined for the back of the net with that sort of reverse stick.
Yeah, that
almost sweep.
That was a very good finish. First time. Make the keeper off guard.
Oh, lovely ball into that space. Oh, and rather.
Hampstead are building the momentum here. They're coming.
They are. I think there was a better option there. I'll be honest, I think that was a selfish choosing to shoot in that position with probably 3 Hampstead Westminster players available in the circle. But yeah, you just feel they're getting a bit more of a grip on the game. Enjoying more possession. Certainly plenty of territory.
Yeah, I think shooting from the baseline, I mean, if you do it, it looks very, very cool. So
But from that angle,
that's the pulse to do that.
you've probably got a tiny, tiny space to score a goal when actually a better option. And you will start me off on the benefits of playing indoor hockey.
Yes. There are a lot of benefits to indoor hockey.
From being able to pick out those passes around the circle instantly. Hamilton.
Yeah, you can definitely tell coming off the indoor season for East Grinstead, everyone plays outdoor very differently.
Yeah, much sharper. I mean, the
when they come back.
touch. That's one thing, the touch. But I think as far as sort of player-to-player marking, awareness of space, there are so many benefits. The pressure that you get from it. And you tend to see that teams that come out are sharper for that second half of the season.
Yeah.
And,
it's just sometimes we forget that you can't drill.
yeah, correct. Yeah. An awareness of the rules. We don't play a lot of it. As Pinner.
Great run by Joe Pinner.
And she wins a penalty corner.
That's against the run of play, but it was going to take a moment of individual brilliance by Joe to break Hampstead's momentum.
So here's the carry. Pinner tucks infield.
Lovely use of 3D and a one-hand carry, and she passed it to someone top D. Great vision.
Yeah, I think that was Emma Findlay, who sort of one-handed won the penalty corner. Emma Findlay, 21 caps for New Zealand.
This will be interesting what Reading choose to do off the top here.
So first corner, an opportunity for Reading.
Goes to Lorna McKenzie.
Penalty corner award, I think with a stick tackle, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to see what Hannah Harrison there is signalling with her hand signals. Stick tackle?
Potentially. Look like they...
So they go straight for the different routine, Reading. And that's blown for danger. I think the ball was probably going wide anyway, by the looks of things.
Yeah, again, it's one of those rules that are quite hard to umpire, because if a player is within 5, then you can't flick it high, even though it's on goal. I guess it's just hard to know whether a player is actually.
But I think,
within 5.
It looked like we had a good angle from here on that it was possibly going wide anyway,
Yeah.
and just flicked straight into the body.
Yeah, in which case then it's always going to be a free hit out.
Oh, just sold her colleague short there, but she's to
Hampstead
come away
seem
with
to
it.
be stepping up with the press a lot, which is going to be tough for Reading to keep the ball.
Yeah, is that something, or it's a little careless there, and Iona Campbell can't get across to that. The ball given away. Pinner. I think she thought she has won the free there.
You can tell it's getting a bit feisty on pitch now. There's a few shouts back at the umpire and looks going around.
That's better from Reading. Using the space for the high transfer.
Dangerous ball across. Again, Hampstead first people to the ball.
That rolls harmlessly off the back of the pitch. Well, Reading will be pleased with that last couple of minutes. Good work from Joe Pinner. And
yeah, definitely. It is just going to be about a team taking their opportunities now.
Yeah, do you think it has a 1-0 feel to it, or are we going to see a flurry of...
That's a great question. I mean, I would personally love to see shootouts. I think that'll be very interesting, and I think it could be very even as well, especially with the experienced goalies in. It will be hard for the attackers to score.
Well done again, Jo Pinner. She carries into the heart of the Hampstead-Westminster defence, and playing the advantage.
Goal.
And it's gone in.
Ooh, that was very good advantage by the umpire to play that out.
So Hannah Harrison playing the advantage there with the ball. It almost looked like she'd lost that scoring opportunity, and the angle of the shot here. So it comes off Pritchard's glove.
Was that Caroline Spence?
Yeah. Almost, it looked like the ball was going over the bar.
Yeah.
And Pritchard has got her glove to it, but the ball's looped behind her into the net.
I think a very frustrating goal to let in for Miriam Pritchard, and you could see the frustration immediately. But well taken by Caroline Spence, and as we said, she's scored a lot of goals for Reading this season, has proven to have a very, very good backhand on her. So
we have our first goal, Hampstead-Westminster 0, Reading 1. The goal coming in the 39th minute from Caroline Spence.
Oh, good carry again, but across the forehand. But no advantage, so keeps the ball. So I would say against the run of play. I mean, they've enjoyed a good 3 or 4 minutes there, this Reading team. But give credit to Jo Pinner. She's 2 or 3 carries into the heart of that Hampstead and Westminster defence, which has created a little bit of confusion and win a penalty corner, and then there's that shooting opportunity from Spence.
Yeah, as a wide mid, it's so crucial to not just stay stuck to the sidelines. It's so important to cut in and show that you can go right and left, which she's done very well. So now the defenders won't really know how to defend her because she's shown that she can go either way.
And that carry infield down the left foot of the defender is so effective.
Yeah.
Now, perhaps in Westminster, what have they got? Well, I think that'll be a card there. Yep.
Hampstead card.
Yeah. I think it's Gabitas. I think. We've got
card for Hampstead Westminster's number 16, Philippa Lewis.
As you were.
2 minute temporary suspension.
Sorry, Lewis. Yeah. Well, certainly the game is starting to open up after that cagey first quarter. Now, what?
I was going to say, Hampstead and Westminster seem like they've got very frustrated by that goal, so we'll see what they have in their locker. Not ideal to go a player down when you are
effectively
losing.
Chasing the game, yeah. Yeah, it certainly gives the impetus back to the opposition. And probably means that you can't press that well. That's good. Carry. Lovely pass. Oh, the opportunity.
Again, the umpire playing a good advantage there.
Yeah, it was Mia Moore on that far side with the shooting chance, but she was off balance. Difficult skill to execute.
It's good that Reading are still attacking well and going for it, because often you see sometimes teams go 1-0 up and then they start stealing back and kind of invites pressure, but they can tell that the momentum's kind of with them now and they want to keep getting more, which is good to see.
Yeah, you sense their confidence has really taken a lift with that goal. Here come Reading again. This time it's Annie Wilson, but she's
great
dispossessed.
running back and skills by Catherine Edesma, who's been a key player for Hampstead this game.
So we are approaching the last 2 minutes of this third quarter. A little bit of frustration creeping in for Hampstead and Westminster, and they will be, I guess, just ruining those missed penalty corners in the first half. And Reading are taking, well, limited opportunities, but
I think they've had one shot.
Which was going over.
One goal.
And
can't be much more clinical than that. Well, unless they scored their short corner as well.
Yeah, one penalty corner, one shot on target for Reading, but they are ahead. So in the eyes of the other two semi-finalists, which of these two teams would they rather be facing?
Well, Surbiton have recently played Reading and beat them. Great touch by Joe Pinner again. And a lovely offload.
Oh, good defensive work.
Yeah, Surbiton have just played Reading and beat them 3-0. So from Surbiton point of view, you might want to play Reading. But who knows?
Phoebe Willers on the ball. Back to Hamilton. Still plenty of time here. We're in the last minute of this third quarter, but no need for Hampstead and Westminster to panic. They've shown enough dominance in the game and really been sort of hit on a bit of a counter. That's good control.
It's very good control. Lovely tackle.
Great tackle. Georgia Jones.
Lizzie Neal showing that she can throw a 40-yard aerial as well out the back.
Spooner dispossessed.
Great play by Catherine Desmer again.
And there we go. That's the end of the third quarter. So as teams get back together for their 2-minute break, we are 3/4 of the way through this first women's semi-final here at the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Hockey Finals, and it's Reading who have forged ahead. Hampstead and Westminster unable to take advantage of the barrage of penalty corners they had in the first half, and they've paid the price with a reverse stick effort from Caroline Spence, which I would suggest Miriam Pritchard will probably not want to see again. So what do you say? Reading, quarter to go, you're 1-0 up. Do we park the bus?
Absolutely not. I think parking the bus invites a lot of pressure, and I think there's only Amy Tennant there in the bucket hat, keeping it chill.
Very, very warm welcome to
I think
Ball Patrol
Hampstead and Westminster obviously have had a lot of short corners, so I think you don't want to give them any more, because you would think that they would probably score 1 out of 6 or 1 out of 5 short corners. So I don't think park the bus at all. I think keep going and try make it harder for Hampstead and Westminster to get back in the game.
Yeah, you often see it, don't you? Teams that start to sink back into their shell and protect a lead. It's a dangerous, dangerous game. Would you be thinking in David Cooper's shoes as the coach of Hampstead and Westminster? Do you start thinking about bringing an extra field player on? At what stage are you going to actually resort to that? It's only 1-0.
Yeah.
So do you change anything?
I think when it's only 1-0, potentially not. You see it often at 3 minutes to go, you pull the keeper, but if Reading get a card, then do you pull the keeper earlier? It's always an interesting debate, and I don't know how often we actually use the extra player if they are on. So
yeah, so there's, I mean, it's, yeah, always the jeopardy, and that's why the coaches get paid the big bucks, isn't it, to make those sorts of decisions.
Exactly.
Well, certainly when it goes wrong, that was always the finger that was pointed at me when I was coaching. But yeah, so plenty of decisions, plenty to ponder for David Cooper and his coaching staff. Tim Devin with him, 138 caps for Australia, so he knows a little bit about hockey.
Yeah, and he's a very good indoor player as well, so he's
in fact,
very
he represented Australia in the Indoor World Cup in Poznan.
Yeah.
It's not in Poznan, in Croatia recently.
Yeah. he's a very good addition to the coaching staff of Hampstead and Westminster.
So the sun is back out here, which of course is making things a little difficult for identifying players, but we'd rather have the sun out than not, certainly. And Reading, obviously the message to Reading, keep playing, don't sit back.
I think a lot of this quarter will be about Hampstead keeping their heads and not panicking and finding that last pass, and like Catherine Ledesma was just doing then, sprinting for the ball was about to go off. You've only got 13 minutes to make the difference now.
But it only takes one opportunity to get back in the game, and so certainly there's no panic as the aerial ball's thrown there, but straight out. Jolie on the ball. Again, another experienced international player. Hamilton plays into that central seam. No way through. It's a bit better. Jolie with the deflection. And the ball fired rather hopeless. I say hopeless, hopeful rather pass into the circle. Here's a chance.
A lovely play.
Oh, she's gone for the glory there.
You need to have a word with the Hampstead team.
You just wonder whether, again, that whether you shoot here or in that situation, the little tuck back under the arm. She was off balance, but still tried to get that ball going towards the Cochrane's goal.
Yeah, it was a lovely pass to set her up for the run. Again, it's just a decision on ball. As you saw, Catherine Ledesma was free, centre of the goal, calling for it.
As I think you said earlier, those little moments that are the difference in these tight games.
Yeah, especially if you bring it back to 1-1 now, then you've got 11 minutes to play for the win. So I don't think you'd want a draw in this circumstance. I don't know how many players would be used to the pressure of a shootout.
Great experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't do them in the league, so for club players, I don't know when they get to practice it or if they've practiced it under pressure.
Well, they have been doing them in these playoffs. So this is, if there has been a draw, not in the playoffs here, but certainly the final phase of the league, if there's a drawn game, they will go rather like they do in the Pro League. So it's either a winning draw or a losing draw.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only Loughborough and Clifton who have had to do a shootout. I don't think every other team's.
There's always been a
winner.
A clear result. Yeah. So tell me, Alex. So when we get to a draw and the team get round, are you one of the first ones to put your hand up? So I'll take one.
Absolutely not.
Have you taken one ever?
I took one for East Grinstead a year ago, and the year before that in the Prem finals. And I did happen to score, so that was a good feeling. But when we played against Clifton, we all had to take, I think, 2 each. It went to sudden death twice, so that was quite nerve-wracking because usually just have one in your locker and then you have to produce another skill the next time. So
you don't have the one go-to that you always score from.
No, I don't really usually have an idea in my head. I try to see what the goalie does.
Well, I'm going to be intrigued to hear your take on it. If we do actually get to a shootout here, if Hampstead and Westminster manage to get back into the game, which at the moment Reading are sort of in charge, then I will be intrigued to hear what you think about as you're walking up towards that 23-metre mark.
Yeah.
Waiting for that hooter to go.
It'll be interesting who will take them for the teams and if people feel confident. Because often if you think you've had a bad game, you don't want to take a shootout. Even if you're one of the senior players, you're not in the right headspace for it. So it could be interesting.
As I always say, As the ball, here's a chance. Hampstead Westminster carry into the circle.
Great 3D skills.
And there's a, deemed to be a foot there. Yeah, always the mind games, the mental side of the game. Rob Foxall-Smith there, looking as nervous as he was at 0-0, at 1-0, unsurprisingly. The mental side of the game. As soon as you start focusing on what could go wrong, you're on a slippery slope.
Yeah, definitely.
It's that focus on the ball going into the net. I remember a conversation with Holly Pern-Webb, 2016, where she got that that goal to win gold. And here's a chance for Reading. Or defending, I think that. Oh, it's a card. A physical challenge.
Is that a Hampstead card?
No, I think it was a Reading. Was it a Reading card? Yeah, it was a Reading card. It was interesting. It was for me there. It was just a clash that two players sort of came together.
I think it's a Hampstead card. There's a Hampstead player on the naughty step.
Hampstead. Oh, it's strange because Hampstead got the free hit. So Hampstead down to 10. So Iona Campbell.
I think especially towards the end of the game, it's where fatigue comes in. So not throwing your stick in for a challenge and just staying with it. It becomes harder.
It's so critical, isn't it?
Yeah.
And particularly the longer the game goes on, playing down, because I think it does something to your mindset. I must admit, I got a little confused there. I thought it was it just looked like a clash, a sort of physical challenge.
Yeah.
Unless it was something that happened
I think it was
beforehand that we didn't
just
see.
before, that we didn't quite get to see, with the player running down the sideline. Dangerous ball in. Is that a short corner, or was that?
Can't see the umpire out of view. No, the ball.
Free
Yeah,
hit out.
I think given for danger into the circle. You can see now, Hampstead and Westminster. It's starting to get a little bit, sort of, I guess, frenetic. They're trying to put the ball into the circle pretty much straight away. They've still got plenty of time. And here's the carry from Reading down into the bottom corner.
Caroline Spence on the ball again, the goal scorer.
So I'll say this now, Alex, that in about 5 minutes, so you've got a little bit of time, I'm going to ask you for your player of the match. And obviously it's a pretty tight game. So, looking at maybe a player on each team who have really impressed you. So I'm giving you some thinking time now, and I'll come to you in a few minutes' time.
Okay. Start thinking. Or someone needs to do something very good now. That'd be a good time.
Well, there's a couple of players down there. That's a head injury, but carry into the circle.
It's interesting about the umpire stopping the game. Should they stop the game now?
Yeah.
If it is a head injury.
Out of shot, but there was I don't know whether it was a collision and a couple of players down.
Seems to be a lot more contact now nearing the end of the game. I think people just don't stop as quickly as they stop in the first quarter.
So Rob Foxall-Smith getting his team around. Two umpires getting together. Sometimes you just need, in a game that becomes a little bit frenetic, just need a little bit of calm. This is almost well, it's good for both coaches because, David Cooper, they're chasing the game. He can work out some sort of tactical plan, get that across to his players. Whereas Rob Foxall-Smith is thinking about, can we stay on the front foot? So an opportunity
definitely.
with both physios just on.
I mean, when a player goes down in hockey, they have to be quite hurt. Our pain thresholds tend to be a lot higher than other sports.
Other sports, let's say, yeah. Yes, indeed. And hopefully, can't see who it is there who's being treated, but
I think it might be Hannah Davey of Hampstead.
she's walking off rather gingerly. Of course, with the physio coming on, she'll have to go off, and they make the substitution. So we are. It would appear that we're okay. We're ready to go. Two umpires have had a chat. Reading, I think we're in possession, so quite sure what we'll do. Whether we're going to see a bully. You've probably never done a bully, Alex. I don't. What year bullies left hockey? No, that was a bully. Oh, and it was a.
Okay, Hampstead have taken their goalie off. So.
Right. As we thought. So that was the good stoppage. So Hampstead now 11 field players against Reading. Now will Reading just sit deep and give them their half?
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting of how you use the.
So
yeah.
As we approach the last 5 minutes of this one, it's real deep defence time for Reading, as Hampstead and Westminster will try and open them up, get that equalising goal that's going to take this to a shootout. Reading must remain cool here.
Yeah, they seem to have found their passing ability back.
Good carry into the
Great
circle.
Carry.
And this time it comes back and it's gone in. I think it went in off a defender.
That is perfect timing.
They're all looking at each other there. But the good carry into the circle, down the right-hand side, down the byline, and for the first time, rather than shooting, the ball is played. There is a pass that comes back. So we see the carry.
Yeah, that's a very,
against
very strong
Phoebe
carry.
Willer's on the carry. And the balls, come off the defender.
Yep, but it's a goal because she passed it from inside the D. So
the attacker has touched the ball. So we have parity.
This is where it gets exciting. Do you put your have Hampstead put their keeper back on? Yep, they've put Miriam Pritchard back in goal.
Yeah.
That's a good decision.
Well, so as a coach, so it worked then.
Yeah, yeah.
But what it does, it's the mental side of it, because what it does to some teams is they automatically go and sit deep, and they will, because they sit deep, they're almost giving the initiative over to the opposition, which you feel happen there. Reading were just defending very, very deep.
Yeah, and I mean, you feel a goal has been coming for Hampstead and Westminster, and yeah, they did very well to get that one. And it looks like they might be on a roll to try and get another, so they don't have to go to a shootout, which will be sneaky.
Isn't it funny, the mental side of sport, what it does to you? You get a little bit of a lift.
Makes the player of the match a bit harder now.
So let's think about both teams here, Alex. Who would you say would you pick out?
From Hampstead and Westminster, I definitely would say Catherine Nadesma or Liv Hamilton. Liv Hamilton's been at the back. She's been absolutely crucial. Catherine's had a lot of opportunity up front and has won a lot of corners. Had some shots, had a goal disallowed. And then obviously from Reading, Jo Pinner was the creator.
Oh, what carry.
Wow.
Brilliant carry into the circle.
No.
And the free hit.
That was amazing.
Great carry, head down there, and suddenly it's Hampstead and Westminster completely on top.
There's a big
Reading,
whistle. Looks like the...
Yeah, along.
One of the
I think it's...
coaches.
Yeah, no, it's coaches. I think Hannah Harrison has just spoken to the technical official, who has...
Then pass on a message to the Hampstead coach, I believe.
It's through the manager. It's always through the manager. Sadly, always comes through the manager. Oh, here's a chance.
Here's a good chance. A bit of 3D.
Oh, just
Thought
wide.
that went in.
What an opportunity that was. Well, it looks like there's only
They
going
are.
to be one winner at the moment. 2 minutes
They
to
are
go, and
not letting the ball out of the 25, are they?
Reading are wobbling, I think it's fair to say. Have they got one last push in them? Certainly, they've turned the ball over quite a lot in this last 3 or 4 minutes. However, they've got possession now. Aerial thrown towards the circle, but nobody on the end of it. Liv Hamilton immediately saying, wanting a ball, get a ball to me from the ball patrol. She senses that... Oh, but
She makes it look very easy.
great aerial thrown there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liv Hamilton has been a very big standout. She's been on the ball a lot, created a lot of opportunities, and prevented Reading from scoring a lot.
She controls. She's very much somebody who manages the game so well, but also controls things from the back. You feel that the way that this Hampstead and Westminster fight back has come sort of through her body language. Come on, let's get it forward. Let's play
definitely
towards the circle. Let's.
I mean,
Yeah.
as someone who has played with her, you just feel so secure.
So obviously we're going to be going to a shootout. So. Yeah, I mean, we obviously would pick players from each team. Who would be your players of the match? So we start off with Reading.
Reading, I think Jo Pinner created the opportunities in the first place. Two great runs through the pitch. And Hampstead and Westminster, like we've been saying, Liv Hamilton, her name's come up way too much for her not to get player of the match. The last opportunity for Hampstead here.
Here's a chance, yeah. 22 seconds to go, but it's...
Good tackle by Reading.
So, it looks like we are going to a shootout, so we can have that conversation we started earlier.
We can.
It's got all a bit frantic. A lot of turnover.
And the sun's come out.
And there is the final hooter. Everybody's standing. I think that was the final hooter.
Yeah.
Everybody is... I don't know, the umpire has... Is that the end of the game? Yeah, that is the end of the game. So, we are... It's shootout time. And...
Abby Dixon has just got a yellow card right at the end of the game.
well, that won't make any difference because she can come back on.
Does that mean she can take a shootout with a yellow card?
If she gets the yellow card before the end of the game, she can take a shootout. It's only, I mean, if she said something after the game, and it was dissent. So we go to a shootout, and this is, I mean, I don't want to build it up too much, but whoever wins this shootout is going into Europe. There's pressure for you.
Is going to Europe.
Yeah, so the obviously the winner is going to either go to the AHL or they're going to go to the European clubs competition. So there is a lot on this shootout.
I thought Hampstead have already qualified for the
winning. So next year we have 2 English teams.
Yeah.
In the European EHL competition.
Wow,
we have
okay.
one team will be in the EHL, and that's the 12-team competition, and the other team will be in the European clubs competition. So there's 2 European spaces.
Sorry, I thought the team that won the league automatically qualified for the EHL 2, the European 2 second division.
I wonder whether this competition will have an impact on that. Worth checking.
Okay.
So anyway, but we are going into a shootout.
It's like Amy Tennant's having a word with the 5 shootout takers. She'll be good. She's a keeper. She knows what you should do against the keeper to score.
Yeah, obviously very experienced as a goalkeeper in international circles.
Yeah, we've got Jo Pinner, Abby Dixon, Caroline Spence, and I think the 2 New Zealand girls. So,
just to explain what happens here, it's the ball is placed in a central position on the 23-metre mark. The attacker then has 8 seconds against the goalkeeper. It's a one-on-one. And it looks like we're going to the car park end of this shootout.
Yeah, and as an attacker, I mean, you've got 8 seconds, and you think that's a short amount of time, but it's actually a lot longer than you think when you're in it. So it's about using the full 8 seconds and not rushing your shot.
But not counting it down in your head, because I guess time after time you've been through this routine. I mentioned earlier I was just going to talk about Holly Pern-Webb winning gold for Great Britain in 2016 in Rio, and her rehearsed routine that she went through, that she knew she was going to score from, because she'd been through that environment, she'd been through that pressure at Bisham time after time after time. So obviously a lot of practice goes into this, Alex.
Yes.
You're walking up to the 23, the ball's there, the hooter's about to go. What's going through your head?
I think have a game plan in your head, know what you're trying to do, but don't get too stressed if the keeper makes a move, which means that you can't do that, or your first touch doesn't go too right. Again, 8 seconds is actually quite a long time. So yeah, just think about not rushing, don't rush, and try not to put too much pressure on yourself. Like, there's 5 of you that are taking them. Usually it's not just you. That means your team doesn't go through if you don't score.
Yeah, so 5 players nominated from each team, and the toss there, Esma Burge.
I wonder whether you want to go first or second.
What would you do?
I think I'd want to go first, I think, to put the pressure on the, on the
exactly.
team.
I'd always do that. And as a coach, talking to your players, you'd always want them to go first, and it does put the pressure. Even if you are a shootout down or you miss your first, the pressure is still on the second team to go. So,
we're set and ready to go. Good luck again to both teams.
Here we go.
Catherine Ledesma taking the first one for Hampstead.
And it's saved.
Good save.
Didn't really get hold of that. You felt that Ledesma's backhand shot it just bobbled and made it quite an easy
it
easy
potentially
save.
looked a bit like back stick, so not what she wanted, but again the pressure's still on Reading.
Emma Finley. Dummies. Goes wide.
Miriam
Pritchard makes the save. It's good to see that celebration.
Again, shootouts must be very hard for keepers. Mentally, not potentially doing much in the game, and then having to save 5 one-on-ones. It's Liv Hamilton.
Hamilton back into the keeper. Now that should give him the goal there. I just wonder whether that. No goal, back stick. Yeah, that's what we thought. You could see the angle, the way that the ball went into the net, the bobble.
Yeah.
The ball's obviously hit the back of a stick.
It's it's a really hard skill to do, especially in a one-on-one situation with the keeper. She was almost doing a backspace reverse.
Mia Moore. Oh.
Good tackle. Ooh.
No, I don't think the ball.
Is that in?
I don't think that was in. The whistle. I think the whistle went for 8 seconds before the ball went into the net. I'm not sure.
This is getting quite interesting.
Not sure what they've given there. So, was that a goal given? No.
No.
Okay. So Hampstead Westminster.
Sophia Martin taking this one, so she's got very good stick skills.
Oh, good save, Cochrane. Good save.
I think the Hampstead and Westminster players are going to have to try to do something a bit different to get past the Reading goalie. They've all gone to their reverse.
The way that she's just wonder whether her deviation right to left there, she went a little bit too early rather than getting in close to the keeper and then taking a big step right to left.
Joe Pinner up for Reading now.
Pinner head up. Looking at the keeper. Spins. Oh, she's lost it. No.
It's 2 goals, but too late.
Just that control. As she span away from Miriam Pritchard, it took that sort of missed touch that took the ball away from her, by which time it was too late. Not a great skill there.
This is not a shootout you would
That
want
was
to be having.
No, the ball just not a good touch on the backhand.
Abby Dixon up for Reading now. Everyone looks a bit shaky, a bit nervous.
It's gone in. Dixon somehow
Have they won?
squeezed that ball underneath
They've gone through.
Pritchard,
That was the winning
and
one.
it's a Reading win. So Reading joyful, Hampstead and Westminster distraught as the Hampstead and Westminster players go over
It's always a tough way to
and
to end a
console their goalkeeper, Miriam Pritchard. Yeah, always a tough way. I mean, but we have to accept these days that it is part of hockey. And
exactly.
Yeah,
I think
disappointing.
frustrating for Hampstead and Westminster as they would have had the stats above Reading, and it's not a good way to go. But kudos to Reading, fought back and didn't let the shootout get in their head really, and executed them well.
So probably a tough question to answer, but did the better team win?
I don't know. I think Hampstead and Westminster have been quite unlucky. They were quite under pressure at the end. They had more corners. They had more circle penetrations. I think if I was Hampstead and Westminster, I'd be very frustrated with that outcome. But kudos to Reading. They've done well, and like we say, they've climbed this season up the ranks. And our player of the match is Joe Pinner, I believe.
Yeah, I think when you look at games like that, I think Hampstead and Westminster, the chances they had in that first half, their penalty corner routine, and they failed to score. And Reading have really shut Reading out, because we said, didn't we, Miriam Pritchard had nothing to do in that first half. And then Reading, on the counter-attack, with that sort of opportunist backhand effort from Spence, that was actually going over the bar, and Miriam has tried to sort of palm it, and it's gone into the goal. And sometimes it's those sorts of moments that change games. And so for Reading, they've soaked up the pressure. You feel that tactically they've sort of got this right. They wobbled a bit near the end, the last 5 or 7 minutes. Were they going to hold out?
Yeah, definitely. And we spoke about cohesion at the start and culture, and I think Reading have got a very good culture in their team at the moment, and they seem to have a lot of fun on and off the pitch together, and that definitely makes all the difference. They also came into this tournament kind of as a slight underdog, and it's always nice that the underdog sometimes beats.
Fortune favours the underdog. Yeah,
Exactly.
I've heard that a few times. Yeah. So it's Reading who are through to tomorrow's final. They will face the winners of the second semi-final, East Grinstead and Surbiton, and that will come a little bit later on. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Alex, who is going to talk through a few of the game highlights, and I'll go and interview the player of the match.
Straight away, and got a short corner very, very quickly. Hannah Davey with a very, very good touch in front of Lizzie Nail onto her foot. And they started off the game very well. Again, another highlight of Hampstead and Westminster. Good carry inside, good link-up play, pick and roll. Strong carry by Sophia Martin to Catherine Odesma, who liked the right to left with a bit of 3D involved to win a few short corners. Hampstead and Westminster off the corner. One of their 5, I believe. Liv Hamilton to slap, and a cracking save by the Reading postie. In the third quarter, this was the great carry by Jo Pinner and great advantage by the umpire. Reverse stick hit by Caroline Spence, and unfortunately for Miriam Pritchard, a goal in off her glove. And then fourth quarter, there'll be a few highlights for Hampstead and Westminster. Strong carry with a pass across goal and in off a Reading player, but brought it back to 1-1 with 4 minutes to go. So, and this is when you felt Hampstead and Westminster might potentially score another goal. They were very on top, but then took it to the shootout.
Just crossing the T's there. 2-0.
Where Abby Dixon was on the ball and moved Miriam well, and then did a quick shot and scored and won it for Reading.
So, thank you for joining us this afternoon, Alex. You've been watching BTV. Andy Halliday's just gone over to interview our player of the match, so stick with us for the next few minutes, and you'll be joining us with a live interview from Andy Halliday. You're watching BTV. Amazing, thank you.
Okay.
Position the camera, I'll get it pointing and then... Cheers, I need that.
Jo Pinner, player of the match. A little bit of a wobble near the end there. What was the game plan to begin with?
Number one was to win, again the final. We all year have played brilliantly hockey as a team. We're quite an attacking hockey. We take risks, which can sometimes leave us exposed in the back. And we've had a lot of high-scoring games actually as the season's gone on. So the game plan was to play as we have all season, play together, play attacking, fun, exciting hockey that we enjoy. I think we delivered it for parts of the game, not the whole game. Yeah, you alluded to the wobble at the end there. Hampstead took their keeper off and went 11 outfield. We did try to adapt to it, but they played it really well and got a goal out of it. So credit to them.
And let's turn the clock back to the first half. So towards the end of the first half, barrage of penalty corners, brilliant save on the line. Nikki Cochrane in outstanding form. And and that must have given you such a lift going into half-time.
Yeah, absolutely. We rode a lot of pressure. We had our fair share of opportunities in the D. We just didn't quite convert into anything more than possession, really. Hampstead had a lot of corners. Coco was unbelievable, I think, all game, not just defending our corners. And you're right, I think it was a bit of a... felt like the gods were looking down on us today, that save off the line. And then I think when you get moments like in the game, it really actually gets behind you and think, do you know what, okay, we've ridden that bit of luck perhaps, and now let's go and make the most of it. And we did. We went 1-0 up. And we deserved that in the second half.
Now, I appreciate you've got, obviously with George Pinner being here as well with Old Georgians men, there are some challenges around babysitting. How have you solved that one?
Grandparents, aunties, uncles, we've got them all on the sideline today. Yeah, bit of I call it outsourcing parenting, to be honest. So we've done that most of the season. Yeah, we're both very, very lucky. We've got brilliant families who've supported us throughout our hockey careers. We're obviously at the back end of them now, the two of us, so they've been there through thick and thin, and we're lucky that both of us have made the final today, so hopefully it makes it worthwhile for them.
Surbiton or East Grinstead in tomorrow's final, which would you prefer?
Good question. We played Surbiton most recently. We did lose 3-0. I would back us against both teams. Possibly EG, I'd take.
Well, thanks, Joe. Congratulations on Player of the Match and recovery now towards tomorrow. What does that entail?
I just said the same thing to the girls. Maybe that's my age showing. Rest, recover, eat, drink. That's fluids, not alcohol just yet. And try and switch off as well. Mentally, events like this are quite stimulating and they can tire you out. It's event, big atmosphere compared to what we're used to. So yeah, a bit of downtime, and then we'll also watch some video. The coaching staff will look through the video, digest this game, prepare for the next one, whoever that might be, and then we go again tomorrow.
Well, congratulations and all the best for tomorrow's game.
Cheers, Andy. Good to see you.
Well, good evening. I think it's evening now. Game 4. Welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre, and we've so far seen 3 fantastic games of hockey. Game 4, sun is still shining here, it was good to see, and Game 4 sees our second women's semi-final in the ATHLETEQ.APP Premier Division Hockey Finals. And this is going to be a tasty encounter as East Grinstead, winners in 2023, take on Surbiton. Very, very difficult to split these two teams, and I'm really pleased that I've got somebody with some technical and tactical expertise sitting next to me who might be able to tell us about the difference between these two teams. Holly Hunt, England and Great Britain international player. Welcome, Holly. Lovely to have you sitting alongside me. First question, for a club player, events like this, and obviously you're an England and Great Britain funded international player, but as a club player, how important are events like this in your career?
Hello, lovely, thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here. Yeah, club hockey I think is so important. I think that's where loads of us England and GB players first started playing, and where we've developed so much as players. And I think the great thing about club hockey is it's something that we can all come and enjoy. You play with freedom, you love it, like you're playing with people that simply just love hockey and want to get involved. And yeah, a spectacle like this is amazing. I think, yeah, it's a great opportunity to play really high quality games with a lot to play for. The chance of European hockey on the cards. It's an amazing, and the setup at Beeston is fantastic. Nottingham Hockey Centre, it's a really good setup. The atmosphere is really good. So yeah, and like I say, I think this is going to be a great game. I'm really excited.
Good. And we talk about pressure, don't we, in these sorts of situations. Obviously, for international players, you play at Lee Valley, you play in the Pro League, you play abroad, you play in Holland, Australia, and obviously recently India. But for a club player, how do they handle the pressure of these sorts of events?
I think, again, it's just such an exciting opportunity to play in front of a crowd. I think we've obviously got lots of friends and family here, people supporting, people watching. And yeah, it's just, I think for anyone, it's super exciting. Even for the internationals, it's, like say, slightly different environment to international games, but it's, really, really good opportunity to play in front of friends, family. And yeah, for club that you've probably grown up playing for. And yeah, it's a really, really cool place to play.
Yeah, excellent. So as we see the players go through their final routines, just under 5 minutes before this game begins. I'm not going to put you on the spot here around these two teams, but we will talk throughout the game, and I'm sure there'll be ebb and flow in both teams. But if you were to just say, who do you think going into the game would be slight favourites? Who would it be?
Oh, it's really tricky because, like I say, these teams are both very evenly matched, and I think whenever I've played against either of them, I always know that it's going to be a really high-quality game. I think coming into it, Surbiton off the back of last week, great win against Reading. I think I'd have to say they would be my favourites going into it, but yeah, I think it's going to be a really close one. And I don't think EG are going to give it up easily. I think it's going to be a right battle, and it could go all the way to the end. So yeah, no, I think I'd probably say Surbiton right now, but yeah, I'm intrigued to see how it pans out.
Okay, so teams back towards their benches, getting ready for their line-up. Let's just have a look at the two teams. Starting off with Surbiton. Obviously the experience there of Giselle Ansley at the back. Izzy Petter, her international experience in the front line. Erica Sanders, natural goal scorer. And of course, Holly Payne, part of the funded group, England, Great Britain group for some years. Who would you pick out as being the match winner?
Oh God, that's a great question, because I think in this team, that's the exciting thing about Surbiton is that got such talent going forward. You've got Darcy Bourne, Eric Sanders, like I say, natural goal scorer, has just got such a good eye for the goal. Those balls going past the back post, I can see her just getting there, diving in. But then they've also got such experience at the back. Giselle, the pace from Eloise Senna on the right-hand side, I think, as well, is also going to be very dangerous for EG to deal with. So, yeah, like I say, lots of threats all over the pitch. And yeah, be interested to see how it goes.
And as we look at the East Grinstead lineup, now, if anything, we have to mention that their front line. So Bieber Mills, a young, incredible talent, scores goals for Toffee. Up front, Millie Giglio, again, presses high, very, very aggressive. And then you balance that with somebody like Tess Howard. I mean, what a front line.
Honestly, yeah, again, very, very exciting. I think you've got so much speed, so much skill up there. Yeah, you've got girls that can do all different types of things, and from short corners as well. You've got Grace Bolston from the top, amongst Millie Giglio and Tess as well. So I think, yeah, it's very exciting going forwards. And yeah, Liv Shannon, who's Kiwi as well, really good.
So as the teams come out now in their lineups, East Grinstead are in their traditional blue. They're in an all-blue strip, and Surbiton are rather like their men played this morning in an all-white strip. The two teams are now lining up. The umpires for this one, Claire Barwood and Rebecca Edwards. Rebecca Edwards, who just come back from the EHL, having been selected to umpire the women's final over there. And Rebecca Edwards on the right of picture there, Claire Barwood on the left. So the final high fives, and the two teams get into their a little bit of possibly a tumble there, but the two teams in their final huddle, so that Surbiton huddle, what are the sort of things that are said, Holly?
I think
nothing
at this point,
tactical, is it?
No, at this point, everyone knows what their job is. Everyone knows what they're set to do. I think it's just that final bit of inspiration, any key reminders for that last little bit, but mainly just getting people around each other, getting people pumped up, and getting people ready for that first whistle.
Yeah. And the East Grinstead lineup. They interesting East Grinstead. So obviously they lost last week to Hampstead and Westminster in that final last phase game. Do you think that will have an impact on their mentality going into this one?
No, I think they're the sort of team that will bounce back from that pretty well. They know it's at stake today, getting a spot in that final tomorrow, so I don't think that will affect them. I think they'll come out, got all guns blazing here, and be straight into them.
So Amber Walton there in the Surbiton goal.
It's time for the countdown. Go and join with me. 10,
and it'll be Tess Howard. Tess Howard
7, 6,
on the ball,
5,
who will get us underway.
3, 2, 1. Let's play.
So, East Grinstead in possession, immediately play the ball to the right. Setting up with a back four, two wide players and two fullbacks. And there's an immediate turnover there. Surbiton. Do you think both teams, I mean, I guess there'll be a period of play here where two teams are sort of, if you like, feeling each other out a little bit, sensing whether they're going to press high or not? Or is it get on the front foot and put them under pressure?
I think EG definitely the type of team to get on the front foot straight away. You've got forwards like Tess that press super well. They can read the game, get on those intercepting lines and put pressure on. And I also think, these teams play each other so often in a season that you sort of have a good understanding of how each team plays. And I think, in this situation, definitely being aggressive and on the front foot is going to play into EG's favour.
Yes. Surbiton, obviously back from their EHL experiences, which I'm sure they will have learnt from. Tess Howard running with the ball, carries right to left into the circle. There's a shooting opportunity, but she chooses to, oh yes, she spins, and the shot coming in there, but some decent defending.
She's just so strong on the ball, Tess. She does so well to carry at speed, and keep the ball under control as well, while just, you know, getting rid of those defenders as they come towards her.
I mean, that was classic Tess Howard, wasn't it? That shot
Yeah.
and that run through the middle. Alice Sharp on the ball. She hits long. Lily Walker. Key playmaker for East Grinstead.
For sure, yeah. She's so good at retaining possession, keeping hold of the ball in the middle of the pitch, and for someone who's so young, being able to really command the back line and, you know, connect forwards, going with the midfielders. Yeah, she does a really, really good job in there. She's definitely a key player for East Grinstead.
Former Birmingham University player. 65 international caps. And very influential as a turnover.
And there she is winning the ball.
Oh, she chose the right pass there, but just radar not quite right. Surbiton come away. Mackenzie into the circle. Oh, and there's a lifted ball. The ball just, I think, popping up in the air. Is it off Emma Bandra? I can't.
I think it's just into Alice Wills, isn't it?
Oh. Yeah. The ball just... yeah, a bit of dangerous play there in the circle as that ball came across, just popping up into the air, and within the first 3 minutes, we have the first penalty corner of the game.
A nice little carry from Ellie Mackenzie there. She scored a really good goal last week against Reading. Carried along the baseline, cut inside, and on a reverse stick, put it in the top of the net. So she's another very exciting forward that Surbiton have got.
Yeah, Ellie Mackenzie, the Scottish player, 10 caps to her name. So, Giselle Ansley on the right, Darcy Bourne on the left. Castle. There's the Darcy Bourne who drags and scores. And that's the start. Surbiton have the lead within the first 3 minutes. And Darcy Bourne, she scored one, the AHL, in exactly the same place there. So a very, very simple routine.
Yeah, really good from Darcy. Just right into that bottom corner. Like I say, she's been really working on her drag flicking. And it's just nice to see. Yeah, lovely, right into the corner.
Just the start that Surbiton wanted. So an early penalty corner. East Grinstead straight back on the attack, winning a free just around the 23.
Interesting
Walker.
to see how EG will respond to that.
A free hit going against Giglio. Surbiton setting up with the back three.
Battle from GB teammates Martha Taylor and Ellie Ray there.
Yeah, we didn't mention Ellie Rare earlier, but a player with incredible pace.
Oh yeah, she is so hard to defend. Once she gets that ball and she gets up and running, there are very few people that can stop her. Very, very effective.
Grinstead have done well there, playing the ball around the back with purpose, fizzing it around. Sharp sort of draws the foul, but they play the advantage. Darcy Bourne carries into space. Into the circle, the deflection.
Oh.
Fantastic finish.
Great touch.
And it's Erica Sanders who gets on the end of that. A great carry down the right from Darcy Bourne.
And just as we said at the start of the game, Erica Sanders has such a good eye for the goal. She just gets herself into the right areas. And that lovely little touch. You see, just checking the goal as she runs in, and then subtle little touch. Very hard for Mila Welch in goal to see that. Very good from Erica.
Erica Sanders there with a typically deft strike. I say striker's touch. I think that's I'm not doing her a disservice by that. But she knew exactly where that ball was going. Fantastic finish. And that's her 7th goal of the league this year. Erica Sanders, who's part of the GB programme. 29 caps. Only 1 goal, which is surprising, isn't it? International player, somebody like her. You would have thought with her capability and strikers, just that almost, you find it in both the men's and the women's games. There are a certain number of players who are going to score goals. Indoors, outdoors, they just get themselves in the right places, and Erica Sanders is one of those.
Yeah, exactly. I've played with Erica for a long time. I was at uni with her. I actually went to primary school with her. And yeah, she's just very good sportswoman. And yeah, like I say, very dangerous in the D. She knows where the goal is. Very clever. One of those where she doesn't have to do a lot of running because sort of knows where to hold the space in the D, and then it's just that popping in front of the defenders, a bit like then, just to get that little touch in front and find the goal.
And you were at primary school with her?
Yeah, way back when.
Did you start? Where did you start your hockey?
At Stockport Grammar School. So yeah, just outside Manchester. I moved there when I was in year 5, so 10 years old. And Erica actually dragged me along to hockey club at lunchtime, and I was terrible. Kept using the wrong side of my stick, but quickly fell in love with it. And then joined Sale Hockey Club before then going on to Bowden, where I spent the majority of my junior time playing there. So yeah.
Stockport Grammar School, that's where it all began.
Yeah, national champs 2015.
Yeah, you got that in there. Penalty corner, East Grinstead. And a punch of the air from Tess Howard there. Good carry. She carries right to left across the top of the circle.
Yeah. Yeah, really good from Tess. See lots of space as they attack. Again, Ellie Raya using that speed. Little cut inside. Finding the space. Little pop into Tess. Again, just so strong on the ball. Finding the feet there. You can see how much it means to the EG girls. Little fist bump from Tess. Really good opportunity to get one back.
So difficult there, Eloise Stenner. The ball going onto her foot, but the angle of that tuck back, so difficult to protect both feet. So, first penalty corner for East Grinstead. What have they got? Grace Ballston on the left. Castle out to Ballston, who drags and fires it wide.
Just wide, yeah.
Just wide of the post there. If anything, you've got to hit the target. I remember the practice notion with penalty corners, but get the thing, make the goalkeeper do something.
Oh yeah.
And oh, she's missed the target there. Raya plays into the circle again. Here's an opportunity. Olivia Shannon there. The ball deep in that Surbiton circle. The New Zealander, 88 caps to her, 19 goals in her international career. A few New Zealanders, a few Kiwis playing in the English League this year.
Yeah, we've got a couple
You've
at
got
Hampstead.
A couple, at Hampstead.
Yeah, Rose and Tyler. Yeah, really cool. I think it's just like great that internationals and people from abroad want to come and play in England. Just adds different variety to the English League. You're playing against something different, and they bring different qualities and different experiences, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it, to experience. Oh, that's good carry and good defence. Giselle Ansley using all her experience there. Oh, I think that might have been off a foot, but
play on.
We've got we had a clear vision of that on our monitor, but not sure the umpires did. Oh, that's penalty corner for that tackle.
Nice strong carry there from Courtney Hansford, EG captain. EG do really well there just to win it back. Millie Giglio nice and strong on the ball, and then just a really good carry from Courtney, getting ball outside her right foot.
It's interesting, that carry out, it just in one hand, but drawing the foul from the defender.
Yeah.
And it just shows it that running that way, the left to right run down the left foot of the defender is so difficult to defend, particularly when you've got a bit of pace. So Second penalty corner for East Grinstead. Penalty stroke. So the flick from Giglio, and the foot on the line, although the two umpires are going to consult here. We see it again. Oh, and I was quite sure whether... So it looks like Walton has made the save, and then you can't work out whether that was a... It's very difficult to see on the monitor whether that was a stick or a foot on the line.
Yeah.
Either way.
The defender on the line.
So, Bieber Mills scores comfortably. Just so quick, wasn't it? I mean, the confidence that she has for somebody as young as her is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, no, really good. Good from her to step up, like you say, just that pure pace into the corner. I think even if the keeper reads it, she's pushed it so quick, you just can't get there. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, Amber Walton a little angry with herself there. But yeah, just shows power. And she didn't change her mind as she stepped up to take that. It looked like that was always where it was going to go.
She had a plan and she executed it. Nigeria back in it.
So, Surbiton 2, East Grinstead 1. 6 minutes remaining in this first quarter. A lot of whistling going on at the moment. I think we're ready to go now. So a great start. Surbiton out the blocks quickly, but East Grinstead just showing, I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier, what it means to this group. Obviously they had their European experience last year in the AHL. They won this competition in 23. And of course they were indoor champions as well, so this would be an indoor-outdoor double if they can win here. But they've got to come from behind if they're going to do that. Ellie Rare with the carry there, but...
Yeah, very exciting start to the game, and I think there's going to be a few more goals to come.
Well, I hope you're right, Holly. Certainly enjoyed the start to this. Ballston. Oh, lovely pass. And a great run off the ball to receive. Emily Carter. Wansley gives the ball away, but it's off. It looked like it hit Ballston's foot, but play on.
Play on.
Oh no, whistle's gone. A little bit untidy, that 15-20 seconds of play there. East Grinstead have the free in the 23. Walker out to Chloe Brown. Irish international, Chloe Brown. Irish, I think, as they call her, nickname. There,
I know, I was just double checking what her real name was because I just know her as Irish.
She's always known as Irish, yeah.
Yeah. No, Chloe Brown, she's again another very good player for EG and very, very good at indoor.
Yeah, Irish international, indoor and outdoor. Yeah. 62 caps, would you believe, for Ireland. And she scored, guess how many goals she scored?
Oh gosh, is it loads?
For Ireland. Because she's not an out-and-out striker.
No, she's playing half-back here. I'm going to say 15.
28.
28, wow.
It's not bad, is it?
Fair play.
Yeah, Chloe Brown. There is so much talent out on the pitch. It's a real pleasure to be here for this competition. Rhea runs at the circle. She's got those afterburners on now, and simple.
Really good from Rhea. Just waiting for that moment that Darcy lifts the stick up and just finding that foot. Very good patience. Again, yeah, Rhea just using the speed, reading the inset really well. So that she picks it up near the halfway line, gets her eyes up, changing angle as she carries. A little bit of 3D skills, and yeah, just waiting for Darcy to lift the stick up and finding the foot.
It was interesting there because that, from a defensive perspective, So Darcy Bourne is tracking back and has always got the backhand tackle, whereas the other defenders could have taken Ellie on the forehand. Anyway, penalty corner. Mills flicks.
Good save from Alton.
This time it's on target, and Walton makes the save. Bieber Mills.
So that's 3 different flickers we've seen from East Grinstead now. Just shows how many different options they have from the top.
Yeah, says something about the depth, doesn't it? Bieber Mills is very much from a hockey family. Her grandfather, Barry, who was an England indoor international and coached the England indoor team back in the late 1980s. We wish him all the best. Ooh. Skill that from Molly Mason, but
I think the ball of 6 just come up into Surbiton player's head.
Yeah, obviously stop the time, careful about it. Head injury there. Nick Bandrak, assistant coach. Good to have him in the commentary box earlier today for the one of the men's semi-finals. Theo Dowse, the other coach, head coach. So it's a free hit. Lily Walker on the ball. Oh, long aerial. Good interception. America Sanders, she had to get that right. Oh. And free hit to Ballston. A little bit of shielding there. Walker tries to fire it into the circle. As the sun appears once again here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. It's great. We've had, I don't know, we've probably had about a fifth of the day we've had sunshine, quite a bit of cloud. But enjoying the temperatures here.
It wasn't quite as warm as I thought it was going to be. I turned up in a skirt this morning and I had to put my jeans on.
So you said earlier, a very wise decision. And I would suggest you'd need jeans tomorrow, Holly, from
yes,
what I hear about
tomorrow's not quite so nice, is it?
The forecast.
But hey, at least it's not raining.
Correct.
Oh wow, great skills.
Oh,
that's lovely from Izzy Patter.
Great move. Oh, just it was one of those where it's almost as if the ball was getting quicker and quicker going away from Erica Sanders. Yeah, so if you are in the area tomorrow, obviously we've got 4 more top-class games of hockey for you. The women's 3-4 playoff. Whoever loses this game will play against Hampstead and Westminster. And the winners of this game will play Reading in the women's final. And the men's games, Oxted against Wimbledon for 3rd and 4th with a European place at stake. And the final will be between Old Georgians and Surbiton. So some cracking hockey ahead tomorrow. And there are tickets available. So carry into the circle, but Surbiton come away. Good deep defending. So we're reaching the last few seconds of the first quarter. Is there time for a final attack here for Surbiton? There isn't. As the hooter goes for the end of a really entertaining first quarter. So Surbiton out of the blocks very quickly. Goals in the 3rd and 4th minute. Darcy Bourne firing low from a penalty corner. And then a brilliant striker's goal from Erica Sanders gave them a 2-goal lead. But Bieber Mills from a penalty stroke after a foot on the line at a penalty corner. And Mills reduced the arrears. So Surbiton have a 2-1 lead after this first quarter. Holly, your thoughts on that first quarter of hockey that we've seen?
Yeah, I think great start. I think, as we said, it was going to be a closely fought affair. And yeah, Surbiton probably enjoying slightly more of the possession, but then EG getting foothold back in towards the later stages of that quarter. And I think they're gonna keep coming back. And yeah, like we said, I don't think we're gonna be short of a few more goals in this game. But yeah, very exciting start.
So that's Barney Furlong there, who's on the right of that picture, the team manager of East Grinstead. Fantastic story last week with East Grinstead women playing Hampstead and Westminster, and then the men playing at 6 o'clock in the evening. He had the misfortune of his car being locked in Paddington Recreation Ground. Padlocks on the gates, and he had to get the train home. The train home back to Sussex. It can only happen to a team manager.
That's a long old journey.
Yeah. It is a long old journey.
Always a good day out though when they put
it's a schoolboy error.
A schoolboy error. When they put the men's and the women's on the same day.
I'm told it's the attraction of the Carlton Tavern.
Oh yeah.
Post game.
The Scotch eggs. Scotch eggs will get you.
Tell me about the Scotch eggs.
Oh, they're delicious. Gourmet.
So a brilliant story actually. The Carlton Tavern, obviously a while ago. I think it's been knocked down and rebuilt.
Yeah.
So a guy called Ian Scanlon, former England 21 player, left his goalkeeper kit in there. The problem is he left his goalkeeper kit in there just ahead of the demolition. Oh so when they demolished it, his kit was still in there. I don't know whether it ever got retrieved in the rubble, but yeah, I think there's a lot happened.
Well, it's funny with the Carlton as well because they knocked it down to rebuild it, but then discovered it was a listed building, so had to rebuild it exactly the same way it was before.
Yeah, great story. Great story. So, Ansley fires it wide. Good carry.
Katie Curtis demonstrating what great skills she has. She's very good. Not only is she very good at moving the ball, but she's also very good at using her shoulders and body feints as well. Just makes it so hard to defend because you can't read what she's going to do with it.
Recent addition to the England Great Britain programme. 5 caps. Oh, lovely. Lovely spin. And lay off. Oh, and here's the chance, but just couldn't quite connect. That was Ellie Mackenzie again. Here's the carry into the circle, but again, Grinstead equal to it. Mackenzie throws into the circle, but deflection off an East Grinstead stick.
Just putting a little bobble onto the push pass as it comes into it. It's so hard to defend. Defenders nervous about hitting the foot, and again, any little touch that an attacker could get onto the defender's foot is very dangerous.
Or the ball popping up in the air and looping into a body. Well, again, great carry. Smashing it. Oh, and it was that
Erica Sanders popping up
Sanders again. Just trying to get ahead of the defender to get that deflection. Sharp restarts.
Sharp playing out on the left today. So when we've played her recently, she's been more in that drop centre forward or a bit more central, but she's a very, very versatile player with, again, great skills. So I feel like you could put her anywhere on the pitch and she'd do an amazing job.
Isn't it great having players like that in your lineup?
Yeah, it's a very solid player for Surbiton.
Darcy Bourne, touch invades her, just gets ahead of her. And Shannon comes away, wins the free. Miss hit, now here's Ellie Raya. This time she runs right to left with the ball. Turns it over.
As well back from Holly Payne there.
She's much more effective when she runs the other way, isn't she? Left to right. I know that might sound a bit obvious because you're not running across the forehand, but you know that corner that she won in the first quarter, which was simple, carry, strong, outside the right foot.
Yeah, it's like you said before with the one with Darcy, just as a defender trying to get round onto your forehand so that you don't commit the foul. It's just so hard when you've got someone running quickly around the outside.
Great pass through from Shannon.
Turnover.
Syme plays it through, trying to find Martha Taylor. Yeah, as you say, Alice Sharp there. She's very cool, isn't she? She's one of those really sort of experienced players that doesn't give a lot away.
Yeah, she moves the ball very well. She always makes it look like she's got a lot of time. I think it's a sign of a, yeah, like I say, experienced, very good player.
Ballston throws the aerial. Oh, great pick
Good
up.
pick from Tess, yeah.
Well played, Tessa Howard, but tries to link up with Giglio, but can't. Again, the aerial. This time, Chloe Brown receives it.
Surbiton did well there, forcing it to one side. The centre forward really dictating where they want them to play. You're just passing the ball off the sideline.
Long ball thrown away there. Shannon stepping up. She's had a good solid game, hasn't she? She carries into the circle. Oh, and the ball across. Ansley, all cool under pressure there. Great defence from Surbiton.
Yeah, Surbiton
Hipper
doing well to work out the corners, but just very turnover.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've had quite an untidy last sort of 5 or 6 minutes. Howard into the circle. Oh, great play from Tess Howard. Oh, she keeps going. Keeps control. And wins the penalty corner.
Well played, Tess. Tess did really well there not to take a stick off the ball. I think sometimes when you're under pressure in the D and the temptation there is to lift the stick off and go for the forehand or backhand hit, but she did really well. Just keep a stick on it. And again, just waiting for that little opportunity to find a foot, win the corner.
You almost feel that she's going, the pressure is obviously pushing her away from the goal, but then it's that little tuck under just onto the foot. So much experience.
Yeah, just keep moving on the ball, keep your stick on it, and then when that chance comes, then find the foot, win the corner.
So, chance for parity here for East Grinstead. 2-1. They trail. Ballston, and a decent save.
Clear off the line, is that?
Is that
Giselle?
Ansley off the line?
Giselle
Yeah.
Ansley.
Giselle Ansley with a great deflection. And that ball thrown away and a chance for Surbiton to counter-attack. Yeah, it's a great save from Ansley from that penalty corner, really good. So interesting, Giselle Ansley, top cricketer. We used to play a Great Britain team down at the Royal Household at Windsor Castle every September. Giselle played for us 1 year. Goodness me, her bowling figures I think was something like 8 overs, 0 for 4.
Oh wow!
I mean, she is absolutely on the mark. A
Yeah.
very, very special cricketer. It's not just hockey that is her sport. And the ideal person to put on the line.
Yeah.
A lot of teams put cricketers on the line, don't they?
Yeah, we often have. For Hampstead, Olivia Hamilton back there, who again, very good cricket, tennis, sports that require good hand-eye. Yeah, we often put her back there, and Sophie Hamilton as well for Surbiton. Obviously, not playing today. She's out on the sidelines with a lengthy, hopefully not too long, but lengthy knee injury.
Right.
But yeah, both Hamiltons very good hand-eye.
Brown throws into space. Mills leads out, but gets nothing from Ansley there. How's your cricket then?
Well, I'd like to think it would be okay. I've never really played properly. I've been told I've got a decent bowling action, but like I said, I've never really done it properly, so hard to tell.
I guess it depends who tells you that information. doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've been told I've got a really good bowling action.
I think I'll stick to hockey for now. I did play, as I was growing up, played football and lacrosse alongside hockey, which I think all linked in pretty well together.
Yeah.
Definitely took different skills from each of those sports that all feed into hockey. But no, cricket is never really something I got into.
When did you get to that point where you sort of chose hockey?
I think it was when I was probably about 15, because it was, weekends where me and my mum would go off to football game in the morning, lacrosse in the afternoon, hockey game in the evening, and then my little sister Lauren was also doing the same with my dad, and I think it just got to a point where they were like, you need to stop. You need to choose one.
Taxi mum, taxi dad.
Exactly.
Always a chance. Mackenzie,
Oh,
great tackle.
good defending by Raya.
Eddie Raya in her own circle there.
Yeah, getting a stick
timely
nice and
challenge.
low.
I know we both sound surprised, don't we? Eddie Raya, a great tackler, and more used to talking
at the
about the
other
good
end.
things she does at the other end, but no,
Yeah.
that was great bit of timing and work back. But she's been playing in a much more deeper role, hasn't she, here? Mills carries, ball comes off the foot. There's Thompson just doing enough there. Thompson, another of the visitors from New Zealand in the Surbiton lineup. Very experienced, 225 New Zealand caps. Is it great having Giselle Ansley, gold medal winner, alongside Liz Thompson? Two of the most experienced players. I mean, you mentioned it earlier about the versatility and the complete nature of this Surbiton team.
Yeah, they've just got such strength and depth. Like you say, that experience paired with the speed and the skills of the forwards that they've got up top as well. It's very well balanced squad, the Surbiton girls, I would say.
Ballston plays forward. Walker naturally goes to space. And a lovely ball up the line. Shannon leading out and carries, but only gets the long corner. I think she wanted a little bit more there, but
Liv Shannon, another one, very, very strong on the ball. Very hard to tackle.
it's ball into the circle. I think there was a bit of a push there and a shove. So East Grinstead certainly having the better of this last few minutes as we approach half time, just over 3 minutes to go. The sun out, which is shadows on the pitch. Not making it the easiest game to commentate on, with the ball occasionally sort of disappearing into the shadows, but a lively encounter, an enjoyable one at that. Yeah, good crowd in today here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre.
Yeah, the setup here is fantastic. They've got lots of food stalls and coffee stands and everything, and yeah, it's a really, really good setup.
Well, ever since I've been coming here, either as a player, coach, manager with international teams, club teams, you're always met by a Griffiths when you arrive. It used to be Graham, David, now the chairman, and of course Kellen, who's doing the hard work for us on the production team as Sanders carries into the circle, but
good little jab
good
tackle
defending
there
from Curtis. Sorry, not Curtis. It's game 4. Game
We'll let
4.
you off.
A few errors through the day, but generally it's when you get to game 4 that you see a number wrong, or you call a shirt wrong, or a corner wrong, and Yeah, no, magnificent setup here, and I mean, so many events. Nottingham Hockey Centre, Nottingham Hockey Centre, Nottingham Hockey Centre being held here. Obviously the home of Beeston. And yeah, looking forward to getting one of the Beeston, well, I think he's a legend in these parts, Adam Dixon, in to do a couple of games tomorrow. So looking forward to seeing him.
Surbiton really pressing EG, doing well.
Yeah, they're sort of being forced back, aren't they? Now they've won the ball. Again, the carry inside. Oh, and
did the right thing by trying to use 3D skills to lift over flat stick, but
just onto the foot there. Holly Payne. We were trying to work out, because obviously she has married Leah Wilkinson, whether she's a Payne or a Wilkinson. She's got Payne on the shirt, hasn't she?
I think she's got Wilkinson on her shirt, but she's down on our sheet as Payne, so...
Yeah, we'll have to get to the bottom of that one. A miss-hit there, ball coming into the circle. Leah Wilkinson, yeah, most capped Welsh international, I think in all sports actually.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
And obviously bronze medal winner with Great Britain, and in a Surbiton shirt last year. But now her partner Holly in the midfield. As we reach half-time, the end of the second quarter. Well, it's been enjoyable. We've seen some cracking skills on show so far in this, the second ATHLETEQ.APP women's semi-final. So Surbiton go into the half-time break with a 2-1 lead against East Grinstead after going 2 goals ahead. And as the Surbiton team thinking about going over to the changing rooms, but I think they've changed their minds, so they're going to stay out on the pitch. So we've got a few highlights that hopefully Holly is going to talk you through from the first half.
Here
we go, this is the first corner for Surbiton. Darcy Bourne is doing really well, finding the bottom corner with pace, precision, taking Surbiton 1-0 up. And then shortly after, lovely little play, Eri dropping the ball back to Darcy with another really strong carry, finding the space. And Eri doing what she does best, just finding a little touch and sneaking the ball into the corner. And then, yeah, that penalty stroke from Beaver Mills. Just sneaking it past Amber Walton with a well-executed stroke right into the corner.
Half-time, and it's Surbiton 2, East Grinstead 1. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with you for what promises to be, I think, a really exciting second half. We'll see you shortly. Okay, so the teams are on their way back out. East Grinstead in their blue shirts off to our right, and Surbiton heading off to our left. With the sun still quite strong, dropping down a little down at the tram end here at Beeston. I don't know if they call it the tram end, but they've got the car park end and the tram end, and so we are nearly set.
The second half, please put your hands together and welcome the teams back to the field. Let's hear it for Surbiton and East Grinstead.
And it's Surbiton with Darcy Bourne on the ball, who will get us underway for this second half. Still sitting next to me, Holly Hunt, England Great Britain international, 39 caps to her name. Holly, what do you think coaches would have said at half time?
Well, I think after the second quarter, both coaches would be saying just try and keep hold of the ball a bit more. That second quarter definitely felt a bit ping-pongy, shall we say, a bit turnover. So yeah, I think if both teams could build a bit of momentum by keeping possession of the ball, that would put them both in good stead.
Raya tries to carry towards the circle, but surrounded by white shirts. Again, good carry.
Nice
Martha
skills from Martha Taylor
flings it through the middle. It finds, fortunately, a blue shirt, Grace Balsden, who immediately plays the ball forward. Howard turns it over. We seem to be going straight back into exactly what you were saying, Holly. You have it, no, we'll have it.
I think it's, each team are winning it and then trying so hard to go forwards quickly that they're then just turning it over straight away again. You almost need to like win it in one area and then go sideways, laterally try and get the ball to the help side of the pitch where there's often going to be a bit more space to play in.
Yeah, that phrase that we hear a lot in coaching, where transfer to the help side, the opposite side. What are the important factors of doing that? So if you're in a crowded area now, so Surbiton want to transfer the ball over this side of the pitch, the help side, what do they have to do? Pace on the ball? Yeah,
and just getting it going quickly. I think sometimes you stop the ball, you kind of wait for the team set up and then you play it, whereas if you just stop it, get it going, let me see if the umpires allow it to be played quickly. And then, when you've got, like, Surbiton have got great distributors, like Giselle, like Liz Thompson, that can just slap the ball really hard, get it round, find the space.
Much better from Surbiton. The transfer left to right, and the carry. Great work in the middle there from Petter earlier in that move. Wilkinson plays it back, goes into the circle.
Holly Payne wanted a free hit there.
The ball tucked under the arm. Carry into the circle. Here's a lovely little touch for Bourne, who plays it across the front of the goal, but nobody can get on the end of that melee. Mackenzie into the circle. Bourne. Penalty corner. Bourne wins the corner there. Good play from Surbiton.
There's a lovely little give and go from Izzy Petter and Darcy Bourne on the right hand side towards the baseline. And again, they're just the ball bobbling around in the D. Good work from Ellie Mackenzie.
She's had quite an impact, hasn't she, Ellie Mackenzie, in the circle?
Yeah,
she's carry, real craft on the ball.
Yeah,
3D
very clever
skills.
forward.
So, penalty corner, Surbiton. Can they extend their lead? Ansley, looks like Ansley and Bourne. Bourne on the left, Castle. Ansley on the right. Comes to Bourne. Oh, looking for the variation there. I think the injector coming into that left-hand post as we look and looking for that deflection, but unfortunately the ball going wide. As we see the replay there, it's either got to be on target or it's got to be clearly for the injector coming in. It seemed to be neither. So a wasted penalty corner from Surbiton. Long aerial. Tess Howard unhappy with that. She thought she was in the space and set, but the ball going. Free
Such
hit
a
going
tricky one,
against
that
her.
aerial rule.
It is a tricky one. We were chatting about it this morning. It's one of those. We're trying to get there in hockey, aren't we? We evolve with the rules. We're trying to change the rules for the good of the game. It's a turnover once again. But it is. There's so much subjectivity about the aerial ball, which is it's a skill that has come into the game probably last 8 or 10 years and is now so effective, particularly into the circle. So. There's the carry. That's worth mentioning Steph Elliott, who gave birth to a baby boy last week, partner of Johnny Gall, Surbiton. Steph obviously used to seeing her in Surbiton colours. Elliott, Lachlan, Gall. Congratulations to Johnny and Steph, and indeed Grandad Gall, who I think is chuffed, really chuffed. There's the ball into the circle.
Ooh, unlucky.
It's gone wide. Yeah, Steph, we hope you're watching at home. Probably a little bit nervous with the scoreline as it is at the moment. Ansley recycles. Ansley again. Exchanges passes with Thompson. Patient build-up. Using the width, Surbiton. I think we've been listening to you, Holly. For the moment, EG are pinned back. Sharp carries into the 23. Good bit of skill. Can't get through. Wins the free hit.
Yeah, Surbiton just staying nice and patient here, moving the ball, transferring it round the back, just waiting for those little gaps to open up, and they can try and get the ball towards the D.
And we've had less turnover as a result. So, as I say, I think they've obviously taken your advice, Holly. Stenner. Pressure with the ball in the corner. Princeton come away with it, but
no one up there.
Relieve the pressure. They've been pinned back in their own 23 for the last 4 or 5 minutes. Stenner again. Wilkinson. I think there was a stick block there from Meg Douthwaite.
With skills from Shannon.
So ball thrown deep into the Surbiton 23. EG have a long corner.
Now EG being nice and patient around the back.
Yeah, at least we're seeing less turnover. Sign. Wearing that protective mask. Yeah, both teams patient. There's that ball just thrown off the ground towards the circle. Rhea, she just recycles it. Ballston.
You can just hear EG communicating that someone needs to be in the middle. I think that's super important. Obviously transferring the ball around the back, but you need those people in those pockets there like Sally Symes so that you can play in, collapse the Surbiton zone and then play out again. just keep asking the defenders questions and having those inside and outside options at all times. Really important.
Yeah, otherwise it's easy to defend, isn't it?
Yeah,
Unless
it's too predictable, yeah.
You're looking for a penetrative pass, and we've got one there, which I think Courtney Hansford does well to get on the end of that. That's a little bit better. Still plenty of time in the game. It's a lovely pass from Grace Ballston, but that bobble takes it over the East Grinstead stick. So just under 6 minutes remaining in this third quarter.
I've just had to put a hat on in the commentary box because the sun is shining down in it. And for anyone that knows me knows that I'm not a hat wearer, so I'm glad that you can't see me.
Well, I can see, Holly. I think you look great. That's all I'm going to say. I think it suits you.
Hat and headphones is not good for
Is
me.
that a
rather
donation
curly
from
hair.
Andy Day, that
Yeah.
hat? Yeah. Andy Day, normally the voice of BTV. Howard plays the ball into the circle. Sharp does well. Goes to space.
It's almost just the basic things that are letting both sides down. They're winning the ball and then just can't find a stick to pass it to.
I think Rebecca Edwards there just having a chat with Tess Howard. I think she wanted the advantage there, Tess Howard, and had the ball running into space, but the whistle had already gone. Ballston throws into the circle. Difficult. Oh, and Alice Sharp. The ball pops up in the air, and I think Surbiton not happy with that. Wilkinson and others. I'm going to leave this one to my co-commentator.
I think Alice Sharp is annoyed because she feels like the defender's come through the back of her, which... Oh, not even through the back, yeah.
Was there a foot there? It's difficult to see, obviously, with the sun being a problem, and
just another
Rebecca Edwards had a better view than
bobbly
us.
ball in, yeah.
So East Grinstead, they've been very much camped in their own half and have now, last 3 or 4 minutes, stepped up. Here is their opportunity. Ballston on the right, Castle. Mills on the left. It's Mills who flicks low. Ball into the keeper and the rear ward.
Just off a Surbiton foot there, yeah.
Surbiton foot, yeah. So Mills deciding this time to flick low. Same battery. Will they do the same? And that will be a... Yeah, it was a misinjection,
yeah,
and then a deliberate foul, because obviously the injector can't play the ball till it's gone out of the circle, and she's then deliberately played it and got herself a green card.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, Courtney Hansford. It's an instinctive thing she's done there, isn't it? But
It's
it
hard,
actually
yeah.
could cost her.
Yeah, and now it'll be interesting to see if Surbiton capitalise on having one extra player. See green cards are in 2 minutes, but...
Well, look, we've seen already today in both the men's semi-finals and the first women's semi-final how critical this period of play is, with both Surbiton men earlier in the day, and of course Hampstead and Westminster women against Reading, scoring that goal late on with the extra player and, well, having taken their goalkeeper off. So these moments in these games are really what make the difference.
You can see Surbiton there trying to be aggressive and step up and press, but Tess just done really well. Ride the challenge.
Great play from Howard. She's just so strong. I think there might be a card possibly coming here for one of the challenges on Tess Howard. Yeah, Grace Ballston. Is Grace Ballston? I can't see who's...
She's just subbed.
Oh, it was the sub.
Liz Thompson.
Liz Thompson.
Just taking a seat on the naughty step.
Okay, so temporary suspension. So both teams down to 10. So 10 v 10. Yeah, two of the most experienced players on the pitch get green cards. So a little under 3 minutes remaining. And this game very much in the balance. Surbiton with his slender lead after that 2-goal opening burst in the 3rd and 4th minute of the game. Beaver Mills coming back with a penalty stroke for East Grinstead. But Surbiton hanging on at the moment. So I think
East Grinstead now back up to 11 players. Surbiton just wait a little bit longer before they're back to full numbers.
Probably brought what, just under a minute here to create an opportunity. They need to look for, we mentioned it earlier about, you know, penetrative passes. They've got a sort of back four. You feel that Lily Walker needs to be a little bit higher up the pitch here.
Oh, I don't think she meant that to go quite there.
No, that was a, I think we call it a square-eel, don't we? When that ball gets stuck in the hook of your stick. Mills looking up, throws under her arm. Howard again carrying to space. Oh, and
that's a good step from Curtis.
Well read, Katie Curtis. I think Curtis thought she'd passed that, but suddenly
little chuck and run.
Yeah. So into the last minute. Bourne moves it on quickly. That's good play from Surbiton. Attacking down the right. The ball thrown in, but Welsh equal to it. Long corner.
That's a great aerial from Giselle. And a corner.
Wins the corner. Right at the death in the 3rd quarter. Only a couple of seconds left on the clock.
No real pressure there to Giselle. Just able to pick that aerial onto the baseline.
Brilliantly collected as well. Yeah. That's Josephine Hipper, England under 21. So, I think for East Grinstead, it is vital that this stays out. This will be a real hammer blow if it goes in. The end of this 3rd quarter. It's a slip, it's a save. Ball ends up going behind Welsh, but she makes the half save, and defensively the post player steps across and clears. So the end of the 3rd quarter here, as we see the penalty corner once again with the slip. Oh, it's a good save. Lily Walker, I think. Not sure whether Welsh got anything on that, but a great stick stop from Lily Walker.
Yeah, nice to see Surbiton trying a bit of variation as well, something different, something else for the East Grinstead PCD to think about.
So the end of the 3rd quarter, Surbiton 2, East Grinstead 1. If nothing else, that period of play really tactical. Good to see both teams holding onto the ball, being patient, but actually not a lot of penetration in either team's play. How do you see this one going now, Hannah?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Definitely less turnover in that quarter, but yeah, like I say, no real clear-cut chances. So yeah, I guess it's about using that platform and the momentum that you get when you've got those high transfer, long corner situations. And yeah, like I say, just trying to find those little pockets, which is that's something I thought EG did really well in the 1st quarter, finding those pockets on the top of the D, little redirects, deflections in, but yeah, just they couldn't seem to find it quite so much in that quarter. So yeah, and they're obviously going to try and get another goal back at least, and then some. So it'll be interesting to see how they take on this fourth quarter, and whether Surbiton can withstand the pressure and maintain the lead that they've currently got.
Emma van der Ack there in the back of shot. This is her last weekend of games before 23 weeks she is, and her and Nick, congratulations to them, expecting their first child. Nick van der Ack, assistant coach with East Grinstead. Emma, who moved across from Holcombe, as did Nick, after last season. So we go into this last quarter, and it's a real tight game, difficult one to call. Next goal, crucial, but then we always say that. Surbiton immediately on the attack. Ball into the circle, but only onto an East Grinstead stick. And the ball just rather carelessly given away there. So you're thinking East Grinstead will be talking about a higher press, maybe, Holly?
I think so. Yeah, I think they've got to. Losing going into the fourth quarter, they've got to do something to put Surbiton under pressure, try and force a mistake. Try and get up the pitch, get into the D, win some corners. I think they've got to throw the kitchen sink. Maybe not quite just yet. Maybe that's a bit early to be throwing that cliche around, but they've got to, definitely put Surbiton under some form of pressure.
And when do you start thinking about sort of goalkeeper off and those sort of, obviously they're risks, but do you think about them earlier, later?
Yeah, I think you've got to start thinking about it 7 minutes to go, I maybe would suggest. Slight bit of confusion there as to whose ball it is.
There, I think. I thought Tess Howard was a bit lucky there. I thought she just genuinely tripped. I don't think there was any contact with the defender, but we've obviously got better view here on the monitor. But anyway, we're underway again. Ballston into Walker.
Surbiton sending Alice Wills up high, pressing against the EG back line, and it worked again, just EG playing the ball off the sideline.
It's good to see that, because it would be very easy, wouldn't it, for Surbiton now to almost start sitting a bit deeper, go into their shell a little bit, and we've seen what can happen in those sorts of situations. So good to see they're still on the front foot with the press.
So they've got the lead, but one goal at this point is really nothing, and
it's nothing, is it?
You can't sit on that. You've got to keep going, find that third goal.
So we've gone into a little bit of turnover again. That's a great ball from Giselle Ansley. Again, that strong sunshine. The shadows lengthening on the pitch here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Plenty of hockey going on this weekend, with a lot of Masters competitions and others, both here and at Lee Valley. And there's that ball. Backhand hit into the circle, but off the end line. Ballston with a restart.
Another aerial, lots of players on this pitch with very good ability to aerial the ball. Not sure how easy it is to trap it with the sun, but definitely.
Yeah, particularly with East Grinstead throwing right to left, throwing that aerial right to left. It's in the eyes of the Surbiton defenders. Petter does well.
Skills, Martha.
To Taylor, who just wins a free hit, but Surbiton not in any hurry. Happy to keep the ball. Now,
Pass, finding Tess in some space.
Tessa Howard
Needs some
carrying
support.
towards the circle. Looking for the shot. Can she find the foot? Backhand shot, but into the side netting. And Amber Walton doesn't have to make the save. Good defending from Surbiton there. The way it wasn't a dive-in tackle. Or here's a turnover. Shannon plays it in.
Oh!
What a goal!
She snuck that through.
Beaver Mills has equalised for East Grinstead. What a fantastic striker's goal once again. We saw Erica Sanders in the first half, Beaver Mills in the second half. Great goal, Holly.
Yeah, good bit of pressing from EG, just stepping up. Liv Shannon reading it really well. And then drawing the defender in, finding Beaver Mills in a bit of space, and yeah, just sneaking it through.
It's lovely that she plays it so early. So there's no wind up, there's no backlift, there's no sort of swing. It's just literally the ball is on the ground, get the thing going at the goal. It's very, very difficult for the goalkeeper to then react because it just happens. Literally, she just throws it at the goal. And again, you know, we've spoken about this, that these strikers, these forwards that have these special talents in the circle. So, yeah, well done, Beaver Mills.
That's really lifted East Grinstead. You can hear the supporters next to the commentary box getting right behind the girls.
Yeah, and the ball
Liv
turned
Shannon's
over
stepping
again
in
there.
front.
Shannon has had a... I mean, she reads the game so well, doesn't she? She steps into that space and reads the game. Where's your money, Holly?
No.
Tough one, isn't it?
I know. I said Surbiton at the start, but now I think EG are one of those teams that once they get a bit of wind in the sails and get on the front foot, they're hard to stop.
I think there's a lot of protestation from the East Grinstead bench there with that. I think there's a little bit of a physical challenge. Rebecca Edwards signalling. Game goes on. Yeah, it's a tough one to call this. These two teams, so much ability on both sides. You just hope this game will turn on a bit of brilliance rather than an error. So Surbiton in possession. Wilkinson leads for the ball, but then leads out of the space. Sharp, no way through, so she recycles to Ansley. Hipper down the right. Well, the ball given away there. Wilkinson steps in. Defensive free
Player
hit,
down
and I think
for
Lily
East
Walker's just taken a knock there. So time is stopped.
I think where we are 2-2 just shows how close the top four women's teams have been this year. I think it's been a really exciting league. And yeah, another, like the semi-final just before this, finishing 1-1, going to a shootout, this one being 2-2. Yeah, it just shows how close the top teams have been this year and what a good standard the league's been.
So we're 8 minutes away from a shootout at the moment. So a lot can happen between now and then. So when we know things are sort of moving towards a shootout in an international game, Holly, are you one of those that puts your hand up and says, yeah, I'll take one?
I don't think I've taken one. I haven't taken one at an international level, I don't think. But yeah, had I been playing today,
Do you volunteer?
I would have put my hand up, yeah.
Why am I not surprised at that?
Yeah. I actually played before Christmas in the Australian Hockey 1 League. And they have a slightly different rule where if you score an open play goal, so a normal field goal, whoever scored it takes a shootout straight afterwards. And so, yeah, you get some games ending up being quite crazy scores if you score a goal and then score a shootout. But, yeah, that was quite an exciting, different rule that obviously we don't
have. So you score a goal and then the shootout, so you could actually score 2 goals in...
Yeah, but only if it's an open goal,
Open play goal.
Yeah, if it's
That's
a short
interesting,
corner,
right.
then that's just one goal. Unless obviously you do a variation where you bring the ball out the dotted line, and then play in. That would then technically count as a field goal. But yeah, that's something
what
a
was
bit
the
different.
consensus about that from the players? Did they like it?
Yeah, I quite liked it. It made it very exciting. And yeah, like I say, there was some games, I think, there was one game that ended up being 10-3 or something. So, yeah, definitely good for the spectators. And I think probably for the goalkeepers as well, they get a little bit more action, something for them to think about. So, yeah, no, it's
But
quite...
of course, with the
yeah.
likelihood they're going to concede more goals, which
Yeah.
I can imagine. Oh, there's a slip. Oh, Darcy Bourne. There's that. That was that opportunity.
Had
Emma
the right
Banderack.
idea.
Yeah, the ball just, I think, popped behind her. And Darcy Bourne one-on-one with the keeper, but fires it over the top.
Oh, she's going to get a card there.
A genuine misunderstanding there. Thompson has already had a green. Oh no, is that Thompson? I think, yeah, Liz Thompson. She's had a green. I think, yeah, knocked the ball away. Whistle had gone. Rebecca Edwards there pointing that she had pointed the right direction. Thompson didn't react, knocked the ball away. So therefore, yellow card. So Surbiton are going to be down to 10 until the last minute. 6 minutes to go. Yep. So yellow card for Liz Thompson. So here's the chance for East Grinstead, because Surbiton are going to sit a little bit deeper. Can they break them down? What are you thinking as a player here?
I'm
are
just
you
wondering.
Be patient.
I'm just wondering whether they're thinking about pulling Mila Welch as well, but I guess with the extra player they might not feel like they need to just yet.
Yeah, it's the classic risk v reward,
yeah,
isn't
exactly, yeah.
At 2-2, I think if you're goal down, you're definitely going to do that at this point. But it only takes one breakaway opportunity, and somebody like Erica Sanders in the circle with the ball. Then again, I'm thinking negatively. Petter drops the ball off to Wilkinson. Tries to find Petter again, but
good use of 3D skills there.
Chloe Brown brings it away. Lovely pass from Brown. Opens the game up. Oh, that's an important touch from Giselle Ansley there. Sally Syme was in that position in the circle. So 4.5 minutes remain. Certainly a tough one to call. 2 balls on the pitch at the moment. So Tess Howard leading the press, stepping high, and of course with Giselle Ansley, she can flick through the press or over the press. Does well. Sanders carries to space. Lovely little pass to Wilkinson, who fires in towards the circle, but
again, just that final pass is not coming off. Had a few there.
She could have just, I think, rolled a simple pass there to Izzy Petter, but she's tried to put the ball into the circle. So Surbiton down to 10, but controlling possession. You can hear the coaches, East Grinstead coaches screaming. Press not quite right at the moment against 10. Stenner.
Surbiton doing well just to keep the ball moving around, finding simple passes, retaining possession.
Making East Grinstead chase the ball. Eloise Stenner. Ball into the circle. And against. Well, down to 10. And Surbiton have somehow, through Darcy Bourne, taken the lead.
Great ball in from Eloise Senna, and yeah, Darcy, without even thinking, it seems, just touching the ball towards the goal.
So with a little under 3 minutes remaining, Holly, I'm going to ask you to have a little think about your player of the match.
Nice.
And obviously Surbiton with a 3-2 lead here. However, as we know, things could change.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least one more goal.
Well, that was a bit of a physical challenge there from Eddie Raya. And yeah, the free given against East Grinstead.
And Surbiton
Suzanne Ansley will be in no
rush
hurry
to take
at
this.
all. And she'll, Howard into the circle. What can she do? Oh, she throws that one blind. And Wilkinson is able to play out. However, East Grinstead recycle it. Walker. EG in possession. Again, good deep defence. Oh, and that.
Oh, she's given a long corner. I would have thought she'd have given a Surbiton ball, but EG.
No danger there, I guess. Ball into the circle. Ball pops up in the air. EG unhappy. They think that came off a Surbiton player, I think. As Ansley flicks long, just over a minute left. So with obviously we're in the last minute here, Holly, and Surbiton defending stoutly. So as it stands, they're going to be going through to tomorrow's final. They've won the free hit. Who would be your player of the match?
I'm going to give it to Darcy Bourne for Surbiton. I think obviously scoring the first goal and then getting that lovely little touch for what is going to be probably the winning goal. Yeah, I think Darcy deserves it. I think credit to Beaver Mills as well for 2 goals for EG. But yeah, I think Darcy with that clutch little touch there.
It's a penalty corner. And yeah, I think protesting a little bit of innocence there, Katie Curtis, but the whistle has gone. She's carried on just tippy-tapping with the ball here. You'll see as Raya goes into the 23, Raya wins the free hit, the whistle goes, and the whistle had gone, and she just moves the ball away from Eddie Raya, and Rebecca Edwards gives the penalty corner. Just a little bit of ill discipline. 8 seconds on the clock. So here is the opportunity. Hours of practice through the season, Tuesday, Thursday nights, penalty corners, and it all comes down to this. Ballston on the left castle. Goes to the right, slipped by Mills. Ball in the air, good running.
Well defended.
It was well defended. And it looks like... So, thrilling game. 2 very equal teams locked together. But in the end, it's Surbiton with a goal 3 minutes from the end from Darcy Bourne. So it's Surbiton who will go through, and they will play Reading tomorrow. with a place in the EHL at stake.
Please put your hands together for both teams. What a
So
fixture.
a 3-2 win for Surbiton. Cracking game. Some great skills on show for East Grinstead, the national indoor champions this year. They are unable to add the outdoor crown, so Surbiton have sneaked it. As the players shaking hands at the end of the game. Some reflections, Holly.
Yeah,
Did the best team win?
Well, yeah, I think. I hate to be smug, but I did say that Surbiton might just get there. Yeah, I think obviously very fast start to the game, lots of goals, and then I feel like after that, neither team really settled into a sustained period of possession, and it was quite turnover, and it was just ultimately who was going to get that final goal, and Surbiton managed to do that. So, yeah, it'll be them that fight out Reading for the EHL spot tomorrow.
Well, we have to take breath after that. Some great hockey on show. And I hope I'm going to disappear now and go and interview our player of the match, Darcy Bourne. In the meantime, I will leave you with Holly to talk through some highlights. I hope you can join us tomorrow. Another full day of action with the third and fourth games beginning at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and we're building up 3-4 playoff games and then the men's and the women's final. So we shall look forward to that. I hope you can join us tomorrow, and I'll hand over to Holly for a few highlights.
Yep, here we can see very start of the game, Surbiton setting up for their penalty corner, which Darcy Bourne expertly executed right into the bottom corner with a very good finish. And then, yeah, just a minute later, lovely little bit of interchange from Darcy and Erica. Again, Darcy Bourne breaking through, showing great athleticism, just finding area on the P-spot with that sneaky little touch into the bottom corner, doing what she does so well in the D. Very clever forward. And then Beaver Mills stepping up, finding the corner against Amber Walton, getting EG right back into the game. And then, yeah, just a really good example of some good pressing from Liv Shannon, reading the pass, stepping in front, and again, finding Mills for that little sneaky touch through. Just sneaking it past Amber Walton. And then right at the death, 3 minutes to go. Lovely against the grain ball from Eloise Stenner, and yeah, an instinctive touch from Darcy, catching Mila Welch in goal, off guard, and finding that winning goal. Yeah, huge congrats to Surbiton, and they'll play Reading tomorrow in the final for that EHL spot, and East Grinstead will take on Hampstead and Westminster in the 3rd/4th playoff.
And that's brilliant. And thank you, Holly, your BTV debut, commentating on BTV. We've let Andy Halliday go just for a few minutes. He's gone to find Darcy Bourne, who he's going to be interviewing in just a few minutes. So please don't go anywhere. We've got a whole day of hockey tomorrow for the remainder of the finals, but please bear with us just a couple of minutes and then you'll be live with Andy Halliday interviewing Darcy Bourne. This is BTV.
Stay where you are, Andy. Good to go.
Good to go.
Thank you. Darcy, congratulations. You are in the final tomorrow. A really, really tight game. Is that how you expected it to play out?
I think we knew it was going to be a tough game. EG are a really good opponent, and we always have a really tight game against them, often high scoring, and that's what it was, and it was a well fought game.
And you gave the team a great start with that EHL 2 weeks ago, exactly the same place, that penalty corner goal. Is that something you've been working on?
Yeah, definitely have to work on the drag flicks. Been working on it for years and had a chance to step up this season and been enjoying doing it.
And how did the second half play out around it? It seemed that there was a lot of turnover in the game, and then suddenly the game settled down, a lot of possession, few chances, but you hung on in there. Did you always think you were going to win it?
I think you've got to believe you're going to win it, and it definitely was a scrappy game. There's a lot of emotion in the semi-final, and you could see that. We're getting cards in both directions, but I think both ourselves and EG really fought it out, and I think we gave it our best bet and did well to get a win.
And just thinking back to the AHL, what did you learn out there?
I think EHL was the perfect warm-up for us, you know. European teams that play so fast, and it's a good bonding experience all being out there together. So I think we were just building as we went to Europe, playing Reading and building today into tomorrow.
And so now you've got 24 hours to recover. What does recovery look like for you and the team?
Well, the girls are warming down now. I will do that after. And then getting some food, feet up at the hotel and just chill out ahead of tomorrow, basically. Very excited. This is what the whole season's about.
Lovely. Thanks, Darcy. Congratulations. Well done on your brace of goals. And good luck tomorrow.